TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Yo, sit back and watch me speak. Yo, sit back and all I know, my money green, but to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Yo, sit back and watch me speak. Yo, sit back and watch me speak. Yo, sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
A hoop chain, wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top, and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no, dream big. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top, and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no, dream big, live large. Work hard. Play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Where you been? Now I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll clutch that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the body frags hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy, just say we got
elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up.
And
hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. It is day 4. We're not done yet with the group stage. Of course, we've got 2 injections into our group stage, which doubles the length of 2 of the groups, so you got plenty more VALORANT to look forward to. But once again, I am Twiggy, I'll be your host for today, and I'm joined today by Tom. How are you doing? Are you looking forward to today?
I'm very excited. Not only have we got a Ukrainian team to look forward to a little bit later on, I am incredibly biased as I am married to a Ukrainian and lived there for a while, but also I heard a rumor that somehow there was a group with BBL Pacific and Enterprise in it, and they are both out. So, you know, Challengers has just got a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, that is certainly an interesting point. And actually, to talk through some of the stuff that we saw over the last couple of days, I'm going to bring in our sideline reporter of Affinity. How are you doing?
Hello, it is lovely to be here. I'm doing pretty good, thanks. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're great. I wanted to just get your opinions. Neither me nor Tom were here yesterday, of course, and that means that we ceased to exist for a full day. We weren't watching the stream or anything, so neither of us know anything that happened yesterday. So how about you give us your insight into what was going on yesterday?
Well, I'll talk a little bit about the, I don't want to say the less interesting game, but the less high-stakes game, which was the Job Life versus the Ultimates. And Job Life actually won that 2-0. It's fairly clean, 13-7, 13-5, which puts them both 1-1 in their group. But I think the really highlight one that we'll talk a little bit more about is the Enterprise versus Mandatory game. You briefly mentioned it there, which was a reverse sweep for Enterprise to win, but they lost that first map, and that's kind of been a bit catastrophic for them in the overall standings in this event.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very, very interesting way we're looking at things, right? Because actually, in the end, that does mean that there is a possibility that neither of the regions that have won Challengers EMEA at any point during this year are even going to make it into the playoffs. We'll see. Obviously, there's plenty of VALORANT left to play, and we will see how it goes. This is the group standings as it stands. We can take a look at that because there are several permutations, right? Obviously, when you've got 4 teams in a group, you have 6 games to be played in that group. It doubles the amount of games going on. The only team that has been knocked out so far, Tom, is Movistar Koi Phoenix.
Yeah, which it still gives Boars a chance, although I think Mouse have been a fierce competitor thus far. I think an organization that I think a lot of people would like to see make it into that sort of ascension bracket, and thus far, even just on the likes of Brown Difference and stuff, have looked pretty damn good. I'll also say the fact that Ulf have come out of the gate swinging. I know they're another one of those sort of like young Turkish teams, similarly almost compared to like a BBL Pacific as like a these youngsters are likely to be the future, and the fact that they've taken down Job Life, a team who are literally all ex-tier 1 pros, it kind of shows that this is a roster to be incredibly excited about.
Well, yeah, so look... Oh, sorry, no, you know what?
No, you go.
I go, okay. Well, I was going to just throw it to you immediately anyway, so it's fine. Like, I was just going to say, look, that's the way things have shaken up so far, but as we move into today, I think a lot of the games that we're going to see are going to have a massive impact on the way things shake up further on. So here's today's schedule. What are you looking forward to today, Affinity?
Well, I'm mostly going to be watching the Mouse versus Twisted Mind and Ulf versus the Ultimates. Those are both going on off stream, so I'll be making notes to bring you guys all of the action, let you know any hype moments going on there. But realistically, the Detti Elise game, that's the one that my heart's really set on, because that's got some high stakes for teams that haven't actually made it to play in Stage 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have both of your monitors on to keep track of everything going on, since it is your duty, of course, to keep us updated on the I was going to say the other group, but we're watching both groups, so, you know, the other games going on, not on this stream. So I think those are very important ones. We are obviously going to get updates with you as we go through today. So thank you very much for joining us very briefly on this pre-show, and we'll say hi to you very shortly, I assume.
I'll catch you in the break. I'm off to the void in the meantime then. Goodbye.
Yeah, obviously, if somebody's not on the stream, that just means they're not there. Object permanence doesn't exist.
We locked them up just with a couple of monitors.
I don't know if we can say that.
Really
I don't know if we're allowed to say that we can. No, I don't know. Wait, let's just go on to our first game today. Let's move straight on to what we've got coming up for you guys today. Obviously, Detti Elise versus Job Life. And look, France is having a good time of it so far. I think Detti Elise, like, as much as we love them, Northeast is kind of looking in the bin right now. So Job Life, I think this is theirs for the taking.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think you go into this matchup and you basically even just head-to-head every single player. Like, this is a very experienced roster. Or even players that maybe like Chiwa, who we had expectations to make it to the Tier 1. They were kind of screwed over by visa issues and other stuff. In terms of Detti Elise, obviously a team that don't have that organization have managed to get quite far within the tournament, but it does almost revolve around a miracle run, and the miracle run needs to start today. Like that's sort of the horrible factor that they're in. Now, if they pull it off, they could eliminate some crazy teams from competition, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we were looking at a couple of permutations of what could happen later on, and again, we'll touch on those as we go through today. But Detti Elise can really be heartbreakers, actually. It turns out if we see some unexpected results from them. I mean, look, they have had great results to get into this from Northeast, but they are now up against some of the best teams in EMEA, and looking forward to their next two games, two of the most difficult teams that we're going to see in the group stage whatsoever. I mean, look, Job Life, the first seed coming out of France, and keep in mind the second seed already through. So, like, this is a scary game for them, and then they have to face a Turkish team, which is always scary. So, look, Detti Elise, we know that they can do big things. It's just whether or not they can pull it off on this stage.
Yeah, and I think they're also in an unfortunate position where you look at their opponents and maybe there could be a certain group here on there where it's like, okay, maybe this map doesn't matter as much or this round. But when you're talking about Job Life, it genuinely comes down to they need an opponent to defeat Ulf, the Turkish roster, in order for them to have a chance to qualify. And then it will come down to, as we've seen already in other groups, maybe map difference or maybe round difference. So they're going to be playing for every single round possible. Now, of course, we've already witnessed probably some crazy upsets, unless you're maybe a mandatory fan, in which case you probably believed they were going to do it all along. We saw that group and gave them no hope. So there's definitely opportunities here, but I just think that Job Life has almost been formed to make Ascension. Like, these are all players either being loaned in or out or having these sort of expectations on them, and they are scary.
Yeah, I mean, Mandatory themselves in an interview after their first game, they said, you know, we're clearly the underdogs of this group. We are not, you know, they didn't say in so many words that they weren't expecting to get out of the group, but they did say we are not the favorites, and we are not the second favorites either. So they weren't expecting it, and this team beat them in the grand finals. I mean, this is Job Life, as you said, a team built for Ascension, indeed, and they're a scary team. On their good days, they can be really terrifying. Of course, they did lose 2-1 to Ulf earlier on in the group stage, but so far they have been staging a good comeback, and that's exactly what you need. You need at least 2 wins to get through the group. And look, they're going to have to hope that Ulf have a bad day today, but at the very least, there is hope.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, if you aren't familiar with a lot of the faces on your screen, every single one of them at some stage of their career has been considered a tier 1 related player, and a lot of them have been in there even just since the likes of a stage 2 or stage 1, sorry, over in VCT. So there really is a lot of talent within this roster. It has meant that a few players here and there have had to flex off some roles, but I think for me, something I'm really excited about is just seeing Purpo back on that duelist. Like, this guy was like one of the most exciting, even when you go back to, and I'm going to say the word that will get people excited, Gambit. He even played on Gambit for a little bit. He played in maybe the most horrific way possible, where he was subbed in for the final map in a best of 5 to try and win the whole thing. But we'll ignore that and move on to the rest of his career. But when he is on form, I don't know if there's anybody in the tournament that can play better than him. So yeah, I'm thinking today he should be the favored player.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, we're going to see some good things out of this team, and is whether or not they can show up on their day. Of course, losing to Ulf is no small feat. That is not the end of the world for this team, but it does mean now that they really, really do have to hope that things go wrong for other teams while they are, you know, staging that comeback. They need this win today. It shouldn't be... look, for them, this is probably the least... The smallest hurdle that they have had in the group stage. Probably if they're looking at on paper, they're going, okay, well, we've got through our 2 most difficult games. Now we're up against Etiolese, and we're hoping that we can just get good enough round difference that there is, you know, our best possibility of getting through.
Yeah. That's the sort of unfortunate thing of how brutal this group stage is with only one team coming out of each group. If you have a bad day, you have a bad match, it can easily slip away from them. But the same can be said on the other side of things. Of course, Etiolese will actually sort of have their own fate in their own hands, I believe, because they've obviously lost to the Ultimate. So if they were to go through these next 2 matches winning, they would beat the 2 teams that are likely to be at the top. So it is all to play for still. I kind of wanted to ask you this, because I'm going to own up and say, like, obviously when it comes to job life, I have a fair amount of knowledge of all of the players. Is there someone in specific you would say, okay, we need to watch this player over on Etiolese? If they have a good day, they have a chance?
That is a very good question. The thing is, Etiolese have, I think, been a very well-balanced roster, and there have maybe been some question marks about the fragging capabilities of their duelists. So a lot of the time, it does just come down to who is able to really push. I mean, we can take a look actually at a head-to-head between Purpo and Fractioned in this, and you may see a little bit of a gap in terms of ACS, in terms of all of the important stats, right, for a duelist. But I do think that on his day, Fractioned can be a scary player. It's just that he requires more support, I think, from his team. Okay, so Mitch has definitely been rubbing off on you then, because you've selected the Irish player. So I can see how that's happened. Yeah, no, it was someone that I wanted to bring up as well, because I think I agree. Like, in some of the good matches, like when they're winning, I think Fraction does look very good individually, but sometimes, and this is almost the curse of being the duelist, when things aren't working, a flash misses, or maybe you're trying to put the game on your back, you maybe get a little bit over aggressive and you get punished, and the stats come tumbling down. But that's all going to change with time. Unfortunately, today, they don't have time for slow starts. It has to be good from the get-go, because they are up against a team of vast superior experience. Like, to put it into perspective, they're up against a winner of champions. Yeah. That's the level we're talking of here. It's not like, oh yeah, maybe they like played a few games, or like a Sivov who was there for a split or 2. We're talking about a guy who went all the way to champions and won it first time out. So Starzo has been around the block for a long time. It's going to take more than a few bad rounds for him to be mentally out of the game, so you've got to be on it at all times. Yeah, I mean, look, I think Etiolese are no strangers to a mountain to climb, right? I mean, just to get to the stage that they are at right now, they had to get wins against some of the best that Northeast had to offer. This is a team that had kind of been bubbling under the surface of the top 4 from Northeast for stage 1, for stage 2. They've been there. They just haven't been able to make it across that line into the top 4 to get into Challengers EMEA. This time around, they did do it with some market improvements. They made some dents into the top teams in Challengers EMEA. So we know that they can get wins against veteran players. It's just that, you know, the likelihood of it happening on this big stage, the stakes are so much higher. Things are a little bit more difficult. But now both of these teams are fighting tooth and nail, right? Both of them are trying to get that 2-1 scoreline in the group to give themselves a chance of getting through. I mean, if either of them lose a game at this point, they are guaranteed out of the group.
Yeah, it's do or die. There's no doubt about it. I'm hopeful that maybe they'll be able to at least do some damage here. I think versus the Ultimates, we definitely saw that was the case. But either way, heading into the map Vito, I'm not overly surprised to see Corrode go out immediately. I don't think a lot of teams have been really picking it up as much, and I'm sure Deti Elise will be relatively happy with that because it's not been the greatest map for them statistically. On the other side of things, obviously Abyss only just coming back into the pool, so again, understandable that it's not going to go in that direction. And then Sunset being picked, I feel like Job Life at the moment, their map pool is actually pretty deep. They kind of ran through everybody in France, so I guess they had a few selections of like, well, that's a clean map, that's a clean map. And then on the other side of things, taking it to Haven, it's one where we've at least seen a defeat. So maybe Dete Elise also looking at going, okay, it's a strong map for us. We took down Liquid Academy there not too long ago. And also Ulf just beat them on that map. So maybe we can pick up a few of the things here and there that their opponents managed to sort of use against them.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're sticking to most of the mainstays here for Challengers EMEA. I mean, Sunset, Haven, Ascent, these are maps we see all the time other than Lotus. I think something you mentioned, actually, you know, not seeing Corrode on this one, there haven't been many teams that do that. I think we've actually gotten rid of most of the teams that like Corrode. I mean, we've gotten rid of BBL Pacific at this point. We've gotten rid of Team Liquid Academy. So it might actually be the last time we see that map in Challengers EMEA. I doubt it is the last time we will see it. Obviously, we got best of fives to come up as we get into the playoffs anyway, but a lot of the teams remaining do not like that map, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see it banned out quite a lot from here on out. Either way, we're sticking with the fan favorites when it comes to the map, so it is really just going to be, as you say, kind of a battle of who is able to win their map picks. I think Deti Elise, their kind of home ground, the flag they have to fight for to stop Job Life from getting it is going to be Haven. This is the one that they are most comfortable on. Yeah. They have taken down some really good players and some really good teams on this map. It's just now they're up against Job Life, a team that, while doesn't have like the perfect win rate on Haven, they have definitely they're good on every map. That's the problem here.
Yeah, and kicking things off on Sunset as well, we're going to have both teams with slightly different variations of their agent select, like both liking to run the Neon, but one having that sort of additional supportive element of Sivov on the Breach, which I think especially with a lot of the places you want to get aggressive on this map, that additional Breach stun, flash, aftershock can be quite valuable. On the other side of things, it's very explosive. Vassia is going to have to do quite a good job of holding down one side of that map on the defense, because the other side, there's probably going to be quite a lot of aggression of running that Yoru Neon. If you sit too passive, you don't have a whole lot of utility to play around, and I do worry that with their previous results, having such an explosive comp, it could win them the game, but it could also very easily play into Job Life's hands.
Yeah, I think that's something I'm going to have to see out of Deti Elise, is not backing down from the challenge here. I think some of the best play we've seen from this team in Northeast at the very least is when they are not, they're not scared of their opponent. They just go for it. And this composition does lean into that, right? It's the ability to just go in, balls to the wall, run it down with both of your duelists on one side of the map and hope that you can take Job Life by surprise at this point. And that is some of the best play we have seen from them. It just means that we are going to have to see it repeatedly, and we're going to have to, well, they're going to have to hope that Job Life aren't going to read them like a book and start kind of coming up with counter strats against this. But look, it's all to play for, right? And we have seen much crazier things happen in Challengers EMEA than Deti Elise beating Job Life. It's just that it is... the likelihood is low at this point, and I think we've seen our fair share of unexpected results that maybe we're running out of opportunities to see more.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be an uphill battle. I think the good thing for them is if both of their duelists are popping on this map, it'll be able to help them quite a lot. I am a little bit nervous that I believe they're starting on that defensive side where they've really struggled versus Liquid Academy and Boars. And if we're being honest, the caliber of the team they're about to play against is slightly higher than both of those teams. So I do think that it's going to be a very difficult place to stop. Even if they can keep this one close, maybe get some momentum going towards the end, and then head into Haven, where I think they're quite a bit more comfortable. They're going to be playing a fairly standardized, again, double duelist composition that they like to run. If both those players are already feeling it in map number 1, I think it will set them up nicely for map number 2. I'd say if they win this map, we're looking at a very different series, because all statistics, odds, previous matches, everything really leads to this should be a fairly comfortable victory for the side of Job Life.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some stats right now, and actually the defensive win rate for Detti Elise on attack, the attacking win rate on Detti Elise on this map is only 39%. And that's against teams in Northeast coming into this one. So when you get into the top caliber of Challengers EMEA, that is a little bit different, and they're really going to have to hold on through the skin of their teeth for this first half and really hope that they can pull something together on the attack, because their attack side has actually looked quite good on this map so far. Much better than a lot of teams' win rates. 56.8% is very encouraging. It's just that they really have to get themselves as many rounds as possible in this first half. Either way, we're going to see how this one shakes out for our first map here. Can Detti Elise take down Job Life to get themselves a chance of a spot in the playoffs? We're going to find out now with Pavos and Winter.
Thank you very much, guys. And indeed, two teams that have gradually been making a lot of changes to their rosters, but both teams have been taking from different pools. Detti Elise from various failed projects in the Challenger scene, and Job Life getting everyone they can from VCT. Let's see how this one works out, as Detti Elise and Job Life are fighting for their final chances to potentially gain some extra points into Ascension.
It's not even just about the extra points, it's from Detti Elise, they have something to prove, because even back in regionally, we were talking in Northeast, they had a relatively easier path to top 4. Especially coming into the playoff bracket of the teams that they faced against. When they came up against them, as you saw glimpses of what could be a team that could take on these beasts of teams that are looking to ascend, and that's exactly what Job Life is. They have, like you said, players at T1 that want to make it back there.
Indeed they do, and they've had a lot of experience at this level of play and being at the top of it, for even before that as well. But for now, a very wide spread out effort here for Job Life. Early on, putting some more pressure into that left-hand side, but you can see that the end goal is hitting this A side. Only one defending, it's none. And gets away with first blood, even spotting out the elbow of Chua. But it's a quick trade, allowing Job Life a potential entry into this A side.
Yeah, the TP runs out, so he has to stay and fight. But the only issue is Chiwa's staying and fighting. Solo takes up the engagement over towards Fraction. That means they don't actually have any sort of control over the A site now. And the slower rotates the Detti Elise are coming in with, a double flank, especially now with Chiwa down for the count, it opens up opportunities for this retake.
It does. Let's see if Detti Elise have got what it takes, opening up two different fronts. Job Life knowing they potentially need to take some risk, looking to play aggressive. Shock that landing at Fraction's feet, and the chase is on by Stark, so although Fraction wanting to jump the gun by taking the push, Maxim is able to follow it up and get the equalizing frag. Still a 2v2 though, as Purpa continues to line up. That's a brilliant flash, and Key is forced to get into the corner. Saivov, brilliant headshot as well, and instantly doubles up for Job Life to gain first blood on the back foot after the post plant. But when it came to the execution, there was clean.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need. You're in a situation, maybe they didn't necessarily know it because Chua was already down for the count, but they have to pick a plane to fight on. They choose over towards position to deal with Fraction. So it gets a little bit messy. Starkso is able to come out on top, but it's the flashes that Sivov is giving just to be able to support them. They're stacking towards backside. It's sort of, they corralled into a corner, and yet they managed to fight it out with a well-timed utility and peaks from the two remaining players.
Yeah, and Zyphov being the highlight player as well brings to, you know, attention to what we were saying earlier, right? Being in a VCT, making the step up, but not really have too much time there to prove yourself. And I feel like that's the story for Sivov this year.
I mean, I'm just happy to see. Obviously, it was touched on the desk of Purpo going back onto Duelist, Sivov going on to Flash Initiator, because looking at the roles that everybody's played or had experience playing in VCT, there's a lot of overlap with controller players. And it's something similar to when I'm talking about Zakawa coming off the Duelist on towards the Sentinel, is being able to see some of the players stretch their legs on certain roles and really come into themselves as players. It's a little bit of a new shining light,
Mid-season changes and all that. But for now, a 1-for-1 fight. And it's the B-site entry for Job Life. Some early damage from the shock dart, but given that they at least have got just the classics to work with, what really are the chances?
Yes, very minimal investment coming in from Detu, at least.
What can they hope on? Paranoia, Recon, Aldrone. We've got a few pieces here that could work. Nunmeister's got a flash on him as well. But this is a very 2024 sunset hold, isn't it? Everybody in B main, chilling, smoked off, and not just braying towards a Spike's direction. Let's see how this one goes. Maxim, low on health. Syvoth, with the lowest of capabilities with the weapon he has, still gets some damage across to gain some extra ult orbs in the process. But it's a clean 2-0, just a couple of casualties for the #1 seed of France.
God, 2024 sunset hold in towards B main. The scary thing, now they have taken the ping mechanic out, so you can't just play the stand, but yeah, when you're up against the classics, there's not really much that they can do in that situation. Stick around the players with pistols, get a couple of kills on the exit, and now this means JobLife have a very, very impressive bonus to boot. Only one player hasn't got a rifle. And suppression already. Pooper doesn't even see his opponent.
Yeah, we'll likely be seeing a lot of these push and pulls from JobLife throughout the day, and we've seen just that already. But look at Maxim wanting to jump the gun. Purpo there to keep his teammates' life afloat, and instantly JobLife 2 numbers off the rip. And with Elise relying single-handedly on this A-site defense by Nunmeister, this is going to be a tough ask. Nun, considering he wants to go in for another go, but these Hail Mary efforts have not paid off.
Surely we've realized there's many players in A main at this point.
Yeah.
With rifles, all looking to the one angle that they're peeking from. It's not ideal, but both the players from Detu have rotated in.
Oh, Fraction, he's hitting from the Aldrone, so he's given 2 kills as he's hiding in the cage. You're hoping Bastia could also get some damage across, but it shall not be. Just some extra damage for Fraction at least. Just a couple of consolation frags, but that's just about it. A 3-0 for JobLife.
And it feels weird to say 2's not enough in that situation, right? It's lovely positioning from Fraction, hiding from the Aldrone. It's just, when you've already given 3 1v1s and you lost all of them, 2 kills, not enough. And it's just a trade game towards the end, even after losing the first 2 initial engagements as they're going out onto site. But that was the bonus for JobLife.
Yeah. I mean, initially I thought Purpo's push was by him dashing in and he had assistance, but no, it was just off of a recon reveal, so a little bit more anticlimactic than we initially thought as well. They're at least considering a right-hand side flank as well. They'll just gain information by the process of elimination, no one around, so they'll try and focus their efforts into the left-hand side soon.
Again, it's the conversation of what they can do with the information that they're able to gather with this deep cam in main, and what they can do. Try and be cheeky with the positioning. You can already see Fraction wanting to push out these smokes. Hiding further from Stark's utility, but as soon as it goes out, you can see the barrel. Oh, he gets vision granted.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there. But then again, with a Sheriff popping out of a smoke with everybody in front of you, it would be hard to even get a kill in that situation. But it's JobLife being diligent, right? Covering all edges, making sure there are no surprises. You don't really want to be taking risks. And you've got some high-quality players on your roster. You know the potential and the goal is always going to be Ascension. VCT, to be fair. But Kia, last player standing, will make sure Syvoth cannot carry that rifle to the end of the round. But other than that, a 4-0 start for JobLife.
And sure, you get an exit on the way out, but it doesn't really matter at this point, right?
Yep.
In the whole grand scheme of things, sure, it was an eco for you guys, so it doesn't matter if you go down towards the spike at the end. It's not as if you're going to be saving a rifle. But for the side of JobLife, they've got money for days, right? And especially now we have a couple of reinvestments, sure, but looking at the ultimates that are already online, looking at Syvoth's got the Rolling Thunder, Starkser as well with the Hunter's Fury. These are really good for not only post-plant situations, which it doesn't seem they're getting any difficulties getting into those sites initially,
Ooh, change of pace as well. Jublife going aggressive with this one. Purpo losing a lot of his life and then finally able to shut him down. Back and forth though, the Rolling Thunder comes through. Starkso takes his own teammate's life down with his Hunter's Fury, and Maxim is able to avoid all of that trouble, weaving in and out of battle and getting attributed a frag in the process.
Maybe the Hunter's Fury not so great for getting out on the side deals with both of the Omen players, and Chiwa even offers himself up towards Maxim. Starkso's gonna have to get 4 kills in this round. 2 he's already planted earlier.
Well, let's see if the world champ quality can come to life here. Shock dart already, but it misses the mark. No, he does a little bit of damage onto Bastia. Not too bad. Raycon, but you know where he's hiding now. He's had a few seconds to potentially reposition, but that Recon will clear backside. Therefore, the focus is behind the box. Already one found. Shock dart again onto site. Bastia softened up. And now looking to find the right angle for it. Starkso, the 1v2 clutch goes his way. Denies Teddy at least the opportunity to get one on the board.
And you just know Shin's watching from the sideline. You better clutch that after taking him off the board. But yeah, it's a 5-0 lead for Jublife. I want to see where he managed to actually... Oh, okay. It was in his defense, in Stark's defense. The Hunter's Fury was popped before his teammate went low. It's just, he was just in the way. But what's currently not in the way of Jublife is Detulis at all. But that was the closest round that we were able to see from them so far. And sure, there's have been a couple of ecos, but especially losing the bonus when you had that full investment coming through from Detulis. It's the first nail in the coffin if they can't do something with this timeout.
You're right. It's getting a bit rough. I don't know. It's still early doors. A 5-0 lead. We've seen, you know, advantages like this being negated. Liquid Academy yesterday. They made that one close. But, yeah, it's a rough one. Thinking time for sure. And look, one of the reasons that they at least were even close to winning that one is off of Jublife's mistakes as well, getting a little bit ahead of themselves, tripping on their own feet, to be fair. So let's see if anything changes here, if they at least have made the right call. Obviously, it's going to have to wait a while, because Sheris and Marshall are the things that we'll be relying on for now.
And a little bit of a change coming in from this one is Pippa's got a outlaw out and has decided mid will be his domain.
I love this play. As soon as you know a potential eco is coming in, half shield, this is the perfect gun for the situation. But instead of Purpo popping off with the outlaw, it's Fractions Marshall.
Needs a headshot, connects the headshot. Sure, it doesn't necessarily make you believe too much in this round, but off the back of Bastia's shot onto T1, Neural Theft invested, you start to believe. Surely not like this. It's not how Detulis get their first round on the board.
Second tag of the Neural Theft, and you realize 3 players are close to B-side proximity, but instead of backing up, you're doubling down. Overdrive coming through, though. This can get chaotic really quick. Fraction able to get into the smoke, grab one, and damage up Cypher substantially. And now Teddy at least wondering, how do you keep this afloat? The answer is Maxim picks up a one-on-one. And Shin forced up on the clutch, hoping that his opponents cannot upgrade to rifles. What makes matters worse is that the spike's away from him. And he's one ult away from getting the ultimate.
But the benefit is the Aldro didn't actually spot him out. And hiding from this recon as well, Detulis don't actually know where he is. He has 25 seconds to work with, but it's going to be a lot to ask.
Saving grace, no rifles recovered just yet. A fully telegraphed position now. And Shin, instead of directly going for the spike, he wants to see if he can isolate these players. 12 seconds, not much time to work with now. You've got to run, you've got to dash. And quite frankly, there's no way back onto site. Your hope is that the rifle will see the light of day in round number 7, but for now, Detulis are given their first round of the game here, Summer, and it's from Pistols nonetheless.
Pistols and a Marshall, man.
Yeah.
I will admit, this first shot towards mid is absolutely nasty, and I was thinking that even if Purple was able to hit a shot, it's still 150 HP on Fraction towards top mid, so it wouldn't have been like be-all, end-all. But he gets out of that scot-free, which also means when they go for the retake, when the overdrive is utilized towards site, he has a little bit more HP to deal with Zerov and Starkso in towards the smokes. And sure, Chi was started to walk into a couple of crosshairs already, trying to go for those lurks. It's being relatively well watched for by Detty Elise. It's just only in this round we've actually seen it follow through into something else, especially with the ultimate invested by Bastia.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate where the game goes into a pause right after you've won a round as well. Detty Elise would love to gain some momentum at the back of it, but that won't be happening. Shall we talk expectations, really, for this one, Summer? You know, the weight on each of the teams' shoulders. I feel for Detty Elise, not much, right? This has not been the greatest of years for a lot of these individuals, you know, with the various projects they've been on this year, but this is the best result they could have hoped for, I think, up until this point. But for Job Life, you're talking about players that want to be at that higher level, and they've been there just a couple months ago. Take them back.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm talking for everyone who's weak Northeast, but Detty Elise wasn't in my top 4 going through in regards to predictions when we were looking
Absolutely not.
I will say, I didn't expect Balls to go through either, and I've been thoroughly impressed with them. I can't wait to see their match later today. But it was Balls and Detty Elise that were the 3rd and 4th seed coming out of Northeast that I was pleasantly surprised to see them make it this far. And yeah, you're talking about expectations. For me, it's seeing Detty Elise measure themselves up to not also teams in other regions, but some of the best teams in those regions. Like Job Life coming out as the #1 seed in France, and they haven't lost a map in their own regional playoffs. Detty Elise didn't necessarily have the best outing against the Ultimate.
But for now, the buy seems good for Kia. First blood for Detty Elise. And Job Life want to seize the pressure that Detty Elise have exerted in mid and move into the void of this A site. You can see how Detty Elise are respecting it. They know they've got the numbers, and they do have the dimensional drift to gain all the information available for this retake. They've got a lot in store for this. I wonder if Job Life want to jump the gun, though. I wonder if they want to play aggressive off the rip. None realizes where the spike is planted. Has already spotted a couple of players and will be a thorn in their backs. And with a paranoia, will jump out of the shadows. Fraction also joining in. This is a brilliant effort, sure. Chua is great at delivering under pressure, but with so many players flooding around you, not going to be that easy. Detty Elise with 2 back-to-back.
It's a lovely retake from Detty Elise, utilizing Nunmeister's ultimate, being able to ping out all those positions, clearing out over towards backside, the layering of the paranoias and flashes that were coming in from street as well. You can just see how much mess it caused on towards the site itself. Chua popping out of the smoke. Sure, he's able to get 2, but the only issue is this 3 of the players stood right behind him. And very soon, very quickly, even just after 2 rounds, Detty Elise have managed to put on the board, admittedly one being a Thrifty. It's put a couple of bits of pressure over towards Job Life that they're taking their first time out.
Yeah, I mean, the round kind of unfolded previously with Detty Elise getting that push in mid, right? That's where Job Life gave off the advantage to begin with. And you know Detty Elise, with the composition that they have, the double duelist setup, the supporting factors of Maxim and Kia, you know they're happy to go for these retake scenarios. So they kind of walked into Detty Elise's playbook. I wonder if they'll make any adaptations off the back of that.
I mean, it was great utilization of the ultimates, really, of Detty Elise in the last few, right? We saw how impactful Bastia's was in round 6 to make sure the eco round went in their favor. And then in this one now, they were relying on the dimensional drift, the retake. So you're looking now at Job Life, seeing how many ultimates Detty Elise have utilized in the last 2 just to get their first couple of rounds on the boards. Now your ultimates are starting to get back online. Siva is 2 away from the Rolling Thunder. Pupo's got the overdrive. Chiwa's got the neural theft. So there's things that they can work with in this one that Detty Elise don't necessarily have online just yet.
Yeah, that's a good point. A critical round and some limited resources for Job Life that they want to take full advantage of here. This could be quite the turnaround. With Detty Elise approaching with 2 players, Shin with the high ground. No one really nearby to help trade. Refraction not paying attention to the upper level. Therefore, instant trade with Job Life being ahead.
And you know, another 2 players are nestled over towards this A site. The wall and the Aldrin just to give it a little bit of extra pressure.
Oh, wow. Instant call off the back of the neural theft, realizing there's an isolated player on B, but you wait for the second tick for the TP to come through from Nunmeister. So he's around. He's pretty damn close. Overdrive enabled. Purpo not able to use it. And Nun wanting to play aggressive out of the KG goes. Instantly punished though. Chiwa's having none of it. Wanting to take full control over the backside. Dead Elise though, not letting go. Look at Bastia go. He's got assistance. One after the other. Maximum Bastia go. But Cypher cleans up the rest. No issues at all. Job Life, they were ready for that one.
You talk about Job Life being ready, so it's Dead Elise, even off the back of Chiwa's ultimate, the Neuro Theft. Sure, there's a fair few players over towards A, but the rotates came through nice and quick, and you can see on the cross itself, you see the Neon get caught in the trips because, well, they haven't got the time to deal with Bastia's utility with shock darts and going through the motions like that. They have to just commit, because by the time, if they did, even more players would have been able to cross over towards that backside position, and you saw how messy it could have gotten. For Job Life, they came out on top. Now again, further aggression over towards this A bracket position. And it just feels like it's a gentleman's handshake of, we'll use our utility, you use your utility to push us back off, and then we'll start again.
Yeah, back to square one, really, right? Back to the beginning. And for now, Job Life wanting to go for round number 2. This time around, Dead Elise have got a bit of a crossfire setup. None wanting to close in. Purpo as well. Off the back of the Flash Fraction's going to swing. Everybody affected by it, and 3 picks to 1. Dead Elise come out on top with that one, and information on the Spike's location.
And it's just going to be difficult now for Chiwa and Shin to fight their way back into this. Sure, they should be able to retrieve the control of this Spike itself, because it's not as if Dead Elise are pushing up towards it. But the deficit in numbers is a little bit too great. Unless they can pull something out of their hat. They can't go 1-for-1 for trades. They have to go above and beyond.
Yeah. Thing is, they don't really need to take a risk right now, right?
They might not even go for it.
30 seconds left.
No, doesn't look like it. 30 seconds on the clock, and they've stood still for the past 30 as well. So they're holding on to their guns. That's the focus. Not really wanting to give any more ult orbs away. You can see Fractions is too close to his overdrive, so you don't want that one to be online.
You also don't have necessarily the money, right? Because you're looking at Shin with 2.7, you're hoping that he's going to be able to drop something over to Purpo, and Chiwa sure can drop something over, but it's not as if Job Life was strapped. They were strapped for cash in this one. They've, obviously with that 6-round lead that they were able to get, it was looking good. They were able to build up a decent amount of economy, same goes for the ultimates.
True.
And it was truly off the back of a couple of ecos and a couple of devastating rounds that Dead Elise have been able to serve up to them, that they're now in a position where they had to save, and they're still risking not being able to field a complete buy. You can see there's half shields, a couple of bits of utility missing. It's not ideal, but it's not the worst.
No.
So it's the silver lining is they do still have the ultimates, they still have weaponry, it's just they haven't got 100%.
Indeed. Job Life looking to act quickly here. Purpo considering if there is an angle underneath the trip, but thinks better of it. Shoots it instead. Looking at the adaptation from Dead Elise though, quite slow with Nunmeister being all the way around. Needing some time. Rolling Thunder into market, wanting to create space for Purpo to move into. Realizes no one's affected by it, but in the process, Shin finds an entry elsewhere. Purpo falls down, and instantly things have equalized. Spike planted, and you see Cypher is actually stuck. Dimensional Drift used, Chiwa in the backline, he's infiltrated, and no one had a clue. That's a double, and Shin holds onto his ground, leaving Bastia to do it by himself, but with Sivov knowing where his opponent is, it's a simple spray behind the smoke. Job Life with a massive ace up their sleeve.
Yeah, and the ace being Chiwa on that long flank, coming around from tiles up in towards top mid. And sure, it's unfortunate the fights that go over towards market initially off the back of the Rolling Thunder being invested, but it all comes into play. Buying time, giving extra delay, sort of being that misnomer of attention, wanting to pull it back towards side that we are fighting. You need to look this way, you need to drain out towards backside, because they hadn't been able to gain any of that position, and Trio is able to slip in through the back line.
Look at this approach. 3 players, very quick to potentially pounce on this B hit. Fraction though, that's going to be as free as they come as Chiwa walks into his screen.
You're not allowed to walk into one ways in 2025, or you will get shot.
No, man. Yeah, that's so outdated.
Well, that's at least an initial kill that goes in favor of Detulis and is an untradeable one. So you can see how they've settled back into a little bit of a comfier position. You initially had 3 players close over towards B main off the back of Chiwa falling on the extremity. They've now gone for that backside hold, playing for the retakes, not going too aggro. But hang on.
Ooh, yeah, Basia back to back onto Shuri shots for Stark. So, but the rest of the attack from Job Life isn't quite working the way as it was intended. Purpo knows he's got to do some heavy lifting, so he'll have to take backside control, spots out a leg, and gets a full view of Kia's back, dropping to the ground. Oh, you can't miss that one, Fractioned. But maybe you can afford to because you still have the numbers. Purpo is playing a game of cat and mouse here, wanting to take the fight head on. Oh, that is clean. And we're down to a 1v1. A pure duel.
Go, go, go.
And Purpo wanting to see if he can get the jump on his opponent. None. Do you have the read here? Are you going to look in the right direction? The swing out. None's ready for it. Therefore, Detulis winning this one and trying to keep a close score.
Yeah, the recovery for Detulis, you can't understate what it would mean for them, not only for confidence-wise, but momentum going into the second half. You're looking at it was what, a 6-1 scoreline. Everything was being in favor of Job Life with ultimates, with money, and all this. And slowly but surely, Detulis have been chipping away, and now we're in a position where we could even see a 5-7 half.
Wild, isn't it? How the turntables.
Off the back of an operator coming out for Fractioned in the last, it's one that opened it. Maybe not necessarily as much impact in closing.
I mean, this was one of the win conditions for Detulis in Challengers Northeast, right? Fraction getting his hands on the operator as soon as damn possible, being a big aspect of these openers and closing out off the numbers advantage. And now they've got that one online. Could make Job Life's lives a little bit more difficult. They've spotted where it is now, but this mid control from Job Life needs to be respected.
Yeah, but from Job Life, you have mid control, you have 2 players on each extremity, but not necessarily getting given anything from Detulis. You can see with the trip setup they have over towards B, they don't have to peek that. Same goes over towards A. You have Nunmeister and the trip holding all the
spotted.
timing.
Yeah, he spotted out his leg. Starks backs off of it, though. Yeah. Good thing, too, realizes that the Aldrone may have realized his position. Purpo getting away with a freebie. And from the shadows is used, and instant ace-like access granted. Spike's nowhere near, though. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, you're hoping to get Detulis on the move, and that's exactly what's happening. Starkso able to get away with one, but instantly traded. Job Life have entered the B site, and look how far Chiwa is pushed up to. Detulis have got no clue what the plan is for Job Life. They currently think the A site is the target.
I mean, Shin is here, and he's going to be puffing up his chest with the TPs, with the paranoia, and Chiwa's in the back line, the timing. At least he gets one, knows exactly where Fraction is coming on, deals with him. Another neural theft up online, and Q thought he was going to be able to be the backstab. The flank over towards A is now just sentenced towards death in this half. And sure, it started to get a little bit slippery for Job Life towards the end, but they're able to stabilize just at the very last round to make sure the lead isn't closing too much and can be going into the next half with an 8-4 lead.
A checkmate in the last round for Job Life, being 2 steps ahead means that Deadly Release still have a mountain to climb onto their attacking side now, where they haven't really tended to be that great. Safe to say, a pistol round is a necessity.
I mean, maybe not necessarily a necessity, but it would make things a lot easier when they're trying to mount a little bit of a comeback. Be a great place to start, and similar to the defense, it's mid where they want to explore. Off the back of the traded pot shots, decide to vacate.
I thought Nun was being really sneaky there, but ended up being spotted by the Owl Drone. Thing is, Job Life don't quite know to what extent this push has taken place. Now they've decided it's best to leave him back. Purple realized Bassi was on his monitor and the minimap, but it's Bassi to get the jump on that. So Deadly Release with the numbers, as good as it comes. Spike going down, and likely to be holding with 2 players strong on this elbow side. And Fraction, point blank distance, could be avoiding this stun. Starks are aligning the recon. Smoke to block out the impact the rest of the players in elbow can have, and that's indeed just that. Fraction isolated and back to square one with 4 players per side. Searching the entire site. No one found, but close to the smoke, that's when the rest of Deadly Release can spray. Diffuse halfway. It's getting a little bit pressuring, but Starkso having to work around a smoke, a wall of lead. It's not easy. Therefore, Deadly Release get away with the round 1 of the second half.
I absolutely love the position of that spike fan that Deadly Release did just over towards that far corner, and that's what you get afforded when you have so much control over towards the site with the one way that you place over towards the position, like the position you see in the replay. That you can sit in towards elbow. The smoke that they usually put, you can see if the spike is getting defused or not. You can see exactly the progress, and it just makes it a lot more difficult for any of the Job Life players trying to stick that defuse.
Yeah.
And we said it started with a pistol. Now again, we haven't seen too many forces so far in the games that we've been casting after the pistol loss, so Job Life are coming into this with absolutely nothing bar a couple of bits of utility. You're hoping they do something with this, and especially if you can catch a couple of players off guard, but the flash is there to support.
Yeah, it's a good start here for Deadly Release, especially given, like you said, Job Life are going in with the pistols. You want to make sure this one is a clean one. Don't really want to give up too many weapons, and you can see a couple of players haven't even bought on their end, so they're looking to have a really strong bonus with a couple of Vandals bought up. But for now, a drop back. There's a small push and pull into the B site, keeping players busy, but it looks like the A site is the end target.
I mean, yeah, if you're definitely you want a strong bonus, because it's exactly what Job Life were able to do for you. They had 4 handles, which you talk about it being a buy like this, a couple of people coming with well, it's a couple of bulldogs or maybe a bulldog and a vandal. You tend to see the recycling of weapons. But there was coming full stack of rifles. If Fearbo can do too much damage. No, he can't do any damage. Just a
dink.
Yeah, but a dink's not enough, really. You would hope to get a kill or 2.
Yeah, just a smack on the face. Yeah, no elimination. Just some mental damage.
Yeah, it's just a my gun is bigger than yours kind of moment with the classic versus the bulldog coming in.
Yeah, giving them a migraine. That's a bit it. There you go. 2-0. They've got a lot to live up to, though, Deadly Release, don't they? Given the fact that Job Life had a 5-0 start on their attacking half.
I mean, I think they just have a lot to live up to in general. Coming out into Northeast, right? Coming as the 3rd seeds, wanting to prove something. They didn't necessarily have the best debut in this split against one of the MENA representatives, and now coming into this one, you just want to be able to prove that you can fight with some of the best when you're looking towards the future, whether or not they make Ascension plays for extended play. But it seems that Purpo's had a little bit enough of Nunmice's antics, at least over towards the extremity of A, and now that is able to push in on towards this line, and they're able to rotate away.
Cover going out.
Yeah, and Deadly Release have taken a lot of mid-control in the process. Job Life thinking about how they want to deal with this. You can see how quickly Sivov is looking to move out of the position, but Starkso pushes through a smoke. As Deadly Release is surprised, there's nothing they can do about it. They've only got 2 players remaining, and they're very isolated from one another, and one has also been spotted in mid. Starkso does get punished for his acts, but is that really enough?
I mean, Starkso self-initiates for a double kill over towards top mid with his reveal, which pings out both of those players, gives him 2 free kills through the smoke. He's able to pop out short. Goes down to the 3rd player in mid, but it's information for the players to work with for Job Life. They still have the numbers. You can see how far back Chua is playing. It's a give and take in the situation. They're taking A.
Triggered.
They'll give B.
30 seconds left.
Don't cut them out yet. Maxim and Baziev had their fair share of clutches.
One enemy remaining.
But Job Life isn't a team to toy with. Not a team that will disrespect. They'll make sure every corner is checked, every stone is unturned. Or turned. And it's their win to take. So as soon as they get guns on the board, they get something going their way.
One enemy remaining.
I was going to say, you talk about Bastion and Maxim in the clutches. Maxim in the 1v3. I swear, if you give him the Odin, he wins that. But in the match he was playing... It's actually insane. In the match he was what was it, Corrode that he was playing against the Ultimates, the amount of kills this man was getting with the Odin should be illegal.
Mate, that was a 1917 overtime.
Yeah, yeah.
A nuts game. Yeah.
And he was just being a menace on the Odin for majority of the overtime.
Just super annoying. It was just being a menace.
But coming into
let's be fair. Dead Elise have been menaces to a lot of teams in Northeast, taking maps off of Enterprise, taking Team Liquid Academy to 5 maps in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, they're making a case for themselves, maybe not necessarily with a shock dance.
Sure.
I think they're trying to find the camera.
Oh, they've heard it. I don't know where it is approximately, into the left-hand side corner. Oh, Basia. No! For a moment there, you thought he was in trouble, but then again, check the top right-hand side of your screens. But suddenly, Chua comes to life with a triple kill, and it leaves Basia to himself. He thought he did quite a lot already, cleaning up market. Avoiding the stun, but there's no avoiding Cyvof's bullets. Job Life on double digits, and Daddy Elise into economical recession.
And then they will die.
Yeah, that was sort of the chance to come back into this one. Close up the gap before it gets to a little bit of a danger zone. Surprise, Basio comes out on top of that kill, but the only issue is you're not coming out on top of Chiwa over towards backside, and he's the main first line of defense over towards this B side on this Cypher. And an issue they haven't necessarily dealt with when it was on the defensive side themselves.
Ooh, this is aggressive from Dead Elise. Want to make quick work and take advantage of the closer up positions this thing can take advantage of, but Purple's ready for that. Shin's left behind to do some more damage. Look at Purple posting up as well, then really not taking any chances here. And Dead Elise have pretty much shown their heart, their hand. Sure, they've got Basia going in for a bit of a lurk, but wherever he goes, he's going to be greeted by tripwires. So they know where he is approximately, and it's not really pulling too much attention. None gets away with one. And if you get more kills just like that, maybe you've got a chance, because there's only one left close by onto this A site. Sure, there are players approaching from the sidelines. Can Cypher be traded? Already just the one. Paranoia through, and it hinders his senses. Starkso able to jump in. Purpo joins in as well. So enough fun for Dead Elise in that one. They made it look a little bit scary for a moment in time, but it's just Basia in his own little world right now.
Yeah, and especially with Chiwa coming up from
30
main,
seconds left.
sort of minimizes the positions where Basia can be hiding to. The only thing is, any sort of contact that he's going to get off anyone, someone ready to trade it out. Finally spotted over towards the steps position. Chiwa swings. And it was a little bit of a formality towards the end there, but you can see the way they were able to get back in, especially after a belter of a shot over towards the elevated position of the Omen player.
And that's the danger of having a substantial lead in the first half, because sure, Deadly Elise with the pistol in the follow-up, as soon as you get the ball rolling on your own buy rounds, you already feel like you're just an arm's length away from closing up the map. And that's exactly where Job Life are right now. Deadly Elise needing a timeout to get out of the slump.
Yeah, it's also just trying to figure out what they actually want to do, because when we saw them go for those faster plays, it was a little bit more believable in some of those rounds. Sure, it got messy once they were able to get onto the site. And in the last, we saw them get control over towards elbow, but it was getting that extra step out onto site that they started to struggle with when they were lacking the utility and also the weaponry. But the thing is, into this one, they're at least going to have the money. A little bit of time to figure it out as well, but something... Hopefully using Unmice's ultimate, maybe trying to feed some orbs over onto players like Maxime and Fractions.
This is a nice spot. Yes, this should do. That goes there.
A little bit of it.
It's not an easy one, is it?
Yeah, and it's a switch up in setup coming in from the Job Life players. Chiwa is now the 1-4, but on the opposite side. A couple of kill trips over towards A side. Aggression down mid.
To push. Fraction gets the catch on Purpo. So the breakaway from Job Life doesn't actually pay off. They wanted to surprise Dead Elise and disrupt what they had planned. Fraction's low. He gets away. That's so important. Dead Elise having all 5 players available to them now.
It's a reset now from Job Life. Fight down mid, out of B main. Sure, it didn't necessarily go in their favor, but at least some answered back damage on towards Fractions. Stark, so he has been able to recycle the operator. Make sure he stays online over towards B main. So it has some semblance of control, but mid is wide open.
And Job Life are basically asking the question, how good are you on the go? How can you make quick, rapid decisions on the mid-round when your plan has already been disrupted? And now the call has been made to break out into this B site. Dimensional drift from None. He's revealed a couple of the backside players, and it's given ample space for Deadly Elise to move into. None taking the push. Pacific is ready for it. Fraction. There's a trade up onto Stark, so Pacific isn't giving up. Pushes past to a smoke. Second time running. A triple kill attributed. And it's back to square one. 2v2. With Dead Elise scrambling to get the spike into the ground.
You can see them pinging out the bodies, knowing the dimensional drift's available for Chiwa.
And the dimensional drift, well, the neural theft really, revealing where they are, you're right. Still, spike to go down. And Shin sees the chances. One is busy planting to go for this fight. Oh, Maxim gets away. It's a game of chicken. Who takes the peak? Who swings? Recon not broken as Shin repositions, takes a pre-fire shot, and it lands exactly where he wanted it, directly between the 2 eyes of Maxim. Job Life, as close as it was, they recover it and are now 1 round away from putting Sunset behind them.
And off the back of how flat their aggression turned out towards the start, but you could see the pings coming through on where the bodies were of the heroics we saw Sevov have in that 1v3 fight, managing to take down 2. We're into a winnable position for his remaining teammates. Chiwa's ultimate doing a world of work for them in towards that one. Obviously, it comes down to hitting towards the shot. Shin closes that one out. And now we're at the opportunity for Job Life to close out this map.
Scanning ahead.
6 chances, that is. 6 opportunities. Fraction stunned up early. Trying to use the Hunter's Fury to gain some early frags. It hasn't found a pick, has it? Not a single tag. That's rough. And look at Deadly Elise now grouping up into this A site. Looking to use 2 different positions to take over. You can see the pings on the minimap as well. Looking to line up a Paranoia. A Rolling Thunder in retaliation though. But Fraction gets to jump into Sivov? How does that happen? How is he concussed and still gets to fight? That clears up the A side for his team. Deadly Elise take over A, but Starkso isn't backing out. Wants to disrupt before the plant goes down. Unable to do so. Job Life are falling further and further behind, but it doesn't feel they're relenting. They're sticking by. Do they wave the white flag? What do they do? Especially with Bassa getting into the back line, a bigger disruptor to the mix. Chiwa finds one. It's a silver lining, but Shin's left in a solo journey and he's already unlocked the code for 2. But Kia being crouched is the answer here. Deadly Elise holding on, but boy did Job Life make them shake.
even in relatively convincing rounds to the Dirty Elite, there's always something that one of the Job Life players pulls out of their hat. We saw, admittedly, it went in favor of Job Life in the end, but Sevov with the double kill over towards backside on B, or even in towards this one, we saw Shin put his best foot forward. And realistically, if he connects that 1v1 against here, he could have just defused and won the round because Basu was miles away.
Ooh, that's a great TP off the back of the paranoia. Flamboyant! And he gets away. Pepper's there to say, I'm here to keep my teammate alive. I'm doing something, and he nearly did off the back of the flash, but Maxim, what a turnaround. Great shot. He stabilized the Endeavor. Kia finds himself in a deep position. And you know, Job Life are aware of it now, but how can they react off the back of it? Sivov, he just jumps into the air, lands on his feet, and finds a snappy headshot. Look at the push from Job Life, though, and Basti gets caught off guard, pants down. Job Life have got the numbers.
Holding on to Elbow here is massive because look at the space that Dirty Elite players have to work with. It's only towards side. They have to pick a plane to fight on, and they'd fight Elbow.
They've got double the amount of players available to them, and they're being patient. They know they don't need to take any chances here, and they're waiting for the rest of the team to arrive to play this one collectively. Shin center side, giving information of where one player is. You need to check this corner, though. Kia gets away with one, and it's just a delay as Chua finds the alternative angle. All down to Maxim, but he's limited in space. Limited in numbers and assistance. Sivov finds his third pick in the round, and Job Life for the 13th round in the game. This is when the Fat Lady sings, and map number one falling into Job Life's hands.
Yeah, they're at least able to close out their map pick, but yeah, for the side of Dirty Elite, it's something that you want to see a little bit more fight, because again, it's sort of reminiscent of what we were seeing in Northeast when they were playing against teams like Enterprise that are one of the top seeds or one of the top teams you're looking towards Ascension. They were able to show glimmers, but glimmers aren't enough at this level of play. And yeah, off the back of that one, they're definitely wanting to be going into the next map. Their map pick a little bit stronger.
Well, Job Life have made their jobs easier in this best of three, taking their own map pick. But now they've got another couple of chances to close this series out. Can Dirty Elite bounce back, or can Job Life take it all the way? We'll be finding out soon. But first, over to the analyst desk to break everything down.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I mean, look, that's an interesting one, because I think for Job Life, obviously, the result that they wanted coming out of that. But I think Dirty Elite, as it stands, as they have done, I think, over the course of Stage 3 this whole time, they have put up a performance where you could see them actually putting up some contention, especially on the next map where they are much more confident. That first half, it actually ended quite good for them.
Yeah, no, like, I think it's maybe a little bit closer than the scoreline suggests. I think there were definitely some clutch rounds that they lost, which maybe they lose a 2v1 to Starzo or like Shin towards the end in the 1v2 as well. That I think if those go a different way, maybe we actually see this being a fairly close map. And for a team that I think came in as a fairly heavy underdog, I think they did well. And there was definitely some like glimmers of hope going forward into their own map choice. You have to bear in mind that even going back to Dirty Elite's previous matches, this is their best performance, I think, over this last couple of stages on this map. So, like, realistically, they'll take that. Probably not quite as happy as they could have been if they managed to make it like a 13-10, 13-11 and show, but I think it's proven that it's not just a complete, like, outclass. They're not coming in as, like, a team that will be unable to even just frag versus this squad. They made that one look relatively close, even though the scoreline is still a 6-round gap.
Yeah, and there were some definite standout players as well there. We can take a quick look at Nummice's map stats for that one, because I do think there were some highlight plays, and while, you know, the clutches over the course of that map for Dirty Elite, they were a little worse for wear in terms of closing out against some of the, you know, the big shooters on Job Life. I do think that over the course of the whole map here, especially, you know, the two duelists there were performing well.
But that was sort of the point I wanted to make going forward, is like, you have someone who's gone in, played that Yoru, played the Neon and the other duelist as well, and you've looked decent. Like, there's been rounds, I think, with Nunmeister getting a 3K to close out a round, like having closer rounds individually versus some of the players on the other side. And I sort of said, going into the next map where you're also going to be running a double duelist, that you're also going to be having to get aggressive and sort of play off of each other in that sort of fashion, I think it's a good sign that on a map that you are clearly not very comfortable on, that you're still performing well going into a map that then you are very comfortable on. So I think that it's definitely an opportunity. Our Job Life still going to be favored? Of course. Let's not be silly. They're the #1 team coming out of their region, and they're all tier 1 players that have come into the tier 2. But I do actually think there's a chance that Deti Elise are able to take map number 2.
Well, before we focus on map number 2, I think we wanted to just take a quick look at something you highlighted, Chihuahua's flanks over the course of this map, because I think anybody could pick this one up from just looking at the map every now and then. But why don't you talk me through what you see here?
Well, this is the problem with a lot of these rounds were relatively close for a moment, but it was the space that was lost elsewhere. Like, you can talk about like the battles on the site, they were setting up for a retake, but the big gap was exploited multiple times by Chihuahua, and he's just a solid player in terms of trigger discipline, just knowing when is the right time to take the fight, when is the right time to sort of like wait that little bit of extra additional time. And he's so patient with everything that he does that while there is aggression going on elsewhere, while they're winning fights, that space is being had. And basically in this round, he's just waiting for that Cypher to go down so that he can then grab so much space. And they're still looking at all the distractions that have gone on elsewhere, Shin pressuring the A site, Plant coming in. And at this stage, he's so deep within enemy lines that, yeah, of course you're not going to be expecting anybody to be here, but that's just all about his own individual timing, sort of having that cerebral play as a sentinel. And those 2 rounds end in that moment. The second he does what he does, the round is over. And then when you look at the scoreline, if that space is not left, maybe they don't get those rounds.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, well, looking forward to the rest of this. Obviously, we're moving on to Deti Elise's map pick. It's a map where they're much more comfortable. We're going to Haven. This is a map where they've had some really good performances against outstanding teams in Northeast. But Job Life also very happy on this map. They have a 4-4 win rate. They are about a 60% win rate on both sides, so they don't have like a specifically strong side. You know, they're a well-balanced team on this map, so it's still going to be an uphill battle for Deti Elise, who are much more comfortable on the attack here on Haven. I think, as you could see there, when they were being able to deal with the flanks, they were a very aggressive team, right? And I do think that is their boon, right? This is something that they're good at. This is something that they have to really play into here when we move to Haven, because for them, I think that's their win condition, right? Is getting those defensive rounds like they did on that first half there, but being able to convert them when they get to the attacking side.
Yeah, for sure. And I think I've seen enough signs going into the second map that there's an opportunity for them. I don't think that they were completely shut out of that game. Okay, the slow start definitely didn't help them out, but I think they're a squad that have definitely shown some promise. And obviously at this stage, all the pressure is kind of on Job Life. Like, obviously for Dete Elise, it is a case of if you lose this, you are out. But Job Life have much higher expectations. They're on one of the bigger orgs. They're meant to be the best team in France. If they lose here, even a map could cause them issues down the line. So a lot of pressure on the Job Life players. And for Dete Elise, I kind of hope that they're able to use that to their advantage.
All right, well, we will find out very shortly. We're going to go to a quick break before we come back with map 2 of Haven, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And
let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become I'm the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large, we go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large, I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop or low. Dream big, live large, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. I'm here to give you a short little update on the game that is going on off stream. That is the Mouse versus Twisted Minds game. Now, map 1 has just concluded. It was Lotus, a map that we don't see much from Mouse, but they 13-1 Boars the other day, so we're expecting big things. However, Twisted Minds, they picked up the pistol. They started to really build that momentum. A little bit of a clawback towards the end of the half, but with the second pistol round under their belt, Twisted Minds closed up the map pretty swiftly with a 13-7 victory. Now they are going on to Haven, a map that Mao's notoriously good at, 82% win rate, and again a strong showing against Boars only 2 days ago, and they have just literally taken the pistol round, so starting to show good signs of life. It's important for them because if Twisted Minds win this series, that puts them 2-0 with only Boars left to play, and that means Mouse could be in a spot of bother. But I will be back later to keep you updated on how the second and potentially third map are going over there. But for now, let's get back to this game, and I'll hand you over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Affinity. Yeah, over here, obviously, we were also, I mean, look, we were hoping for a bit of an upset, try and get something going between Job Life and Detty Elise. Job Life managed to take down Detty Elise pretty handily here in the first map, a little closer than they might have liked in the end. But now we're moving to Haven. It is Detty Elise's map pick here, a map where they've had some more success over the course of Stage 3 so far. So we're expecting slightly bigger things from them here, maybe staging the start of a comeback.
Yeah, of course, for both sides, I feel like this is still a fairly comfortable map. Like, I think especially when you're running that double duelist composition, it's been seen and done by so many different teams with the ISO and the Yoru that I don't think Job Life are going to come into this seeing anything new. And they've kind of stuck to the fairly similar compositions to what we've seen from them already, with the Breach still making an appearance. I do wonder if, obviously, the short shelf life of this team, obviously only really coming together in June for the majority, they've just stuck to fairly basic compositions. But I do think that gives an opportunity. The Yoru ISO has been a very, very popular composition, but it does revolve around your duelist popping off once again. So it's a good thing that Fractioned and None had a good first map, as I think carrying that through into the next map is going to be important. But of course, they're still up against very tough opposition.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, it's always going to be an uphill battle for Detty Elise here, but they're no stranger to that kind of matchup. Of course, there are definitely contenders in Northeast. You may look at Challengers EMEA Stage 3 and go, well, Northeast aren't even a region to be considered whatsoever. But of course, Enterprise Esports did win Stage 2. They definitely made things difficult for every team coming into Stage 3 here, and Detty Elise were able to take a map off them. So, at the very least, just make life difficult for them, right? And that is that's the part that we're hoping that we're going to see from this team if we do want to get a good game out of this one. Of course, whoever loses this has no chance of getting through to the playoffs at this point. With 4 teams in a group stage, it does mean that 2 losses completely discounts you from getting through. So both are going to be fighting tooth and nail. That's the main point here. And maybe with their backs up against the wall, Detty Elise can pull something together.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely going to be one of the more interesting of the maps between these squads. I think there's a chance that Detty Elise could take this to a third, but realistically, you still just have to look at the caliber of player on the other side. I think that Purple going over to the Jet, he's always going to have impact on that agent. And I also think that it's easy to get ahead of yourself when you see a team lose a map and then go, okay, that's one of our strongest, and go straight into it. But you not only have the fact that Ulf have proven to be an incredibly good side, even if it just is off a lot of that individual brilliance, but then also within France, they've destroyed everyone else. So I still think there's a good chance that this ends in a 2-0.
All right, well, we will find out very shortly now. I'm going to throw it over to Pavlos and Winter to take you through Haven.
I'm muted. How about that? All right. Yeah, I was going to say two very different identities in backgrounds, in terms of background for these two rosters when you look at it, but two very different styles of play coming into Haven, two very different agent compositions.
Yeah, you sort of have the double duelist versus the tried and tested default composition we've seen. Yeah, maybe it's a Cypher instead of a Killjoy, but this is the bread and butter of compositions we've seen on Haven for a long, long time.
Chiro will be on the receiving end of potential C hits. Looking for a couple of pot shots towards Long. And Fraction has gone down to 24 points of health, using the cover of Cubby for now. Also dropping back completely now, potentially repositioning to mid. A B hit here. And Job Life seem very decently equipped for this.
Yeah, especially with the stun to delay. You have a couple of rotates, a couple of reinforcements coming through in the form of the C-Link players. And that's just put a stunt into the Detty Elite attack. They tried C, took a lot of damage and got shut out. Tried to go towards B, got stunned, got shut out. And now again, they're trying to go towards it.
Job Life, it's their turn to try and make something work out of this one. Purpo was his individual fight, and instantly Detty Elise at a net negative. How do you bounce back from this? The answer is you don't. Job Life regress again. So Dead Elise had all the tempo to do all they wanted at the first couple of pushes, but then Job Life said, nah, it's our turn to shine.
Yeah, they tried C, couldn't get it going. Tried B, couldn't get it going. Went A, couldn't get it going. And back to C now for Bastia, but the only issue is he's lost all of his teammates in that sort of round.
It's a lonely world.
Wait a moment.
And a ton of utility landing on him as well. Right, stand up, shove that landing at his feet. So he's a little bit more malleable for these Job Life players to deal with. Avoids the recon tag, but nevertheless, Job Life know exactly where he is, and it's the French organization to carry on the momentum to the next map.
And that's going to be one of the main things. Sure, this isn't necessarily Job Life's pick, but like they were saying on the desk, it is a very strong map. And regionally, they have not really been tested. I think the closest game was a 13-9 against Valiant, which again, Valiant are no one to shy away from in regards to the caliber of that team. And they've only actually suffered a loss against an international team of just absolute Turkish demons, really, of the Amazon Ulf. So coming into this one, it's not going to be a map that they're shying away from. And it's a lot to prove for Death Elite of why this was their pick. And a force.
Well, you did complain about no forces previously, but now we've got one. I at least think they can get something done here.
What?
Surprise! What? No! Shin, who looked like he was in the perfect situation to deal with that, but Key is just too damn quick. Too damn fast. Whoa. Okay, Job Life in big trouble here. Running out of players, running out of control and space. Elise have just taken over, just like that.
And they have 5 players standing.
And you've also got Bassi on the lurk. Ah, Staxo's aware of it. So, not the worst.
And they have actually a lot of utility on Seavolve, plus this outdraw coming out, so they have a couple of players being spotted. It's just what they can do off the back of it. They need to speed up.
Ooh, Staxo gets a shot across even before the recon sets up the tag. Sivov, the only one standing here for Job Life, and he's got a lot to do and barely any time to do it. That is a brilliant response from Detti Elise, catching Job Life napping. A force paying off, and honestly, how that round started, I do not know.
Oh, it's off the back of Kia, like throughout it all, gets the timing of the TP up on towards top site as Shin's grabbing the paranoia, wanting to make a play out of the smoke as his teammates are arriving in towards C-Link for that flood out. And yeah, it's a little bit of a timing issue for Shin there, gets caught off guard and he just sort of runs away with the round. And this, guys, take notes. A force, the first force we've casted, and it goes in favor of Detti Elise.
Moral of the day is force every single second round.
Guys,
no.
Well,
I thought we were learning things here, Summer.
If you can get the spike down, sure.
Okay. Back to the drawing board, really. Back to the notes.
Back to the pushing.
If, buts, and maybes. But the absolute here is these classics doing a lot of damage.
Oh, and that's a Vandal
now
they
it's
can
Job
pick
Life's
off.
turn to convert it.
At least there should be a Vandal there that they can pick up.
Mid-crunch? Oh. Kia with this pick, I think he's just saved the day, right? Because now Sivov, only 20 points of health, doesn't make this easy of a retake.
Yeah, but you're talking about the retake and Sivov being low. Kia's also low. That's going to be something a classic can take down. So you're looking at that head-to-head. It's going to be whoever hits the first bullet. Chiwa also has been able to recover a Vandal. He has 100 HP, but no shields. It's that sort of conversation there, but Sivov's going against the wrong person here. It's the one with full HP. But yeah, so just ensuring he's down for the count. It's going to be a difficult situation for Chiwa.
Let's see what you're made of. Touching the spike once. Bring it to Kia into the open. What a snap.
Don't interrupt.
Down to 65. Oh, he's thinking this, isn't he? No, never mind. Just Huff will do. Oh, had the right read. The best position he could have swung, but Passia ready for a headshot connecting and Stetti Elise to make sure they don't fall to classics.
Yeah, this engagement, not ideal. I think it's fair to say for both teams.
Sure.
saw how messy it got for Job Life on the second round. It's something that they were able to at least give Dirty Elite a taste of their own medicine, but they were able to stabilize, connect the second round in a row. And now we're back to full rifles, and even Purpo's managed to get an early operator out. Let's go for an
stuck
early
in the
pick.
corner. Purpo trying to take advantage of that, and it works superbly. You knew you funneled them into that position. Quick switch up now into B though. 4 players stacked.
Why destroyed?
Chua realizing what's about to happen, still gets away with one and breaking the shield of Fraction. Still Daddy Elise are losing the players, not allowed to plant though. Rolling Thunder initialized. Stark Show dealing with Fraction as he avoids that ultimate. The key is basically Daddy Elise's final saving grace. Smoke thrown in to assist Maxim's push onto site. If you're Job Life, you know this position can be taken up, and that's indeed what has happened. He is able to readjust onto the Siva, but he's moved so far wide into the corner, can't readjust for the second, and it's a cleanup for Job Life by the end. This is a big back and forth to get things going.
Yeah, that looks a lot more like it from the side of Job Life, a lot more calm and measured per se. Even after they get the initial couple of trays, the Rolling Thunder that comes out over towards B doesn't even hit Fraction, but they're aware of that position that it doesn't connect to. They double swing towards that. They know Garage Window is an opportunity for a gap for some of the players to get through from the side of Detu Elite, and they double swing that as well. So even though these players are able to get one kill, there's always that second layer coming in for the trades, which is going to be super, super important as we see this map progress, because of how not only how many rounds we've seen in the first map of Job Life being able to pull out multi-kills from their hat because of the spacing of Detu Elite wasn't necessarily there, or the trades were starting to falter.
Wow, my eyes are down.
I think that they need to prove just a mishap in the first map.
If you're Detu Elise here, you've already shown your ground in a couple of positions so far, and you've been prone to re-clear angles, and Purpo gets lured away with the Owl Drone, but into the 1v1, an operator, when Fractions has got his, when he's got his shield up, is not going to make it easy. So, a great pickup for Detu Elise to have, but look how quickly Job Life would bolster up this A-side defense.
And that's the positions you're allowed to over-rotate realistically into, because you have none of the util of Chiwa being dealt with. It's this trip still up on B, trip still up on Garage. Even a camera on C that you have Shin looking after as well. You can bolster up this site, reinforce it. Anything Detu Elite haven't necessarily committed. Starting to think otherwise of other positions, other areas of map that they have no control over, that they want to explore.
None looking to create a position of pressure in which Job Life can focus upon. And indeed, it does keep 3 players busy as Detu Elise make their move into this B site. It's left undefended, and on the cross, 2 players were standing, but not for long, as Fraction makes sure they are tucked into bed. In a matter's notice, that round is over, just because of what Fraction was able to do.
Yeah, double kill seemingly out of nowhere, a lineup really. Job Life's players still want to give this a look.
Last player standing.
Fraction says why they shouldn't. They're quad piece. And if there was a crowd, they'd be shouting, Ace, Ace, Ace. He's definitely on the lookout, and the recon has tagged Shin. A double TP to safety, but is it quite safe? Because Fraction really wants this. He's running. He's going. He knows Kia's up here. The paranoia has affected him, and no ace for Fraction. Oh, party pooper Shin. But at least he gets a consolidation frag by the end of this one. Detu Elise, brilliant read on that mid-round there. Fraction, this double opened up that round wide.
Oh, I didn't even
meant to get the second one.
Yeah, he did not even mean to kill Siva. He just got a stray bullet straight to the head.
Badunk.
Yeah, that's a rough situation, especially with Purple getting caught off guard. It was a great position of how much, like, up towards A long that it gave them, but as soon as Fraction spots him out, uses the kill contract, isolates This Jet with an operator. We're talking about Jet with an operator. Jet with the Sheriff is what you have to watch out for.
As well as a Hunter's Fury from Starkster, and that's a set play from Job Life that works out superbly. Again on the pistols, proving to be deadly. You've always got to respect them. Last time around, they at least were able to recover. That was round number 3 of the game. But in round number 6, they slowed down the pace.
But they're slowing down the pace as Bastia is gaining space over towards A. Oh, that is a belter of a shot. You could see Kiz was debating using from the shadows to rotate over, especially since he has the spike.
I mean,
Bastia.
That's not going to plan for Denny Lease, is it?
I don't think
Even
it
your
was in their plan.
X-Factors go flat. You're right. Nothing. I mean, it's Job Life's plan. That works exactly as they would have liked. All right, everybody running for the upgrades. Who will be able to find a Vandal? It's just Shin and Purpo to begin things. Chuba gets one. And so does Sivov. Okay, that's 4 rifles. Out of a pistol round, all 5 players survive. 4 rifles upgraded, and you won the round. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, some really nice shots. What I don't understand is how Starkster wasn't able to get an upgrade since he was the one that got the kill on Chua, so he's been robbed. But I don't think, honestly, it even matters coming into this one. The fact that they were able to utilize both of these ultimates and to a great avail as well of the aggressive push that they sent down C-Long. You could even see that in the future when they have Blaze Storms with a stun and a Paranoia. There's so many different ways they can do it. But it's in this one with a Dimensional Drift that's going to be feeding a lot of information over towards the Detty Elite Shape players, but it's feeding information of do not come to C. Go A. Do not come here. There's 4 players here. We've seen many, many men over here. Avoid, avoid, avoid.
Run as fast as you can into the Cypher trap, though. Chua trying to break the out-drone. Free as they come for Chua. And Spike plant for Detty Elise, but numbers deficit. 2 players knocking onto the back door. At least they were. We're just trying to keep players busy in the direction.
It makes it uncomfortable for the players on site. You can see the reaction that they've sent of Bastia and Maxime over towards short to deal with it.
I wonder if Fraction gets a frag here, and then he's just got time to get his ultimate across. Indeed, he's able to walk away, and I think his ultimate might not even be needed. Hunter's Fury getting a couple of tags in, softening up the rest of the players for Detty Elise to clean up. And here comes the kill contract. Sure, keep the rest of the team without their assistance. Fraction unable to win the 1v1, but you've delayed this push substantially. Maxim, you've got a recon. Your opponents know where you are, but you've been able to take Shin down before halfway. Diffuse has come underway, off with the classic. Sivov will be able to get the frag, but it's Detty Elise to win the round off of the time running out.
That's such an expensive round for Detty Elise. That was 3 ultimates. You start off with a Dimensional Drift to gather all the information that there are 4 players over towards C, hightail it into A. Then you have the Hunter's Fury just to do a lot of tags, trying to disrupt the retake of Job Life, and then you even have the kill contract dotted in the mix. Just even though those ults aren't necessarily as successful on paper in the sense of they don't win out the kill contract, the Hunter's Fury doesn't get as many kills as you were hoping, it's the time delay that they were able to buy.
Yeah, Clownson out to that right-hand side. Job Life have put a lot of their chips into this A-side push, but it's left the rest of the map exposed. She was responsible of this B hold, but it's just 3 players that will be enough to infiltrate. You've got to be wary of this window crunch, though. And none falls back into a corner. Chua caught, and now he's just a thorn into the backs of his opponents. Oh, the spray transfer is glorious. The 3rd bullet will do it. Had time on Shin, but it's his opponent to take that fight on. But maybe the damage has already been dealt.
But it doesn't matter. Look at the space they've been able to gain. Sure, it's front B, but it's planted for a link. The spike is going to be going down, and especially if Starso can't necessarily get all these kills. He gets good for 1, but that's not enough in this situation. There's still the numbers are in favor of Detty Elite, and the time is dwindling.
It is indeed. Sivov on the chase. Connects with 2! Or maybe he's got enough time, and this Kia can disrupt this. Gets the first pick, and all he needs is 1 bullet to land onto Sivov. Mission successful for Kia. Detty Elise determined to make Haven their own.
I feel like some of these rounds are what we were seeing on Sunset of it could have gone either way on some of them. Of it was a lot of the time Job Life players pulling up 2Ks out of the hat randomly. And now, it seems to me, Desilys are giving a little bit of their own medicine to Job Life. We should never get that close.
No, it really
Should never
shouldn't.
get that close, but they were able to get over the line. It seems B has been a site that's something they like visiting. Been one of the more favoured sites so far in this half. More successful ones as well.
Desilys. Again. Breaking utility in garage. Chewer though. What a nuisance! What a thorn! Gets 2, and suddenly Job Life in pole position.
Yeah, and especially with the Aldrin going down mid, and also Shin sticking around a little bit longer in towards that garage position, they've got a lot of information to work with to readjust the setup. Purpo getting out just in time.
Shin going for a walk up the plank. But he's not the one swimming with the sharks.
Kia's away. Kia can smell it.
Oh, he's sensing it. Oh, he smells blood, but it's Shin instead to cause that blood to flow. Maxim, shut down in the process. It's getting simpler and simpler for Job Life, isn't it? Shin eventually will drop. Finally, Basia puts an end to this madness. But this round already feels over. Sure, you're able to get a spike plant to the A side, but then you've got 3 players to deal with, and that is a big uphill battle.
I didn't even know if he's going to be afforded the spike plant.
No.
I didn't even know if there was time. Okay, there would have just been enough time, but with Purpo being so close over towards that B link, it's no chance he would have been able to cross out into sight. It's just
Would have been very close. Ooh. It feels like we're playing a tug of war here, Summer, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot of back and forth going on. That play, Chewer, Jesus. You're so annoying. And talk about annoying, look at this.
I will say the most annoying thing, if I was one of the Desilys players, is how many 2Ks the Job Life players can just get in a position where they shouldn't even be able to get away with their life. Like, you see Chihuahua over towards Garage, gets 2, sure he eventually gets traded, but that's still 2 free kills. Same goes for Shin over towards Long, and now back on towards the Eco. 1 hero rifle on Basia. I want to see what they can make happen over towards C, but just a bit of a vacant presence. The only rifle has his knife out.
Yeah. nice adjustment from Stark, so. But this is a gun game round, isn't it?
Well, they're gonna have weapons now.
1 enemy remaining.
They're not gonna have weapons anymore.
Got the spike.
Fraction has got himself something to play with. A toy to work with. 3 kills isn't a bad ordeal, I feel, for Desilys. They'll take that, but then again, you've only got a couple of rounds to take advantage of any economical discrepancy you create.
Yeah, there's not much discrepancy being created now, looking at how Job Life have been able to stabilize coming towards the tail end of this half. Not only with the ultimates that they've been able to build up, but the money, right? There's only 2 rounds left in this half.
Target down.
You're going to be looking comfortable going into the next 2. Main thing is, the ultimates, they have everything that they could want coming into this one.
Time to jump.
They've got everything. Absolutely everything.
And it's not saying that Desilys don't have a couple of ults to work with. They're close as well to both of the duelist ultimates, so if they can get a kill, we saw how impactful the kill contract was when that got online halfway through the round. So it's just whether they can make the ultimates as worthwhile, but oh, Purpo, you can see an elbow, and it doesn't even matter if you have the shield up. It deals with it as cleanly as can be, and that's not what you want from your 2 duelists. Now it's down to the supportive cast. Supportive agents to see what they can do, see what they can manage over towards A.
Yeah, it feels like it's the same story on the A side, just as it was on C. This time it's Chua on the receiving end, though. Uses the cage to hide out, but walks out and makes simple pickings of Kia. But boy, did that round start from Purpo's efforts. Sure, Maxime will try and prolong this
30
for
seconds left.
Desilys.
I mean, he doesn't want to necessarily prolong this. Looking at the money that they've got, there's only 25 seconds left. It's not necessarily a shoe-in. You're going to be able to make yourself believable in this round. So, a bit more damage could be fun.
10 seconds left.
Shoulder spotted. Know exactly where this player is going to be hiding out. Pings coming out across the map. Purpo takes away any opportunity of maximum saving coming into the last round of this half. And with the fact that there was only one ultimate utilized in towards that one, Joblife is still in a massive position coming into this 12th round.
Last player standing.
I love that we got to see the kills as well from Purpo to begin things. This man has gone through quite a lot, you know. Some would say maybe some stolen valor, you know, being attributed a title of the highest degree and having a chance in VCT with Giant X, but never really getting too much time to prove his own story, create his own lines, right? But now he's really stepping into brilliant form on Joblife.
That's the only thing. You go for the zero shields, investment into the Vandal. A little bit easier pickings when you go in towards the ultimate, and that's 2 entries now untraded for Joblife. But they have been corralled into a relatively small portion of the map.
Oh, look at this. You were hoping Basket could get away with something there, otherwise this round becomes very tough. And indeed, that is the status quo. You need a pick, and then maybe neural theft can be used and take advantages of any gaps in the map.
I mean, it was a lovely select play of aggression out towards the start. And it only continues as Trigger connects. Yes, another one over towards Garage. Short takes him low, but Popo's there in assistance.
30 seconds left.
Him.
Spike down.
Look at him walk in. But this Chewer still being such a thorn. Omnipotent, really. 7-5 is the score. Joblife did struggle to keep the ball rolling, but they do have a slight lead by the end of this one. They're already one map up, but being in pole position here makes their life easy for a potential 2-0.
One enemy remaining. Pull up.
And
Slowly but steadily, Joblife have created a slight lead, but it's a 4-round streak at the end of the previous half that made things more impressive. Dead Elise is their own map pick and their own way to potentially still fight for the remainders in this tournament.
Yeah, we closed out the last half with Joblife just really taking over in the race rounds. He had a couple of flawless back-to-backs. Highly dominant rounds. And instead, similar to Dirty Lucy on the pistol, they want to go over towards C, but this time they're actually gaining some space. They're gaining some traction.
Stun up onto Bastia. A bit of trouble, but assistance behind. It's just a push and pull from Job Life. They're going for a completely different target. I feel like they at least know this. Fraction already on the lookout. Kia's the one, though, to get some damage across. But again, blocked off. Job Life are reconsidering. Are they going to go for the double up onto the push or double backing? Purpo gets the shot onto the side, and that will make things slightly more malleable for Job Life to exploit. You've got to be looking out for the back line. Takeover from them, though. Kia holds down his own fort, which keeps things to a very difficult level for Shin to recover.
Only positive is both of these players are split up, and should none ever take this TP, it's not going to prove useful at all. So it's going to be the straight up fights. They are going to be reconvening, joining back up together, power of friendship and all, over towards A link. Shin has one smoke to work with, already utilized the paranoia to help set up his teammates earlier in the round.
Oh, the pre-fire from Bastia. Maybe walking in front of the smoke before it actually settles. There's not much in that, but it's enough for Dead Elise to get the pistol. The easiest way to square things up off the rip.
I wonder if he saw him before the smoke bloomed, or if it was more of a assuming, wanting to spam out the smoke. Yeah, it was a nice idea coming in from Job Life, but a couple of kills not going their way, especially as they were starting to gain space over towards B. It was a nice insert of Purpo through the C site into garage.
This should do.
At the same time, it was Nun's push from A that caught the opposition do this off guard and really put a spanner in the works of Job Life. Still full pistols, but a little bit of an investment for Purpo on towards the Sheriff. They want nothing.
They've got a great read.
Yeah, they want nothing to do with A.
Nah, yeeting out. That's it. Not happening.
Purpo was sticking around a little bit longer, seeing if you could catch anyone on the rear aggress, but instead it's Nun to hit the shot.
Thing is, you're still walking into a very dangerous Bastia here. Stuck an X could permit frag. Never mind. Never mind. You can't even get Bastia out of this position. Will never die, will he? And it looks like he'll stick around for the rest of the round as well. Chua, last player standing, and last player to fall. A flawless round for Dead Elise. That's what they need. A bit of a boost in confidence here. Not dropping a single player, taking every single weapon they had to the next one. As smooth as it comes, as they equalize the score 7-7.
Yeah, it's about getting back on track for them in this map at least. Yeah, a flawless round on the second will definitely help out a lot, but again, it wasn't much of an investment coming in from Job Life. You only had the one Sheriff being brought up on towards Purpo. A little bit of damage forces them to reinvest into shields, but other than that, it's the bonus round you're looking towards now. What can they do with all these saved weapons? Flawless was the second. Put them to work in the third, but None is not going to have an opportunity.
Stark breaking the trip to initiate this walk-in. Fraction. They're locked behind, to be fair. And Job Life doing their due diligence to not overcommit with the spike plant in case of a potential flood, but Dead Elise needs their sweet time to approach Kia a little bit too far back.
They really strained out in towards garage, spotted out Bastia's position. Achiro putting a trip on towards the flank, focusing the efforts over towards site, but Bastia wants to draw the attention. Make them question.
Yeah. The thing is, you've still got 4 players to deal with this, right? So even if one looks behind, even if 2 look behind, you still have got another couple doing the heavy lifting towards the other 2 entrances. That's a strong paranoia. Finds a couple of players in the process, but if you're Dead Elise, you're running out of time, and Bastia's created a lurk of his own. A guarantee by the end of this one. That is clean stuff from Purpo as well. A quad kill by the end of it. Chua to close things out completely. Job Life, they get guns in, and they get the round.
Okay, talking about Job Life, getting the weapons up on boards. Now it's Dirty Lucy's players that have them.
One enemy remaining.
So let's see what they can pull out on towards their rifle rounds. Because again, it's early early stages of this half, and fortunately for Desi Elite, they had a relatively good start to this map. It wasn't as slow as what we saw on towards Sunset, which was a 6-1 lead for Job Life. It's been neck and neck majority of this map so far. This would be a prime opportunity for Job Life to extend the lead. Put some space between them and the northeast side.
Take flight. Enemy mark.
Bit of information to work with, but it's nothing too crazy. It's still just a heavy default across the whole map. A lot of space though for Bastia down towards C long, which is allowing this heavy rotate over towards A.
And it could be the right call, couldn't it? This is where JL, Job Life, are approaching.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, 3 players down short is nasty, especially since there's no one there. So should they start to go for this walk around, a quick flank could possibly be on the cards.
Sivov is watching. Purple knows there's one here, but do you expect for there to be 2 more? Kia reveals himself. Sivov thinks he can be on the lurk, but Maxim taking a deeper stance prevents it completely, and that's the spike down.
It's 30
Starkso
seconds.
is completely isolated from it.
30 seconds left, you have no spike, there's 2 players defending it, and half your players on the other side of the map.
That's rough.
Hang on, they're making it happen.
Somehow they've both won their fights fractioned. You just need to stop the spike from going down or stay alive. That's both going to work in your favor. 7 seconds. Spike running. And I don't think Chiva's got the time.
Oh, it's going to be
I
really
think this
close.
is very close. Oh no, fractioned is the one to take the cake by the end of that one. Chua, an unfortunate situation because Job Life had no business bringing things so close. Purple getting a pick there, a double kill later on. Starkso did the most there, but it just wasn't enough as they ran out of time.
Yeah, running out of time, and it's just how far away that spike was dropped. If it was on one of the players that was fighting towards side, fighting all towards shorts, it would have been fine, but it was towards lobby that it was dropped. Thin margins, but it's a margin that's going to be favouring the defenders. 6th man on their sides. It's again aggression.
Maxim might be trapped. Oh, knife out.
Yeah, it's the slow crawl up over towards long, and the silent one at that, the updraft up and over, but thankfully none's able to adjust in time.
A little bit uncomfortable, some of these fights. Fractioned on the 1v1 minigame, but it's Chua to win it. How about that? Next time you put him in a kill contract, make sure that you know to cover your base.
Where is everyone?
Yeah, this is going to put a bit of a dampener on this retake if it was even going to begin, but already tucking tail and running as soon as Chua's ultimate comes out. The neural theft just going to be a little bit of a confirmation that these players don't want anything to do with the retake over towards A, and it's left a lot of space for Job Life to gain.
I mean, it's a must for Daddy at least to hold on to these rifles, otherwise the next round will just be consistent of pistols. And you want a little bit more than that. All the timing for Chua. Wait, do they actually have a situation where they can win? There's From the Shadows available.
No, there's no time.
What am I talking about? There's no time. Oh, like,
Pablos, how long do you think the defeat is?
I don't know. I don't know, man. Either way, though, this keeps things from getting out of control, really, for Job Life. Well recovered.
Yeah, there was no time, Pablos. It's okay.
No, absolutely not.
There was no time
Delusional.
at all.
Sacked.
I mean, if it happened 10-15 seconds earlier, maybe.
True.
But no, it's a secured round for Job Life and a relatively clean one at that. Mainly losing players on the hunt, on the exit kills. But you've seen what that's done for the side of Desi. The only other player that's been able to invest into this one alongside Kia's saved rifle is Nunmeister on this Guardian. He has managed to find a lot of space, with the TP running out. He has to make a decision. Stay on an island out towards A lobby. It's the one he decides upon.
I mean, look at the preemptive rotations as well from Daddy Elise, getting so much ground onto the A site information.
He's been spotted.
You've allowed to stack up. Ooh, you need to be careful. walking further back from the smoke, and a cage redropping. No reinforcement from Elise. They're not
Oh
buying
my god,
it.
there's
They've
4
got the
people
perfect
on
hold.
C.
Oh my goodness, what a read. They all swing, but they enter. A complete barrage of firepower. Purpo, that's a double. Job Life have won the exchange. And even though everything looked aligned for Elise, it doesn't go their way.
And they're just wanting Maxime to try and take this weapon, to try and get the Vandal, but he doesn't actually have to peek out to get it. So that is a weapon retrieved. Makes it a little bit more dangerous now as Meister's starting to recover in. He needs a couple on this entry, and that's exactly what he delivers.
If he gets a third there, that maybe makes this possible for Nun. But with a Guardian and a telegraph position, and a Ferrari peak of a classic shot, there's not much in it, is there? Double digits for Job Life, the first team to get there in map number 2.
This is actually going to be such a massive round coming into this one here. Obviously, it's going to be massive for Detilusi in the sense that they got weapons back. There's some time that they can take to answer back into this one. But it's regarding the ultimates as well. A lot of them are online. We have 8 ultimates across the board online out of everyone in this lobby. And have a little bit of a peek over what Maxime's using. Something we were talking about in his matches before, that Odin can be a menace, but it's Fraction that wants to take the first initial peek, and it's Purpo that comes out on top. Want to answer back with a Hunter's Fury, but doesn't get a single tag.
No, not really. Look at that, at least you need something now. You need something to go your way, because if you've got cracks in your armor, they can be exploited. A bit of a push coming out from Basia, but it's Kia's attempt to gain some numbers advantage that goes their way most. He's low on health though, and with Purpo fighting that back line, it makes it easier for Job Life. Maxim running for his life. I barely know how he still stands with 5 points of health.
Yeah, they're probably gonna save. Yeah, they can't cope for this one at all.
For sure.
And the fact that it was just the start of it, right? Of Fraction wanting to go down towards short. That falls flat in itself. Maxime sends out the Hunter's Fury, trying to get some sort of trade back, whether that's with a kill or even a tag, but nothing gets delivered, nothing afforded to this overplayer. Then it's just, again, another slow crawl up on towards long. The drone comes out. It's dark, so I don't know how he survives. But again, even if the player's on towards long fall, you have Purpo in the backline that's come up from short. It's just a menace for the side of Detilusi to be dealing with right now, because it doesn't seem they have an answer, or at least one that's working consistently. It's something that we were seeing when they were on the attacking side. Their B hits consistent in regards to how much space they were able to get, and also how strong they were in the post plants. But it seems once we've switched over sides, it's starting to get a little bit shaky, which is why you understand the timeout being called.
Bit of time to think, regather your thoughts, and prep up that next game plan, because Job Life are getting dangerously close to that 2-0, right? Just a couple of rounds away, blink and you miss it. This map and series could be done, and Detilusi's chances for playoffs in the dumps. Let's be fair though, Detilusi had the least chances of making playoffs out of the teams playing today, so it's not like it would be the biggest of surprises, but they're the type of team that love giving us a show and in the final moments put themselves amongst the top teams.
But that's also the thing on the other side of the coin of when you're looking at Job Life, they don't want this to go to 3 maps. Even if they would even if we could say a guarantee confirmed they would win if it went to that 3rd map and they would win into it. They don't want that. They want a 2-0, because when it comes down to tiebreakers, and especially how important it is in a 14 group, remember, is the map sort of win rate matters a lot, because it's not done on round difference. First thing that they look at is the maps, which is, yeah, if they lose a map here, it can make stuff a lot more complicated for Job Life's. Raids are not only one making it out of the group, but then also Ascension comes into question.
For sure. Even though Job Life have made so many changes at the latter stage of this season, they've got players equipped with a wealth of knowledge and capabilities to potentially compete for Ascension slots.
Cage trigger.
That's his shock dart.
Cage trigger.
And no more cam, but at least gets attributed a pick. Stand up, but not outside of cover. And therefore, it's just a one free pick to get things going for Daddy Elise.
Yeah, it's a nice little one-way, but offers up a little bit too much in the jump peak. The issue is for Job Life, they don't necessarily have any control over the rest of the map. Sure, you have that trip over towards A, so you know that's safe, but mid, they have zero control over. They've been utilizing Bastia's ultimate. They're not really going to get much information. It's just showing that they're in a default position. There's players outside A, players outside C. Everyone on high alert.
Yeah, and do you know where the spike is going to land? I feel like that's the most important information here for Daddy Elise, and they don't quite have that. You can quickly see that Bastia seems to have the right idea, potentially trying to rotate over to this A site. But Sivov getting that first pick here. Rolling Thunder used. This is a clear indication of what they're trying to go for. There's a TP to the back of the site, looking to get to that spike plant position. Maxim could get the drop and denial, but Starkso spraying in this direction. Make sure that's not the case.
Wanting to TP out towards long, but being cancelled last minute. Knows it's not a safe position, but there's still fights going on over towards Garage. You wouldn't even think that the spike is planted over towards A. You even have Fractioned on the flank.
Sivov is just delaying them, not letting them get there on time, and all the time that they're going to try and close up the distance to the A site, they've got to take care of the back line.
Fraction's jumped over the trip though, so he doesn't even know. They don't know that there's a player here. Now they will, at least now the utility's being sent out, but the fight is towards hell.
Shin and not able to convert on his kill. Shorty play from Starkso, but the stick has to go in. Throw from Kia goes halfway, but he's running out of time, and he's got 3 players that are closing into his position. Not going to happen, and the spike will explode. A 12th round found here for Job Life, and Daddy Elise unable to convert off of their numbers advantage.
Yeah, and it comes off the kill that they were able to get over towards C as this sort of extended trade from Bastia. This one here, Nun's been caught out a couple of times in positions where his TP's run out. We've seen how well it can work, but it is a gamble when it comes down to it. No way out other than to peek through the aftershock. Gets dealt with, and then also Steve, I've just been a pain. Why are you firing Garage when the spike planted on A? It's that sort of confusion towards the minds of Daddy Elite players of, well, they're faking both sides right now. We have the spike is over towards C, but then it gets TP'd in towards A because that's the one that they found most success and most space on. And now coming into this, map and series point, not necessarily the best weapons for Daddy Elite, but there's stuff to work with. You're looking at Nunmeister for retakes with this ultimate. There's patience from the Job Life players, even getting a decent amount of chunk damage done onto Bastia, who's just wanting to explore.
Purpo might be in trouble here. Job's back, but he's kept a couple players busy. You can see what Job Life are trying to do here. A stack up outside of Garage. There's a trip. That's going to alert them of it. And Aldron already notified of Bastia's calling his team to help. Actually, no, he's saying chill. Nothing's crossed into my screen just yet, but with that tripe breaking, surely you must know what the plan is. Top forward for Bastia to be in. A lot on his shoulders. And he just found a pick that could save Daddy Elise's life. Job Life not really guaranteeing that this is going to be a C here. Waiting to see if they can get some extra spice into the mix and crossing into the B site in the process.
Yeah, finding a free B side, but Nunmeister going with a Dimensional Drift. This is what you want to happen, but he's only 10 HP. It's going to be difficult to do much on his own.
They're not slowing down the pace at all. They wanted to disrupt Job Life and getting the spike down, but it's not going to be happening. Chua holding his ground. That's a double. And suddenly it's all down to Maxim. Daddy Elise in dire straits here. Valiant effort across the series, but it just isn't enough. Job Life is a level above. And their eyes are on the prize. A 2-0 win for this series. Job Life keep their chances for playoffs contention alive.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the side of Daddy Elite, that is going to be the last that we see him having 2 losses already in this group. There's no way out for them now. There's no way you can get that sort of tiebreaker victory going forward. So yeah, for them, it's been a great season. I think defying expectations to make it to Challengers EMEA and even putting up good fights. And again, going back to the signs of this glimmers of hope, some of these rounds have been incredible from them. It's just some have also been incredibly bad, albeit there are a lot of gaps that they've been left that were being taken advantage of by those more experienced teams. And you can say that so plain and easy. You look at the players on either side, you have a team full of T1 experienced players, and a team of that could possibly be the future as well.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a redemption story for players like Maxim, Fraction, Basia, who had failed projects and now were able to make it out of the top 4 of Challengers Northeast and compete in Challengers EMEA. But that's their season ending here, while JobLife have another crack at deeper levels of competition. That's it from us in this series. Over to the Analyst to break everything down.
Thank you very much, Pavlos and Winter. Yeah, I mean, look, again, Deti Elise are the kind of team that can get any team, I think, to really think about how they're playing and actually push them to start, you know, putting some effort into it, right? This was not a rollover for Deti Elise. They did make JobLife work for their win, but it does end at 2-0.
Yeah, I think even from some of the early rounds, managing to they lost the pistol, come back, already fighting back into the game again. A lot of back and forth throughout the match. And sure, eventually, I think experience ends up shining through. Like, you have a leader who's been around for a long time over on JobLife. You have a lot of very experienced players. And when a game gets close, that's where they start to perform at that slightly higher standard. But I think for Deti Elise, this is a good showing versus a team that, realistically, if you're an unsigned roster within the tier 2 and you're able to have, what was it, like 9-8 like close rounds versus a team that ultimately should be in the tier 1, that's a very, very good sign for them going forward. And I think they should be proud of what they were able to do in this match, considering I think most people would have expected it to be an absolute blowout.
Yeah, and look, their run is not over yet. Obviously, they can't get through to the playoffs at this point, but they still have a game left to go in the group stage. They're still playing up against another amazing team from Turkey this time, so there's still a lot to prove. And I think, you know, the kind of thing that we've heard from a lot of teams here, a lot of players, is that this is more to get attention from tier 1 teams. This is a good way to get on that stage and make a name for yourself. So I do think for Deti Elise, it is not over for them. They've still got work to do, and we've still got work to do on the desk just after this interview from Affinity.
Thank you so much. Now I am joined here by Purpo. I've got to ask you, the game is done. How is the team feeling? How is the pressure now that everything's said and done?
Hello, can you hear me good? Nice.
I can indeed.
Yeah, just asking. So, since making it to the playoffs is not in our hands anymore, so we just decided with boys that just let's play our game and there is no pressure on us, and let's just show good Valorant, play the charts like we can, because first game we struggle a little bit. Yeah, but anyway, it's not the bad result, but yeah, we didn't expect to lose first game, but yeah, just now we are gonna pray that Ultimates will win Ulf Esports, and yeah, but the game was clean, like everyone was on point. Of course, there was some rounds where we could have done like better in some scenarios, but overall I'm proud of the boys and I'm really happy that where we finished. So.
Yeah, and it was an incredible series. You guys were favorites coming in, and as you said, maybe not as smooth of a series as you were expecting.
Yeah.
Was there anything specifically that, you know, Deti Elise really surprised you with or really caught you off guard?
I will say personally that the first game, I think the play style I faced, it was not like I didn't feel really comfortable playing defense and attack side on all maps, and when I understood that I'm not gonna have the best game in my life, I just tried to switch, you know, to be more like vocal in the team, make calls, analyze and stuff like this. I think we just lost a little bit flow on the first game, and maybe, I mean, sure, we were stressing a little bit, you know, and it's part of the life. So, but on Bind we managed to close the map, and yeah.
Ooh, so I've got to push you one final question for you guys. Now, you talked about the match versus Ulf. With Deti Elise, you've now beat them. You're now probably going to be cheering them on as well, because they're, you know, your final hope here. Is there any advice you would give them as they go up against Ulf, a team that you guys struggled a little bit with? Are there any players they should watch out for? Any advice you can give them to give them the best chance possible?
Play the game. Don't lose motivation, never give up, and that's it. There is nothing I can say more.
Absolutely, all has been said and done, but I will let you go and celebrate with your team and get ready to watch the coming games. Thank you so much for joining us, Purpo.
Thank you.
it from them. Maybe we see their run continue, maybe not. Their fate lies in Detty Elise's hands. We've had some advice. They've learned from the best. But I'm going to hand you guys back to the decks to wrap this series up.
Thank you very much, Affinity. Yeah, I mean, look, that's I think a team that's very much focused on themselves. There was no look, here's we really, Detty Elise, we're your biggest fans now. We want you to win against Ulf. Here's how you do that. No, it's just you know, play your game. It's fine, whatever. I think having accepted now that their fate is out of their hands, it really is just let's just cross our fingers and see what happens next. And yeah, I look for 2 more games to come for Ulf here, so there's still plenty to play, and they're gonna have their hearts in their throats for a little bit longer here. So I think it's a good start for Job Life, right? We don't know what's going to happen to them later on, but I do think if they do make it through, they're going to be taking a lot to, they'll have learned a lot in this group stage, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And I think also just with the Ultimate still in the mix as well, there's plenty for this group to give that will make things very interesting. So it's definitely not done just yet. Obviously, we only really know that they have a good matchup versus Job Life. It's possible that one of the other teams will be able to pick them apart. But yeah, someone I sort of wanted to highlight, even though this is the end of their run towards the playoffs, I think that Fraction, especially in that first half, showed that definitely had some strong individual capabilities, was definitely able to show up versus some top tier players. So I think for this side of Dolce Elise, there are definitely some positives going forward, going into whether it is next year or maybe they're going to try and make a run through Project Blender, who knows, but there's still plenty of positives to take away. And I think going into the last match that they have, I think that them versus Ulf, if Ulf are a little bit too complacent, maybe they can try and slip something in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, that is their hope for this one. They just, you know, keep making a name for themselves, right? They have, at least in Northeast, we see them as a team that was able to take a lot of rounds against good teams, some maps against good teams, so we know what they're capable of, and they're able to show it here in Challengers EMEA already. They've done a decent job of it, but yeah, as you say, still one more opponent to come up against well, that won't actually, wait, will it be on the stream? I don't know yet. I haven't looked that far into the future. I don't know. I look at the schedule as it comes.
I don't think I'll be on this stream, so it doesn't matter.
No, exactly. Well, we are moving to the other group for this stream today, is kind of what I meant to say. So that will be Movistar Koi Phoenix, who are already out, versus the other Northeast representative in Boars. So plenty more exciting Valorant to come. I'm going to throw you guys to a break before I fumble over my words anymore. I think that's for the best. So we will be back with our other group just shortly.
And
elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in a room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in the few, might land in a tomb. You be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV.
Hey guys, it's me again with a quick update on the off-stream game. Now, that is Mouse versus Twisted Minds. Mouse took the pistol round and had an absolute storm for the first beginning of the half. First quarter, we should say. 6-2 up. Little bit of a comeback comes on through to tie up the half a little bit more evenly. But with the second pistol round, it spiraled and spiraled. 11-5 was the scoreline, but not ones to be taken down without a fight. Twisted Minds, they somehow claw this back. They bring it back to 12-12. We go to overtime. Mouse, unfortunately, win both rounds back-to-back, so only one overtime over there. That sends them to a map 3 bind, a map that Mouse traditionally a little bit better statistically and on paper on there. So a bit of a worry for Twisted Minds, but they have shown that they have got the determination, they've got the grit, and we will be back later to update you on how that goes. But for now, I'm going to hand you over to the Dapper Desk.
I'm actually yet to see what makes us. Oh yeah, I love that. Okay, yeah, he's bringing the heat. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, look, I would say thank you for telling us what's going on the other group, but we're moving to that group now because we've got Movistar Koi Phoenix versus Boars here. So we're going to let that one obviously finish off on the other stream, and we'll keep getting updates from Affinity on that one, our lovely sideline reporter. However, we are going to be watching these two. Koi Phoenix obviously already not able to make it into the playoffs. That's the unfortunate state of having 4 in the group. 2 losses done. Well, actually, it was 2 losses and done in the other groups as well.
It may also be the case for Boars as well, right? Because Mouse won a map. Because it was 0-2 in their first game, so I think Boars may also be out, or it's very, very close to them being out. So I think realistically, we're looking at 2 teams that chance of making it through are either already 0 or are very, very close to 0. But I think it's always going to be interesting to watch what they can do. Obviously, for both of these sides, like I think Koi Phoenix had some a few changes here and there after 1 or 2 of their players moved up into the tier 1 roster. And then obviously on the other side of things, Boars is this young Ukrainian roster. That is what the shirt is, by the way. This is I'm wearing a Ukrainian shirt, so you might think, okay, he's a little bit biased, and that would be true. But I think it's going to be an opportunity for both these teams to get more sort of experience at this level, maybe show themselves off to some potential organizations who are already in the tier 1, or even just cement their spot for next year, which I think they've already done quite well being able to get it this far, especially in the case of Boars, where obviously if you are the academy team of Koi, there are expectations, see how far you can go, looking to maybe get into that top roster. For Boars, this is a young squad who's sort of just been slowly getting better and better, which is a great sign for Ukrainian Valorant.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Koi Phoenix have already done their job in terms of, making a name for themselves and improving their worth, right? Last stage, making it to the semi-finals, so they've definitely got themselves proven, and I think you can excuse certain things, I'm not going to say quality going down the drain, but quality, kind of dropping off as roster changes have happened, and things have been switched up within the organization. So for Boars now, the story is, as you say, they're trying to make a name for themselves here. Another fresh roster coming through, very fresh roster indeed, in fact. And they have blown us out, just completely blown them competition out of the water, right? Maybe they are the 4th seed coming out of Northeast, but we did not expect them to get into Challengers EMEA. They have got themselves here, and they're an impressive team so far. They're not going to be able to, I don't think, get into the playoffs, but look, nobody else from Northeast has, so is that surprising? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think again, it's your first sort of opportunity to battle at this level, and I think when they played against Mouse, they found out that there might be a bit of a step up from doing decently within your own region and then going into that sort of more European section of the bracket and finding out that there are some very tough teams in there. And that's why I kind of want to see how they do here versus Koi Phoenix. I think there's much more of an opportunity for them to do some damage. I don't think Koi Phoenix are by any stretch look like an invincible team. In fact, they're already out in terms of 0-4 on maps. Granted, versus 2 very strong teams in their own right who are currently battling versus each other to decide who goes through in first. But realistically, I think this is now a chance for either team to sort of go through and go, okay, how can we improve for next year? How can we learn what we need to sort of work on? How do we face off against another team that might be in a similar situation? I'd probably put Phoenix obviously being in that sort of like one of the finals for Spain as one of the sort of higher seeded teams. But it's like, still, once you've already lost a couple of matches, realistically, when you're out, all you can do is learn from the experience.
Yeah, I think that is the big thing, other than obviously, you know, showing themselves on the biggest stage at this point, especially for Boars, right? It is about that learning. It is essentially a glorified scrim at this point, and I am interested to see what will come out of either of these teams. Look, they're not running anything outside of the ordinary when it comes to their map veto. There's no Abyss coming through, so they're not trying out new things necessarily, but there's definitely going to be, I'm sure, some strategic plays that may not be like first and foremost in their strat book. How we win these games, this is how we're going to get ourselves into playoffs. You know, neither of them are really looking at that as the goal here. So I am looking forward to seeing some more individual kind of performances out of people, seeing some really highlight plays, because I think that's what we're going to get out of this game that we may not have got out of a more structured game where you're trying your best to get a good result.
Yeah, I think as well, just even looking at the map pool, if you're Boars, you're going into your two most played maps by like, well, other than I think Sunset, by like a very considerable margin. They played a lot of Haven and they played a lot of Lotus, so I think it'll be a good time to test that. And although you're going to look at that first map coming in and go, okay, over the last few months they're 11-6 and Phoenix are 1-5. The 1-5, like the teams they've lost to are Mal's, Twisted Minds, Dynasty, Enterprise, and Focus, and then they beat Ulf. Like, we're talking about all teams that are pretty much within the bracket of potentially making it to Ascension. Like, every single one of them is still in the running. So being 1-5 versus those teams, I don't think really gives you a realistic expectation of, oh, well, this is going to be an easy win for Boars. I don't think that whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I do think it's still going to be an incredibly tough time for Boars. I mean, like, the one team we've seen them play against in this group, it was 1-13 and 3-13. And yes, that may be Mouse. They are at the top of the group currently, and they have been proving why they are there as that seed from DAC. But look, Boars, they come into this one as very much the underdogs of the whole tournament. Northeast is the only region where you're getting 4 seeds coming through into these groups, and time and time again, every single stage, we have seen that the 4th seed always struggles. The 4th and 3rd seed usually always struggle to get anything out of the group stage whatsoever. So it's not surprising to me that Boars are struggling to keep up as it is. But I'm sure they are learning from the experience quite heftily at this point. And I do hope to see a lot from this, because getting here in your first try in your respective region is incredibly impressive as it is, and they afford themselves the ability to come into next year with so much more experience than anybody else in Northeast.
Yeah, this will be a good learning curve for either side, and I think going into this matchup, it really is going to be the sort of battle of the Neons. I think both Kolosha and Demic have had like very high highs and very low lows at the same time, so I'm intrigued to see who comes out on top in that battle. But then also all of these supportive pieces, like both teams running that breach. So for Javelin and Guardi, like getting the players that they need to into that correct position, and then of course having those defensive staples of the ciphers in Zach Kappa and Rare, of just controlling a large portion of the map, especially on the defensive side. That information is going to be key for where they then get aggressive. So it is going to be a mirror matchup, but how either side uses it, it could be a very different story.
Yeah, I mean, look, you look at this game on paper, you're expecting just the worst of EMEA. This is going to be an absolute slugfest.
Can't say that while I'm in this shirt.
No, I'm sorry. That's not what I meant.
Can't say that.
I think, hey, let me finish my sentence. I think what we're going to see when we get into the server is actually 2 teams that will be able to give it their all with no expectations on their shoulders, right? And I do think we are going to see impressive things from both. I hope we're going to see impressive things from both teams, especially as somebody who, you know, has been stage in, stage out through this year, watching Northeast teams come through, not be able to make it to Challengers EMEA, get through to Challengers EMEA, these storylines come on through. I'm hoping that we get some positives out of Northeast this stage around, because we have absolutely none so far. So for Boars, I do hope they're able to get something out of this game. Please show me something good, Boars. I'm going to throw it over to Pavlos and Winter now.
Oh, thanks, guys. Indeed, both of these teams have exceeded expectations up until this point this year, right? Some growing talent, some talent of the future, and with very small chances of making it to the next step. And we're looking at Boars to really get there, and it was basically decided if Mouse end up losing their upcoming map. But let's see what talent they have in store for us. Let's see what show they can provide. Let's get this going, Summer.
Also, all I'm saying, that desk is so biased because everyone in Northeast is struggling to make it out into playoffs. So Bulls, sure, they're 4th seeds, but at the same time, we were talking about this being showing for the future, seeing what these players can do at this standard of play, because with what we've seen from Bulls, I doubt these 5 will be staying together and a bigger team aren't going to just pick them up.
So far, so forth. Bulls have put this A site in their trajectory. Demek, considering this push, I wonder if Guardi is looking to throw in a flash to assist this cross. Oh, that is clean stuff from Koi Phoenix. As smooth as it goes, barely any damage taken. Well, let's be fair, Pikai and Guardi took a little bit of health away from them, but still, Koi Phoenix with 5 players standing by the end of that.
I mean, Peter on the front line isn't even going to be able to afford anything for his troubles. Guardi picks him up from behind him. Sure, some supporting utility comes out, but it's a clean round for the side of Phoenix. And this is also something important for them. In the matchup we were watching yesterday, they had an incredibly slow start on some of the maps, especially going over onto Sunset, I believe it was. I think there was 0-6, 0-8 down. A pistol's definitely going to help with momentum.
And talk about momentum, it's a quick one. A feisty one for Bulls. Pick up a few shots being thrown in from the sidelines, able to avoid most of them. No scope Marshall shots for days. Demek is having a fieldy. Troisy will try and keep things a little bit more competitive. But that's about it. Punching gloves out, rare. But yeah, not really in point blank distance to do anything with them. Maybe the Ghost can?
Yeah, the only issue is now with that smoke going down, this really favors Glowbacks with the judge. So yeah, spots the spike again, picked up, and it's just a pop, skip, and a jump into the smoke.
Yeah, but that's still a smart placement of the smoke as well, isn't it?
Yeah, cuts off the angle, makes sure you can still at least keep a little bit of tabs on towards that drop spike. Still a costly one, especially with the way it started, right? You had a triple kill off the bat. And initially start to believe what sort of damage, what sort of ruckus can Bulls have. This was a team that, do you know, I was on the copium that they were going to make it to Ascension. I don't know what I was thinking.
Who are you talking about here?
Bulls.
Bulls? Oh,
because
wow. The Cinderella run.
Yeah, because they came in from Premier, Pavlos.
Yeah, that's
Premier
true.
to the East qualifiers to Lower Swiss, Upper Swiss, all the way through playoffs, sure. They come as the lowest seed coming out of Northeast, but they still made it to Challengers.
That's true. Well,
and I was like,
team that has made that Cinderella...
them.
Yeah. The team that has made that Cinderella run the closest is Pacific last year, going all the way to the finals. Through Premier, through their own qualifiers, through the Turkish Challengers.
This is a deep
all the way
trip,
to the
can be
final.
early signs.
Yeah, indeed. Could be early signs for Bulls, like you said, of future success. But for now, focus on their own game as Mouse basically have their fate in their hands. Kalosha, deep positioning for him. Good start for Bulls, having all players available for this defense.
You have 2 shotguns on the retake though. This is going to be difficult. Looking at Guardian, Zach Happer to do some work with the better weapons for long distance.
And the stun is kind of kept. Kalosha stuck into a corner, so Guardi's able to sneak out that angle. You've got some trades going in your favor, and that's an off angle for the defuse. Koi Phoenix might be able to pull this off. You don't really have the best weapons for sprays. You run out of bullets because you're trying to deal with the players flooding your screens. And instantly, Koi Phoenix come out on top.
Yeah, I need to see a replay of what that retake was, because the fact that Glovex has managed to come out of CT with that bucket on towards default, using the Cybercaders to his advantage.
No bullets even came close. Only towards the end. That's rough.
Yeah, not the most ideal plan for balls coming in. They had so much space over towards site, and the safety to go for the plant more towards the middle of the site that they can play a little bit more strongly towards long with that spray, but it was planted closer towards default. Forces out a wider swing. It's a half-buy investment, Stingers and a Vandal in hand. And Troyes is one of the players to watch on this roster, truly. One of the more consistent ones.
For a controller, one of the heaviest fraggers around. But Rare is no more. So the chances of balls get depleted little by little. Kalosha trying to go for something aggressive with the Stinger, but he himself gets affected by a stun. Doesn't matter though! No way this is a round that the Ukrainian side wins.
Player standing.
Maybe it is, but because there's only one player left and it's Gardy. On site, alone, petrified of what balls have already been able to do his teammates. Touch on the spike, but the recon will show everything. The stun comes out as well. No time remaining. Gardy has to run away, tail underneath his legs. And Boars win a very, very unlikely round.
Yeah, you saw the engagements, right, that Closure was taking over towards A-Link, but at the same time, Troyes was able to pick up 2 of his own over towards C-Link, and it's fighting on 2 different fronts. This one being former.
Player standing.
And yeah, being all left down to one singular player. 3 to go up against, all in varying positions with utility online. Like you said, you saw the stun come through, then the arrow came out.
Sure.
No way to get on towards that defuse, and yeah, the first round ball was put on the boards as a half-buy. Aggressive push over towards B, and now it's aggressive down towards A. Demic hits the legs.
And it's not enough for the pickup, so Boars still have all 5 players available for this take. A deep exploration here. Demic gets caught as he tries to move himself into an off angle. Picker, though, has got a fight back in him, and the Rolling Thunder completely stops Boars' take. Altogether, put to a halt. And now with 1 minute 15 seconds on the clock, Boars have completely been reset. No flashes remaining. They're going to have to take these fights dry. Picker goes for the upgrade. Balls cut noise, but the fact that you've got Zach Cap on the backlines, you know that this is still going to be an A hit.
And what I love about this is you have one trip, but there's also another trip that he's going to have to break. But as soon as they come out onto site, there's reinforcements in the form of Globex. He's managed to get one. Pika wants to swing off this Paranoia.
It's a massive piece of utility. Pika doesn't quite make good work of it. Globex, though, will. Albeit Sand is a trip. You need a quad piece. That is superb stuff from Globex.
Sure. Do you know what?
Sure, yeah.
Sure.
Give it to him.
Need to see that in the replay because there was utility to help stop him. I'm sure he was stunned even at one point.
He definitely was.
Starts off with the first over towards long. Here, stunned out by Javelin. The utility was in the perfect place, breaking the ankles of the remaining Boars players. And sure, they can win an eco, but there's going to be an answer right back from the Koi Phoenix players.
How you're able to work that out under pressure is crazy to me. Kalosha. But it's Demic that is in the impactful position.
Impactful position. Goes down, offers up a body for the ultimate. And even an operator on this deep line.
It's crazy, isn't it? That you've already upgraded into an operator when you've only started the round with pistols, you've got full side control. Oh dear me. Koi Phoenix don't really want to give any more rifles away, so they're going to wait to join forces for this.
They have a lot of flashes, a lot of utility to come back into this site. Paranoia, flashes from Guardi. There's utility to work with to get this operator off the line.
Smoke.
Smoke.
A reposition from Rare. Taking a further back angle. Worried of Heaven. No one's approaching from that position. Instead, it's going to be a full flood from main. Javelin. Aftershock, that's going to delay them substantially, but it's Guardi's Aftershock that gets the most damage done initially. That's the first pick for the Hunter's Fury as a delay. Oh no, if you're Koi Phoenix, you haven't got a pick so far, and the time is running out. You've got to start moving. Kalosha gets one. The delay is so damn big. Javelin as well. And you can hear the spike frantically ticking. And Neverfear shows up just in time to completely delay and deny this. Boars with a pistol round to come out on top.
Oh, it feels like so cliche if you're in your ranked games and then the early rounds you win or the only kills you get are with a classic or with a sheriff, and it's just play classic only, because this is another thrifty round that they're walking away with a win on the board. Out of the two, like, they've only got 2 rounds, Pavlos, and both of them were from pistols. And it's this slow sneak up coming in from rear, catching Demic off guard, who was the sole A anchor who had that deeper line with the operator. Instead, it offers them a way in, but this time Ray doesn't necessarily get as peaceful as a lurk up on towards A.
The issue is now, Summer, is that Bulls have guns, and when they've got rifles, things don't go right.
But Koi don't have rifles either.
I wonder how that changes things.
Oh, that guy has a rifle though.
Yeah,
And now
Red's got
it's
a
no
headache.
upgrades for Zach Kappa. Neuro Theft invested as well, so they know that the post-round of Boars is very turtle-like, site-centered.
That's a great overdrive annihilation. And indeed, continues to provide even more. The backup is there. The paranoia landed superbly, and I think it caught 2 to 3 players. And it was enough for the secure. Again, Koi Phoenix get a thrifty round. They had lesser weapons out than Balls, but they still got it done.
Yeah, and the Neuro Theft being so impactful here, just knowing that everyone from Balls is on site, which meant the flank from Zach Kappa could be sped up over towards long. The CT push coming in from Glubex, and then Demic obviously popping the overdrive coming through from Garage. It just suffocated the Balls players on towards that site. Didn't know necessarily which direction to fight, but now they've got pistols back out again. Sure, Troy's done a hero investment into a Bulldog, hoping to be the difference maker for his team.
Good paranoia. It's a decent delay. You can see Balls have completely been interrupted.
Space.
And Troyes gets behind Globex's lines. That Kappa, though, with a double has prevented most of this damage. And him to turn around is a good idea. Rare, though, gets the optimal timing of it. But Balls still alive with 2.
This could be great delay if he pops this over towards CT. Actually, since there's 3 players remaining, 2 coming from CT, Demic's going to be clearing Garage.
You know both of them are in sight, so Koi Phoenix methodically moving into this one. If you're Javelin, no risking the Rolling Thunder here. No need, as Koi Phoenix have got everything under lock and key, and it will just be a waste. 3 players have got their legs underneath them as Koi Phoenix secure yet another round to put them on 6.
This double TP entry from Troyzy up on towards Plat, and then obviously towards backside. It's completely overlooked, and it was that breakthrough way for them to make this a competitive half-buy pistol round. But yeah, like you said, it was the double from Zach Kappa on the rest of the Balls entry that sort of made it fall a little bit flatter than they might have hoped. But now, hopefully they can bring some of the success of the thrifties of the sheriffs into the rifle rounds. Not expending the Rolling Thunder in the previous means they have it to work with in towards this one.
Complete silence to get things going. We Phoenix acting off in the dark, but Aldrin provides some information. But look at this push. They're going to try and catch Ray off guard, but he is good for the 1. Balls take advantage of the heavy mid-crunch to take over this A site.
And this is where it's going to come into what kind of delay can Balls give, especially with Guardy with all of his utility belt over towards CT.
It's scary, isn't it? How much you can throw at this, allow the rest of the team to start walking in, especially when Globex is looking on the back door. Yep, Balls are in trouble. Demic falls out of the skies and lands on a couple of players' faces. It is painful way to go down, and Koi Phoenix really look determined to go out from this tournament with a bang.
I didn't even think he dropped out of heaven, just ran out from CT in towards that sort of transition smoke popped down by Globex, catching those players towards hell off guard, which also meant it takes a large amount of utility that Balls had to work within the post plan offline, especially looking towards Javelin, had a full utility belt. Being the first to go down on Demic's re-entry in towards the site. The benefit is being able to get this spike down so they have a little bit more money to work with.
This one's pacey. Avoiding the stuns. Good timing on it as well. Javelin with the flash and the assist. Kalosha goes through. The second flash, though, affects.
Oh my gosh.
Kalosha, does it matter, though? Somehow both players having their hands in front of their eyes, completely blinded by that. And Balls completely reset after the 2v2 exchange.
The only thing is Zach Kappa can hear this. A little bit of an exploration down towards mid. A couple of footsteps heard.
Cam broken as well. That's taken care of. And Koi Phoenix know exactly what's going on here. You don't really want to be taking too many chances to rotate quick, though.
The question is, what do they do in this post plan? It's still not planted completely for long. They all have stingers. They want to take the close quarters fights, and it's in towards Garage, but Zach Kappa's waiting with the neural theft and with a phantom headshots almost magnetically connecting to the players of Wars. Now it's down to one player, Ray. It feels a little bit too much to ask from the solo Cypher on towards site.
Oh, that double kill from Zach Kappa was just something else, man. And look, he had to go through a role change this split as well, going into that Sentinel after being a duelist, after feeling that it was super important for him to be on a comfort role. Even being on the Ron Agent in the right role seemed to be off limits, but he's having a great time as an anchor right now, and that double kill was just a chef's kiss.
Okay, this is going to be something that Balls have to think about. 4 rounds in a row now that they've lost. Sure, they're getting the rifles back out in this one. They got a couple of ults to work with. But the fact that the last 4 have been losses, but have all come off the back of post plants. Something they're going to have to keep in mind. Because realistically, you can break this down into, okay, that's great. Balls are managing to get out onto side. They're managing to get this spike down. Then what? What's going wrong? And that's something that they're going to have to address in the last couple of rounds of this half, because at the moment, it's looking like a steamroll from Kai Phoenix, at least so far in this map. And this is Ball's map pick, and it's something that they will love to pick into. It's something that they were playing not only in Northeast, but they were also played it out against Mouse. Admittedly, It was a 3-13, so we're not going to read too much into that one. But it's something that they were playing in the off-season events that they were playing in, more of the tier 3, sort of the Yukins, the EICs.
Sure. Yeah.
This is a team that wants to improve. And I think anything they can take away from their experience in Challengers EMEA, playing up against teams like Koi Phoenix, another academy team, is only going to improve them. But let's see what kind of adaptations they can make in-game, because, yeah, 4 rounds in a row now. All post plans, all lost.
It's tough, isn't it? Especially considering that both the rounds that Balls did get so far were off the back of pistol rounds. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why that happens. You know, it's so odd, and it's not like. I mean, you can definitely tell Balls aren't playing at their best. You definitely know there's pressure on them. You know, there's also the element of knowing the fate of their effort into the playoffs is not even in their own hands right now. So it's a really difficult situation to be in. But you know, maybe this technical pause, you know, even though you're not allowed to be speaking between you, gives you time to breathe, relax, you know, get in the right mindset.
Yeah, an opportunity for self-reflection of what can they do themselves, or any ideas that they can cook up in the technical pause. And again, it's a fast place over towards A, and a TP in towards backside.
Yeah, Troyzy from the shadows he comes, and Pika instantly goes, and so does Grady. Doesn't last long. Demic at least is able to, well, thread the needle, to be fair, between the wall and smoke. And instantly, Balls actually in pole position for the first time, I feel, in like so long.
But this could be the way to unravel it. If Zach Kappa can get this kill over towards long, this engagement is going to be massive in regards to Kai Phoenix into converting yet another retake.
Javelin, though, And afraid for his life on the back line, but refocuses his attention towards main. Koi Phoenix looking to drop. Paranoia used. That stun is great. But still Kalosha is able to keep his teammate alive, but never seizes the timing to swing out when his opponent is preoccupied at a different position. That's much more like it for Balls. A clean traversal. On to 3 now with a round to spare in the half.
Yeah, 5 times lucky. Something that they've been loving to go for is the A hits themselves, which at the beginning have been relatively successful. It was only really the round that Glowbacks were breaking ankles that they weren't able to get fully out onto a site and establish any sort of post plant.
I'm ready.
Like I said, an opportunity to blaze up the distance, even ever so slightly, to get up onto a 4 would mean so much to them onto those defense, but Damic has no interest in letting that happen.
Wow, an early 1-for-1 trade, both taking place kind of in garage. Well, it's not quite a 1-for-1, it's 1-for-2 because Balls lost another player in long. So it's a bit rough. You instantly win a round and then get put on the back foot straight away. Mid-round decisions crucial, and what's even more important is these individuals being able to isolate something.
And threatening the TP into B as well sort of pulls Koi Phoenix into wanting to explore out garage, which might be working on timing for Troisy, but the shots aren't.
I really like this from Koi Phoenix. Whenever they feel they're lacking information and need to get something going for themselves, they group up and take the push, but nevertheless, never fear wins his individual fight. The A-site in their eyes.
And this time, Damic's going to be retaking with the operator yet again.
Aftershock delays Demic's swing from long. Paranoia catches both. That is a beauty of a blind.
They can't close the space off of it.
No, can't follow it up. Balls line up. Try to take this fight head on. Demic's position is revealed. Never fear and Javelin averts being 2 behind by the end of this one. 8-4 is respectable, recoverable, and end things on a positive to attempt this comeback.
Remaining.
And
Eight to 4, not impossible to recover if you're Balls. This is our own map pick after all, and would love to get things going in the right direction as their hopes for playoffs may still be alive. Koi Phoenix, on the other hand, just looking for maximum damage, and right now they're in lead.
Yeah, and it's not even just maximum damage, but for the players on the side of Koi Phoenix, it's an academy team. They weren't looking towards Ascension anyway. It's more about gaining experience on these players. The more maps you play, the more matches you can win, the stronger you'll look, especially for scouting purposes. Maybe not necessarily Ascension or playoffs on the line, but them. An opportunity to showcase. Oh, collar shot. Manages to thread the needle. Doesn't get caught off by Globex's retreat. And that's a key piece of Kai Phoenix's team off the board, not only as a player, but as the Omen. That's no smokes now. Means these angles are going to be open. The reface from Force on long. Oh, hang on.
Down A.
Oh. How did that? Well, okay, well, the balls are nuts on pistols. I mean, they can take down rifle rounds with pistols. So, let alone a pistol v pistol situation. It's clean, by the way. Not a single speck of damage has been done onto them.
I mean, they haven't had a chance to shoot back. Did you see? Kolosha just shoots one shot. Obviously, the first one against Globex fine, but the reface on long, 1 bullet, 2 casualties. It's a taste of his own medicine. So does Never Fear. And sure, the Spike's still in control of the Boars players. Javelin still has some sights on towards that. Still a couple of opportunities, but the time dwindling.
The spike.
There'd be a massive formality now going into the clutches of Javelin on towards short. A cute little right click to deal with the last remaining player and a pistol on the board.
Indeed.
But I'm right.
Let's look at that one again.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, it was just like, okay.
I love that we see it from another angle as well this time around. Third.
And it still feels just as insane.
Right? Comical.
Yeah, looking at the buy though, Demic coming in with a shorty and positioning outside garage, you're expecting something possibly fast off the reveal. Kolosha needs to be careful.
Revealing area.
Well, Sen as well to help.
It doesn't land. Demic in trouble, trying to stay in cover from Troisy. Wait! Are Kai Phoenix going to win a pistol round? Positives for Balls is that 2 of the players low. Demic and Picker have got 12 points of health between them, but the push is still on! Another pick for Guardy, but Picker takes friendly fire.
I mean, sure, even with Pika taking down Demic, because he wanted to upgrade his gun, he didn't want the pistol going into the next one, he wanted the Guardian, just making sure he's got that. Oh man, for Balls, like I could smell it unraveling with Kolosha setting up over towards garage. Expecting a fast play with a shorty coming through. A lot of utility in assistance though. That was the thing of the stun coming in from Guardy. Pika's reveal, Paranoia as well. And again, the stun on point. Something you'd be expecting from this side is the utility, right? But like, to what extent? To what extent do you expect that in the second round? And
I don't know. There's something up with pistol rounds this game. So we've seen probably 4 or 5 rounds get won by the team that's unlikely to win it in regards to firepower available. It's nuts. It's nuts how consistent it is.
But it's not even just the firepower though, because that's one aspect of the equation. Everything was backed up in all those engagements that you saw taken, maybe bar the one that Pika took onto Demic. Now you have the hero rifle on Kolosha. 1 Vandal, 4 classics. The only issue is they're grouping up, they're gambling over towards the wrong side. Benefit is they're not stopping, so they continue their exploration over towards A short, so hopefully the rotate can come in quick enough. Especially with information that Ray is going to be able to feed over. But what can he do as a solo player on site? Classic in hand.
And these trips are treacherous. And they've caught one, Rare. Gets away with a classic kill. Dinks the second. Not too bad. These pistols continue to be threatening lives.
Opportunity to isolate now as well onto Zach Kappa. A great flash in support.
Demic, 1 shot, 2 kills. But he's had a few of these. Once with the Sheriff a couple rounds ago, and now with the Outlaw. It's like he's collecting a Pokedex of...
Yeah, that was Kolosha a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah.
No, he's just like, oh, you've managed to collect us with the Sheriff. That's fine. We're gonna not even force the second round, win it, and then come into the thirds. Outlaw in hand. Yeah, another Clatin.
Well, it got close from the classics, but this time the guns did take the cake.
Benefit is though they are still able to save over the hero rifle, or at least one of the hero rifles that they had coming into this one, so they should still be able to invest into the next. A lot of damage done by Ray, not only getting his kill, but a further dink onto Demek made things believable, especially after this initial engagement over towards Long. You could see as soon as any sort of sound was being heard towards Long here, look at how fast this rotation was and the adaptation that came in from Demek. Straight running down towards Long, which meant in transition of those players trying to reset, get the weapons, get the rifles that have been dropped, get caught off guard. But thankfully they don't have to go scavenging for rifles in towards this one. They have them at the beginning. Demek also has an operator and is searching up towards B.
Never fear. On the receiving end of what could potentially be a B push, but the stun will stop Koi Fenix in their tracks. Blocked off by a smoke as well. If they do move into garage, I fear for their lives though, because there are a couple of players standing. Well, not anymore. Res run away.
Lots of late utility.
Yeah, a lot is going to force Troyzy out of position, and it's enough for Globex to seal the deal on his life. This is such a great angle for Demek to hold. So smart to just wait for balls to appear on the screen, and it's Javelin that shows himself.
Now they can put their attentions over in towards that B site, something that Demek's been able to scale up into. And now with such a deep line over towards A-Link, they can send players to watch over towards window. You can see the pings, especially after both trips being broken on the extremities. That Kappa, first line of defense, not even going to be checked for.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, Koi Fenix with 2 kills there. Deny Ball's complete entry, and Rare has to go down with a ship. So Koi Fenix are starting to get into a groove here, isn't it, Summer? I mean, given the fact that you've also got 4 players remaining, you're building a wealthy economy.
Yeah, it's not just the economy you have to start to worry about, it is also momentum that they were able to build upon in the first half on those like continuous retakes, but also now coming into this, there's not much wiggle room for balls to do many more mistakes in regards to letting rounds slip, and this isn't even the best opportunity for them to put a round on the board. With the money that they're coming into this, they are putting it on the line in a fast play down mid.
And it's worked out for Kalosha so far. There's a bit of an exchange. Balls jumping into their opponents' faces and actually works. And Never Fear doesn't slow down. Keeps on providing the source. Globex looking to see if they can turn things around. A 1v3 turned into a 1v2, but I don't think you'll expect another play. And Long, very smart for Javelin to just go for the peek there as Globex was setting up a smoke. And there you go, ball's still in it.
Hey, it might not be the best opportunity to capitalize and convert around, but they're definitely going to take any sort of morsel that they'll be given. Fast play down mid with the stun, and also Kalosha's utility, just getting into the faces of the Koi Fenix players when they're going on those heavy defaults. And out of that, they've managed to get an operator for free, a Vandal for free, and coming into this one now, Kalosha's ultimate's online, Javelin's is close, Never Fears is there as well. Still opportunities to take a game out of this one at least.
Demek falls back for a little while. And look how balls are bolstering up the C-site defense. Doesn't look bad. Kalosha could have been in a perfect position to stop Demek from overdriving into the site, but it doesn't seem to work out enough. Globex is there, but balls so damn well equipped for this. And all of a sudden, Zakapa in the 1v3. Again, Koi Fenix unable through all the chaos to persevere. Balls are determined to close up this gap.
I don't think they get the operation time. No, okay, so if they do want to invest into this, it's going to have to be Kalosha putting his own money on the line. Yes, the tray is coming out towards backside, and so much damage had already been done on towards Breach and on towards Omen. As soon as they peek towards that backside, then makes it for easy pickings for Never Fear, and just standing tall there means so much for balls. And maybe even another round here could mean Koi Fenix are going into eco territory.
Recon just reveals the one, but there are a lot of footsteps made, so Bulls happy to spend that third player to rotate over. Javelin sprinting towards A.
Yeah, it's not even just sending the third player over, it's sort of tag teaming Kolosha out, who's been spotted with that operator, and sending Javelin in.
So long is covered by the op. But the A site is Koi Fenix's target. Oh, that Hunter's Fury is huge. Or is it? It's Guardy that ends up picking up Never Fear. He doubles up as well at that. Demic back line of this A site is super deadly. And it's pole position for Koi Fenix on this hold.
Benefit for Kolosha is doesn't necessarily have to retake with this operator. The overdrive is available. Same goes for full kit from Trizy. Paranoia. A quick pop out. Just wants to search, see what we can get.
You're going to use the overdrive, aren't you, Kolosha? You're just hoping that someone appears on your screen first. Here comes the dash in. Demic is so damn ready for that. No issue at all. Koi Fenix on 12, one away from securing their opponent's map pick.
Oh, it's just a shotgun to the face. Just one shorty pump and that's just shut down not only an altered neon, but a sliding one as well, which can be so difficult to deal with, but it doesn't seem like that's gonna face Koi Fenix at all.
Faults for Bulls. Could be a saving grace. They need 5 rounds consecutive to salvage this. Oh. Early usage of the Rolling Thunder. 2 players caught in sewers, both holding different angles. Kolosha's after them, and he uses the non-traditional route from the behind. He even triples up. A great stun as opponent for the quad piece, Kolosha. All right, give him the ace, he deserves it after that. His maneuvering has been absolutely fantastic. The ace for Kolosha, and it keeps Bulls in the game.
It doesn't get an opportunity to play anything with the operator. As soon as you give him an opportunity off the back of the ultimate, recycling weaponry and just continue to push the issue.
Spike down A. One enemy.
And I think Kolosha and Trizy are some of my favorite players to watch on this roster, just because you can see rounds like this just out of nowhere where you don't expect something so strong. It's a little bit scary until the initial garage engagement, but everybody gets out scot-free. A little bit of chip damage onto Demic, but nothing you're going to write home about.
It's crazy how Kolosha didn't take damage throughout that with everything thrown at him. Round 2. Let's see who comes out on top of that one. Just the tip of the fedora in that one. Kolosha goes in for more, wanting to live the previous round's glory, but it's just for a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and it's not only that they didn't initially get any damage onto Kolosha, but he was able to get back in towards that position. Helps catch Globex off guard. And again, taking off the controller early on in towards an attacking team's rounds. Definitely important. A lot of players spotted as well, so that's going to call for the rotations. Joyce is committing to this side hold.
Oh. 30 seconds on the clock, and Koi Fenix take steps backwards. Zach Kappa infiltrating Garage. Responsible of stopping these rotations and being a menace in the back line. Koi Fenix, they're going in for a B push, and they've got a dangerous piece in the hands of Zach Kappa.
10 seconds left.
Time's coming low, so they're going to have to get the spike down, but there's not much space in towards the post plant, and Zach Kappa, the one that was supposed to help disrupt the back lines, has been taken down early on. Now they turn their attentions towards A-Link.
Pick up. Taking the wide stance. Rare on the drop. That was bad timing. But now can be benefited by the push. Demic looking to see if he can help his teammate, but in the process gets taken down. Bulls survive. They keep it going. They keep it flowing. And with another defusal on 9 rounds, meaning 3 rounds is the difference. They want to stay in this.
Maybe this is what they needed. The pressure of losing their map pick, of it being on towards 12 for Koi Fenix to step up, because this has been a different Bulls in the last 3 rounds. Looking a lot more confident in the engagements that they're taking. backing themselves. The point that Kai Phoenix want to take a timeout. Don't want to let the score creep too much closer.
Sure.
Especially with the money situation coming down, ult situation, it's not necessarily in their favor because you're looking more toward Colossus going to be the next guy in his online, and it's not really much for Kai Phoenix to work with in this eco round. Maybe some sort of hero Guardian, hero Bucky moves, and maybe something fast again over towards Garage, because that worked out when we saw, what, on round 14? 4 classics, 1 shorty. Turned out to be quite a dangerous buy.
Could get very close. Koi Phoenix have got the buffer to eco for 1. So that's what they're going to do. You know what though, Summer? These ecos might just be a little bit more scary. All right, we've got an update. Off-stream update, Twisted Minds win the series 2-1. Wait, Boars have a chance? I mean, Boars may have a chance winning this series, but they need to win it by getting both maps. Koi Phoenix must not win this if Boars want to have a chance.
And it's not even to get Boars into playoffs, it's just to have an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, it's giving them a way in, right? It doesn't secure the spot, but it gives them some chances.
Gives them hope.
Wait, Mouse don't win that? That's mad. Also receiving more information, that was a very close half. It was 6-6, but Twisted Minds had the better second half in that one. Either way, though, Boars seem to be in control for this, even though Demek gets a lot done, and the paranoia just disrupts Javelin substantially. How did he not die there? Maybe his opponent's running out of bullets. Wait, no, not like this. Oh, not when Boars feel they might have a chance. Obviously, they don't know of the opponents to score.
One enemy remaining.
But this is hurt. This hurts even more. Losing this map might has just put their chances in the dumps. But Koi Phoenix, a 39 goes their way. Oh boy, Haven goes to them, and honestly, I don't know what to think after that. I feel, for a moment in time, I thought there was a lifeline for playoffs hit there for Boars, but I feel like Koi Phoenix might have just stolen it away.
Yeah, I mean, Koi Phoenix can't make it into playoffs either, so it's sort of they're dragging Boars down with them at this point. But yeah, we were framing this as it will be unlikely for Boars to make it through anyway, with Twisted Mind and Mars both in the group. But yeah, it's all about seeing what they can show individually as a team, looking towards the future.
Yeah, well, I've got a question for the analysts for this one. Why so many eco rounds?
Well, I mean, if we could quantify the reason for that, I think we would be much better at our jobs than we are. But look, I mean, that was actually a really... Sorry, whatever.
I'm coming down with you, I guess.
Yeah, just like everybody in all of these group stages, I am dragging you down with me as much as possible. It makes me look better. That's all that matters. Look, I think for Boars here, it's a really good performance, actually. It genuinely is something positive for them, which is all they need out of the rest of this group stage so far. It's just something to look back at and go, we did good. We did good on the Challengers EMEA stage, and I definitely would not take away this map and go, like, there's so much to learn from. I think this was positive. A lot of those eco rounds, again, yeah, as you mentioned, Pavlos, really interesting that those are the rounds that they're winning. But I do think that it's just because they're being forced into more tactical decisions.
Yeah, I think also maybe just the sort of low stakes of the round. It seemed like they were able to just be that little bit more aggressive, take a few more gamble plays here and there with where they stack players up, and then when it came to the buy rounds, it felt at times a little bit more individualistic. I'm sure you had moments from Colossus as well, still being able to really show that skill is there for, I believe, a 17-year-old duelist, so it's obviously someone incredibly young with a lot of potential. But yeah, I think ultimately you could see that when it came to the actual buy rounds, that was where Koi Phoenix were better. Obviously for them, I don't think it's the greatest sign that they lost so many of those rounds, but I do think it was just good gambles, solid individual skills still coming out from the Boars, and they have now lost their own map choice, which definitely doesn't put them in a great position. And as I said at the beginning, this was a map that coming into things, it was 1-5 over the last few months for the side of Koi Phoenix. They've won that one and will look to head into their best map by a considerable margin.
Yeah, before we go into talking about that one, let's take a look back at that last map. I think we wanted to highlight a player first of all, Globex. His stats looking good
Insane
after
game.
the back of that. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of it was down to just him getting a lot of kills and not dying. And I know that's not going to be too crazy for the people at home to understand, but a 2.9 KDA, just confident in those sort of late round scenarios, but also seemed like a safe pair of hands. Obviously, you had a fairly aggressive stance from the duelist of Demek, who's always going to be sort of playing around the map and definitely came out on top in terms of that head-to-head. But I think that just having that sort of more controlled player who's going to put in those paranoias, who's going to stay alive late into the round, catch rotations, etc., is such an important piece of the puzzle. And considering they had relatively big shoes to fill from their previous roster, I think he's done a very good job.
Yeah, and I think I know why this has just come up on my other monitor here. But I think you wanted to take a look at a very specific round out of nothing other than pure tactical analysis, not bias whatsoever.
No, of course not. This I wonder what round this could be. Like, it almost seems like this game's about to be closed out, and then it's just this one player who happens to have this very aggressive positioning, gets in behind, wonderful spray down. And this is, of course, the 17-year-old Ukrainian Kolosha, who just dominated the round. Like, even in a loss, you've got to highlight when somebody is pulling out crazy individual rounds, and I think he sort of made it look like there was a real possibility that this could be turned around. I believe just after this, we see a tactical pause actually called by Movistar Koi Phoenix, because they don't want to let someone like that go off the rails. And I think going into the second map, if they can get him popping off a little bit earlier, there's still a chance. Still a chance.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do joke about it a little bit, but of course, those kinds of highlight plays are what we're looking for in Tier 2, right? We're looking at the individual players just as much as we're looking at the teams that are trying to get to Ascension. You know, Boz doesn't really have any chance of getting to Ascension. We're looking at the players from this team and what they can do later on. But talking of later on, we do have another map at the very least to go, so we will head back to you very shortly. We're going to go to a quick break.
And
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA, everybody. Our final, maybe, map today, or there might be two more, who knows, but either way, there's nothing to play for anymore between these two teams other than glory, other than, well, can you even call it glory? I mean, pride, right? That's what I mean coming into this one. They're looking just to prove themselves, looking to put on some good individual performances. Neither of them are going to get out of this group no matter what, pretty much. As far as I'm aware, there's no way it can happen, and therefore, it is just down to let's play some good old Valorant. It doesn't matter what happens from here on out. We just want to play some good Valorant.
Yeah, slight variations of a similar comp, of course, as we do head into Lotus. Records for both these teams is pretty good, but if that was one of Koi Phoenix's worst maps on paper, this is one of their best, so I think you definitely favor them. I like seeing the Breach on either side. Maybe not necessarily the most common pick all of the time, but it allows you to get quite aggressive, plenty of stuns, so we get to see how that will come out.
All right, well, without further ado, we're going to get into this one real quick. So I'm going to throw it over now to Pavlos and Winter to cast it for you.
I'm excited in towards this one. It's, yeah, they were talking about on the desk that it is that sort of, on paper, it is better for, oh my gosh, I've completely mind blanked about what team Koi Phoenix coming into this one, but obviously Boars, they've played this a lot as well. It's just maybe not necessarily as strong as this map might be for Koi Phoenix coming into this one. So yeah, it's nothing to play for in the sense of either of these two teams making out, but Boars could be a real pain in the butt of Twisted Minds as well. There are permutations that could happen. If Boars wins the next two matches, that we could see that sort of three-way tie coming in favor of Mouse, but at this moment, Koi Phoenix might just be able to eliminate them as well.
Oh, already seeing Kolosha get a double kill here. And it's a great start for Balls to get things going. Glowback sees some resistance, but it's Balls to enter this one. Of course, seeing the map result, the series result of Mouse's game between the Twisted Saints, you know there is an opportunity here. Therefore, they're going to take it with everything they've got.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it's a showcase right now for the side of Boars. Obviously, we were talking about the Cinderella run that they made, that I believed in all the way to Ascension, but unfortunately it has been cut short here in Challengers EMEA.
Zach Kappa in his attempt to 1v3. Waits for the K tree, doesn't give that audio cue, but you know you've got Balls ready and waiting from two different directions. There you have it. You want to know for Balls, keep things rolling nicely.
Yeah, this triple entry is nice.
Player standing.
Little sequence that they had over towards Mound, right? The layering of stuns.
You know what, Summer? Coming into this moment in time in the day, I never thought we'd still have implications of and any dispute of who'd be making out of groups. I thought it'd be an easy day for Mouse.
I mean, it's very unlikely. I would say that it would be Mouse making it just because of what needs to happen.
True.
And so, of course, might just want to be a little bit of an issue maker for Twisted Minds, but it's currently out of the hands, right, of Mouse and completely in that of Twisted Minds. Because even if Boars win here on that sort of reverse sweep ideology, that if that could happen, Twisted Minds then get to basically play to win, play to make it out of groups.
And also another narrative we can follow. I think coming into this tournament and seeing so many points being gathered by the MENA teams, I thought there might have been a little bit of disjustice, really, to the teams competing in Challengers EMEA in Split 1 and Split 2. But turns out the two MENA representatives showing up here, they've been fantastic. They've had some great results. So locking in their Ascension spots are definitely well-deserved.
I mean, Raz hasn't actually played against a team outside of MENA because they didn't necessarily make it here. It was the Ultimates that pipped them to the post. So
but if it's anything like
for
Twisted Minds, I guess
yeah. Because for me, it was sort of, it's an unknown quantity.
Sure.
And even when you're talking about teams like Balls or even in the same breath of Detulis coming in from Northeast. Sure, they played in their own region for Detulis in mind. They haven't been tested on that international stage, and currently none of the Northeast teams are making it out of group, so who knows? Maybe playing
That would have been the first time.
Yeah, it's split 1 all over again.
Then
at least we had some success in split 2.
Enterprise with the whole thing, so how about that? Maybe
And then they don't
Enterprise
make
was
it out of
essential because of it.
groups.
Yay! Maybe that's something that happens. Just foreshadowing. We've got the script, guys. We know. Here's the buy round though from Koi Phoenix. And so far, it's Kalosha to disrupt it. Looking to stay alive, and does so with Javelin having his teammates back.
Again, it's the sequence over towards Mound. Kalosha and Javelin being the main players, both in utility-wise, but also following it up. Talking a bit about being the buy of Koi Phoenix. 2 untradeable kills. Favor of Boars. Starts to make them nervous. They want to go exploring B.
Lovely opener for Zach up, and it might provide Koi Phoenix a chance. Could have been a bit too far-fetched otherwise. Cardi, look at that! Cardi! A double kill! And now the round is swung wide open. Anyone could come out on top of this one. 2 versus 2 on a singular side, and the spike hasn't even gone down yet, which means Balls are the ones under pressure. They're the ones that need to create space for themselves, but Koi Phoenix might just be giving it to
30
them.
seconds left.
Yeah, they believe the TP was a TP to safety. Get the spike away from C. But
Oh my
it's
God.
sure, even if they're rotating and putting the eggs in the basket, that is going to be an A hit. They can just retake into C. They just have to be careful of any sort of pushes, even though Bulls haven't. They're going to be wary of it. That's why the Aldrin comes out early, spots Troisy.
But again, so much time has elapsed where you're wondering maybe there's a push coming in from long, so I wonder if Kalosha is paying attention to that. No. I think you've realized both Koi Phoenix players are grouped up together. A smoke to block them off. This recon, these nano swarms could be massive. Recon revealing where the last one is as the traders already come forth. Overdrive out, and Zach Kappa hasn't got a chance to react. Boy, did Koi Phoenix make this one a close one, but Balls able to secure.
Able to secure, and look what that's done for the money. Something tells me Balls won't be as much of a pushover as they were on the first map, especially when it comes to these rifle rounds. Again, it's just off the back of the duo of Kalosha and Javelin for those entries, and obviously Kalosha to close it back out. This time, Koi Phoenix wants to get aggressive, and it's over towards A, but a reveal hits absolutely everyone
Right there.
in that pursuit.
And you can tell in response that Balls want to explore towards his left-hand side, right? Put a little bit more pressure, see if you can break any cage or utility. But instead, most of their forces are stuck around near this A-side proximity. Demek holding with the Outlaw so close. That could be scary.
Yeah, this shotgun is not necessarily what Balls want to be going into,
no.
but off the Prowler, they know exactly what's here.
Ouch.
Forced into the peak. Goes down to utility.
A change of pace here for Balls. A change of their minds. Seaside is the target. Koi Phoenix have got a couple of players here. Pick up what you're capable of there, mate. Stun won't really give him any chance. It does slow Balls down a little bit, but that's about it, right? You've got all 5 players available to you. You've got 4 rifles on, and Koi Phoenix have got none. Kalosha keeping a close distance, playing the Outlaw as if it's a shotgun there, but it's a one-shot kill. So this seems already like history. Let's see how much damage Koi Phoenix can do. The answer is none. Balls with 4 consecutive.
Yeah, look at this. A stun, an aftershock, and a grab. No way out for him in that situation. Then they just pivot over towards C. Sure, nice couple of shots being hit by the Koi Phoenix players, but it's just consolation kills really on the way out. Now back with the rifles in hand, ultimate starting to come online. You're looking towards that Kappa for retakes, especially over towards C position where, you know, like, Kai Fenix have enough of being pushovers towards that mountain fight and want to go fighting.
Yeah, they do. Koi Fenix know of this though. Know of this push. They're trying to dedicate as many players to this defense as possible. Rare and Kalosha both open things up. That makes their jobs a lot easier, doesn't it? Skadi only left here and he is completely stunned. Does it matter? Eventually it does. But this round already looks secure, doesn't it? Especially after not giving Demek a chance.
Some nice shots. And Globix just can't even give it a look in. Too much of a disparity in numbers. No money, no door opened either.
This is such a completely different image to what we got acquainted to on Haven.
Yeah, and it's not as if it's anything crazy. They've just made the call, we're going A, let's fight A, and they've just won out every single one of the gunfights when it's come down to it. Sure, Sure, Guardian is managing to get a kill completely stunned up towards backside, but it's immediately traded out, so it's not as if it's that much of a big deal. And it does, it feels like a completely different team, almost.
It does. It
like,
really
insta-kill. Kalosha didn't really get a chance.
It genuinely feels they went to the between map timeout, realized that Mao's lost their game, said maybe we've got a chance to make it into groups, therefore Ascension. Let's give it our best go. And I feel Koi Fenix, you can't be motivated as Balls at this moment in time, right? You're 0-2, you're not making it out.
I mean, Balls can't make it out.
Balls can't?
No.
They'll have a negative map differential against...
Yeah, Ball is making it out of the group is between Twisted Minds and Mouse, because even if Balls are able to win not only this series but also the series against Twisted Minds, then it would become a three-way tie, and then you're looking at Mouse to win on the map differential.
So it's between Twisted Minds and...
But then at the same time, even if Balls wins both of these, Twisted Minds might be able to win as well, so... Yeah, mainly
Gotcha.
Balls can't make it, okay?
Balls can't make it, right.
Yeah, they're out of the running.
I thought there was a way with maps, right? I thought there was a way with map differential if they got a 2-0 and Twisted Minds, but they've already lost a couple of maps from Koi Fenix.
Yeah, Balls have already been 0-2.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Sorry for the confusion.
Yeah, I was on the hype train for Balls making it all the way through, but unfortunately, no longer the case. No.
Okay.
So yeah, this is more of permutations for Twisted Minds and Mouse. But
so previously Mouse had Balls' fate in their hands, now it's the other way around.
Yeah, and if Balls lose today, then Twisted Minds are through.
Gotcha.
Ooh.
Okay, sure. Now it's back to normal. Now we're looking at pistol rounds that could potentially convert crazy rounds. That Bucky shot, if it connected, had been so damn disruptive for Balls' attempt, but they are able to recover. Even though Koi Fenix are able to flood the site with players, it's just not enough.
And even now, putting a one-way up over towards drop means God, he can't necessarily even try and sneak out over towards backside, upgrade a weapon, get up close and personal with a shotgun. Now given an opportunity to creep forward. Weapon recycled. Weapon put to work.
And suddenly you've got a chance. That's a great stun. Guardy in trouble. Globexo wants to make sure this is a 1v1. You know where Javelin is. Thing is, you don't have time. You don't stick the defuse, and that is your downfall. Yeah, there's no time. This spike is going to explode, and there's nothing Globex can do about it. Oh boy, this was the closest Koi Fenix have gotten, but no close enough.
Again, it's off the back of lower buys, the shotgun, or the sheriff shots that we saw both Pika and Zach Kappa having. Yeah, cutting a little bit too close, time not in their favor, and 6-0 lead for Balls. It was reminiscent of a match Koi Fenix played a couple of days ago on Sunset. Oh, they 8-0 down?
Bulls are not being silent about what they're trying to do here. Not at all. Into C already. A complete takeover. And Koi Fenix, not quite equipped to deal with this one quickly. They're going to wait, and a lockdown available.
Yeah, but they have to get into a position where the lockdown's going to be useful, and with Bulls pushing the issue over towards this corner, over towards CT, it's getting a little bit tricky.
Ooh, great shot for Demek. Koi Fenix, that's finally more like it. Kalosha trying to deter the rest of the players approaching, but a one-man army isn't the solution. Koi Fenix finally get their hands on a round.
And without even needing to use the lockdown instead, they start to fight back on the aggression Bulls offers out. Fueled by confidence in this CT5, but backed off by the stuns coming in from Guardi. It was a great opportunity to isolate those 1vx's.
Let's see if they can optimally use this ultimate barrage that they've got on them, Koi Fenix, to start gaining a streak of their own.
There's so many pings going out in the map in the pre-round from Bulls. A lot of pressure over towards Waterfall as well, so maybe that's something they want to fight instead, not towards CT. They have to get past that Kappa first.
Well, Zach Kappa puts his hands in the air and lets Boars through. Again, Koi Fenix had an A-Psych stack, so a 5v5 retake back-to-back.
Spike planted. Go, go, go!
Oh, but this time Bulls aren't settling down. They're actually wanting to aggress here, forcing the issue. Flash coming out. Oh dear! Doesn't go to plan though. It was a nice plan, but the execution not as much. Koi Fenix definitely equipped for that one, but when there's an Odin in play in the hands of Javelin, nothing's over just yet. Red drops. So it's a solo journey for Javelin to try and make this one work. Holds the angle. That's true! Wait, now we can just play for the spike.
And stun back up online.
Stun. Zach Kappa can't do a thing about it. Just gonna have to slowly get closer and closer to the spike. Deeper angle, but Javelin could spam through the wall. A 1v3 clutch from Javelin. It saves the day.
Great. You're welcome.
We were talking about the previous series. What was it? Vaccine with the Odin.
Yeah.
And now a little bit more success this time with Javelin on it. A lot of help from Ray though with the damage that he was able to pass over. But yeah, it does feel like a little bit of a different Bulls, because this was supposed to be one of Koi Fenix's best map. And yeah, Bulls are starting to make them look a little bit silly. Kalosha, what is that shot?
It's nuts, isn't it? But there is an answer this time around. Koi Fenix are able to hold their ground and mount, but look how quickly Bulls are looking to switch things up a bit, not letting this game settle down into a standstill. They want to put up the pressure on A.
They got the numbers, at least over towards this side of the map. Similar situations of Zach Kappa has to concede the space.
Ooh.
At least for now. The only issue with this lockdown is it doesn't necessarily hit all the way towards true. You have Javelin not only with his ult, but also the Odin. It's planted for long, so you also have Rhea in a comfortable position as well.
Sure.
But at least they have the space over towards site.
Doesn't take long for the Rolling Thunder to be used. Glowbeck's able to avoid it though. And suddenly, this round seems to be more likely going to Koi Fenix unless Javelin is able to use the rest of the utility nicely. Rare has got a lovely sightline, and Zach Kappa now has to pay attention to two different corners. Sure, he connects a headshot, but it's through a wall, therefore no cigar in that. Bulls, yet again, skin of their teeth, get away with another.
And you could just see how impressive it was just having the breach over towards tree with the Odin. The stun came through, the aftershock even netting its own kill.
Turn out.
It's just suppressive fire eventually over towards the end. Can't get anywhere close to that spike, especially with Rhea being still alive and kicking over towards Hobbit door. Saved Vandal now for Zach Kappa. Not much of a reinvestment up around it, but you're looking at Demek with the overdrive. They want to go aggressive out of B. They're doing it quietly.
Oh, one stuck around, Zach Kappa.
That's
The
the
one
same
with the
Vandal.
rifle remains.
And look, they're pushing, so they're going to be able to recover at least another one.
Not bad.
In the hands of Pika now. Only thing is, Demis's ult is going to run out before he's going to be able to utilize it truly. And look how much respect they're giving. Over towards stairs. Demic's not even close. Same goes for Guardi.
Aldrin hasn't spotted him, and the Nano Swarm doesn't quite funnel him in the direction that they would have liked him. Never fear gets through. That's ridiculous.
Player standing.
But what's more ridiculous is that 2 pistol kills have just come forth. No. 50 seconds remain. Balls, aka Javelin, is trying to make this one work.
The spike isn't even planted either, so at least he has some sort of flexibility to decide where he's going to go. But the only issue with that is sure, even if he gets a spike down onto C, it's not going to be an easy task at all, because you look at the utility belt for Koi Fenix players, not only will Demic be able to recover a weapon, but also has the stun, you also have the wall. Guardi has everything that he could want coming in for this retake to be able to set Demic up in a great position.
Javelin looking to play aggressive. Approaching the 2 players. Koi Phoenix not being silent about it. The stun could be huge, and it does delay. But there's a stun in retaliation, and Javelin's caught, looking to run away. A flash, he finds cover, but he can hear the commotion, trying to run around, spots his opponent above him, and now it's down to a 1v1. The spray favors Guardi having the higher ground. Who would have thought? It's a pissed around to put Koi Phoenix on the board again.
Have they swapped? Have they swapped names or something that we haven't
something like that
recognized? Because yeah, it feels like it's the similar story of Map 1, but the opposite. A couple of nice shots, obviously, but still.
What's going on?
Yeah, at a certain point it starts to get a little bit silly. But with the rifles back out now, hopefully Koi Phoenix are aiming towards getting a second, stringing a couple of rounds together. They have a few ultimates to do it.
Yeah, this is a classic balls round. We've seen it time and time again. Brute force your way into the C site. Koi Phoenix again equipping that right-hand side with more defenders. Execution for balls will be simple. It's what follows after that is the interesting part.
That's something they struggled with over towards Haven in the post plants.
Oh, finds a corner, unaffected by the aftershock. Kalosha, lovely initiator. Recon together with a Nightfall. And there is counteraction to it as well. Hunter's Fury from Pika. Finds a frag, but look at Demic having the high ground. Makes this site his own world, his own realm. Feels comfortable as ever within it. And Koi Phoenix, their first back-to-back success streak on the map.
Again, it's down to one man and one man only, really. Heroics coming in from the Neon player, up and over. Sure, they might not necessarily know. I've noticed he's up there. Paranoia is great. Distraction is great. Yeah, just look at this. Nothing stands in his way for that one. And a little bit of a resurgence from Koi Phoenix. Like you said, it's the first rifle round, really, that they've even been able to come out on top. And because of how close the couple of rounds have been, that's done some serious damage to balls economically for the last round of the half. Only 2 players actually have Vandals coming into this one. We're looking at closer with the Judge, also with the Overdrive.
Koi Phoenix are patient with this. Don't want to overstep their welcome, especially with an Overdrive. Could have been there, but maybe something more dangerous is available to them. The Judge. Never mind. It's not dangerous enough. Rolling Thunder. Answered back with another Rolling Thunder.
Oh,
and this breach utility is absolutely superb today. Still, though, balls on the back foot. Koi Phoenix with a real chance to close up the gap by the end of this half as they close in from all sides, all directions. Javelin having the higher ground, but unable to get quicker to the trigger than Guardian. That one is being diffused, and there's nothing Never Fear can do to stop it. Sure, he gets one by the end, but it's not going to be enough. 8-4 is the score as Koi Phoenix are able to slightly close up the gap just by the end of the half. All right. That is a 3-round consecutive streak for Koi Phoenix to close things out. It started to get a little bit dangerous, didn't it? There was quite the successful start for Bulls, but it's not all over, especially when Koi Phoenix have the map lead. A comeback would make this one a swift one.
Yeah, it's starting to pick up a little bit of pace, a little bit of traction towards the tail end. 3 consecutive makes it a little bit more of a believable scoreline. And look at Troyzy hiding in his own smoke. The only issue is there's no reveal coming.
Yeah, not much.
At least not yet.
The recon is being prepared, though. Broken. Stunned. Troyzy is out, though. TP simply out. And you're already seeing a little bit of a change in approach. How slower Koi Phoenix are with trying to get ground control.
I mean, yeah, they've managed to get it. A lot less utility invested, and the thing is, no lives taken just yet, and instead it's the silent peek into C main, and it's just Bulls that clean it up. Zach Kappa, the only one remaining, and is in usual fashion as the Sentinels lurk, are trying to make something happen on the far extremity of the map. Bulls have gained complete control of the spike.
They have. Smart to group 3 players together out in main. It worked directly as planned, given that Koi Phoenix moved in their direction. Could be based on pre-prepared plans against Koi Phoenix, a bit of a counter. Works out nicely, and with just a single player losing their life, Bulls going on 9 here. Seems like they've entered the highway towards a 3rd map.
Third map may be on the cards unless I see some sort of fight back from Koi, and it's not likely to be in this one. To eco. A little bit of an investment to shields for Zach Kappa and Demic. There are a lot of spaces being managed to gain by Demic, but there's no follow-up. That's the only issue.
Great stun. Can you capitalize upon it? The answer is yes, but not for long. Kalosha hiding with the zone wall. It's not quite good enough, but go figure. Koi Phoenix are able to upset with a slight buy on the 2nd round of the half. It's a difficult one, but Rare is able to recover. A 2v2 definitely within reach here.
And the thing with Zach Kappa being so low, he doesn't necessarily even want to go too aggressive to try and reclaim this fight, because Stays is into question, so is Cubby. The door being opened.
Gotta go.
Sure, Demic has control over towards heaven, but it's all the control that they have.
Troyzy. Could he get the timing on Zach Kappa? He is looking in the right direction. Zach Kappa he's low, but will it matter? Oh, it does. Because Troyzy lands a body shot and it's enough. Demic with the outlaw duties.
Still, a Bucky here could be insane. They give him an opportunity to isolate the first and get out scot-free. Rhea is low, so it's not going to be much to take him down. And they've even given him a smoke to play around.
Oh dear, this could be it. Shot found, and back into the Shadow Realm, really.
He hasn't even crossed into sight yet.
And Demic puts himself in a position to deny that cross. A triple kill for Demic. The clutch is his. And honestly, crisis averted there on the 2nd round bye.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I mean, was it crisis averted? Because Bulls are the one that came into that with the weapons. They're the ones that came into that with the heavy buy. All Koi Phoenix had was a Bucky and 1 piece of half armor on Zach Kappa.
Oh man, it's crazy how these force buys, these little buys, the ecos, how much damage they can keep on doing. So likely we'll see Bulls win this one, right? Do I read the script correctly?
Honestly, I don't even know anymore. With it's not even just that. It's not even like a full share of eco or an investment into the eco rounds. It genuinely normally is just 4 classics, maybe a Shorty or a Bucky or one Sheriff. This is exactly what we're seeing on Boars, is one person normally takes the hit a little more significantly than the others. Pandemic does have the Outlaw, so it's a weapon that should be able to shine against these lower buys. Especially when nobody on the side of Boars has any armor.
Kolocha spotted. Forced out of position. Koi Fenix is just an obscurement and what they wanted to go for. It's the B side they're looking to put their effort into. Spike part should be simple. Let's see if anything can be done about it by Boars. Seems they will be dropping like flies. Koi Fenix having no issue with dealing with them this time around. Stopping even planting the spike to make sure they've got all 5 players available with the guns in their hands. And it's enough. Rare boxing gloves out again, but away from the battle, away from the fight. And it's Koi Fenix's round for the taking.
Yeah, Peak is going to be the first engagement. But all eyes are going to be trained over towards main. Now you can see the little bit of adjustments in the setup. Hunting for this kill, but a lot of damage is being done. A couple of dinks back and forth, but now with the turret back online, he's fighting on 2 different fronts. Eventually,
Everyone makes fun of
close out round for Koi Fenix.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they made clean work of this one.
And this is so aggressive coming in from Global. It's just fighting him on the same terms. That could have gone so wrong in so many different ways. That would have been a Vandal given back over towards the retakers, but instead, just furthers their agenda in that round of... I think we had 2 kills from Classics from the Koi Fenix players when it's... They have Vandals. They have, like, why is it coming down to Classic engagements? And now that Troisy has the Vandal back out, he's doing similar shenanigans to what they tried on the attacking side, but in the defense.
So Koi Fenix on the back foot here. How do you try and regain that advantage? One player spotted, but having that wide stance does allude to the idea of other presence nearby. Especially with that stun, you know that there's at least 2 in this direction.
And you still have the cam out over towards Mound. And it's not necessarily space they've been able to gain. And spotting out 2 players.
Bomb grenade out.
And nothing over towards A. He's going to give him a little bit more confidence on the rotate over. But still, these players have to stand strong. Troisy has a paranoia to delay. But they didn't even want to go there.
Again, going towards this B side. A tripwire to break. Oh no! Interrupted. Never Fear on the cross, and he's even got assistance here. Never Fear might not even need it. Koi Fenix's plan goes up in smoke. 25 seconds on the clock. And a lost ditch effort, Hail Mary towards the C side. The paranoia even connects on both of them. Yeah, that's it. Calling it off. A white flag waved. Or maybe not just yet. Maybe giving it a final go, but it's for naught. It's for nothing. It's all in vain. Double digits for Boars.
It's been a relatively quick map so far, just by how Boars were dictating the pace when they were on that attacking side, and it feels like it definitely has slowed down in the last few where we've seen Koi Fenix on the attack. It's not as out of the gate punchy and aggressive, similar to what we saw with Boars, especially over towards the Mound plays themselves. It felt Boars were consistently getting themselves an entry pick very early on into the rounds.
Zach Kappa, first blood. This is Koi Fenix's turn to answer back with the first pick of the round. Oh, look at Boars pushing.
But he knows there's others here.
Zach Kappa, ready. He's got friends around to try and avenge, but Troisy is able to take another down before he drops. But look at C, it's open, it's barren, and Koi Fenix can just move in.
And that's the dominance in fights that Boars had been known for on that attack, of it just being their way into the C site time and time again. Now it's Koi Fenix's turn.
Take flight.
I wonder if you want to place pickup around Mound Sands. You've got the Hunter's Fury, it's the guarantee, or do you not want to risk using it in this round when you don't have to? There's still quite the hill to climb.
Yeah, I mean, they've still got loads of utility, still got the recon, 2 shock darts, also the paranoia as well, but you don't have Demic anymore.
And you can't use a Hunter's Fury at this proximity. Glowbex wins his fight. Picker does the same on his end, and it is simpler than Balls would have hoped it would be. 7-10 now as Koi Fenix slowly start to gather up steam on this attacking side.
It just comes down to winning their individual fights towards the end that starting to close the gap, but again, Balls back out with a full buy. You have a shotgun on Closure, which has just been a menace. Both of these Neons with shotguns in this entire series.
Deploying drone.
Looking at Koi for the ults, Zakappa and Pika both have theirs. And again, it's this aggression that Balls are trying over towards Mounds, but instead now they've gone for this wonderful setup for Koi Fenix that, sure, they might be able to gain the space. But Koi Fenix aren't necessarily losing anything for it.
Oh, Guardy. First blood goes to Koi Fenix again. And this lockdown's going to make this this A-site takeover that much simpler. Oh, but Kalosha's moving in, and I don't mind this. Stun coming out of the paranoia. Yeah. This play got red. Koi Fenix not taking any chances here. Although the Aftershock catches Demic. How did that happen?
It's a saving grace for Balls if they want to find a way back into this round, because that also means Javelin's only one away from a Rolling Thunder. I think this could get a little bit interesting should Koi Fenix offer up a couple of engagements.
Good pick by Neverfear. And it's definitely put Balls on the board here. And with a chance to take over. Glowbex, albeit unable to hear, still able to shoot his rifle. And it's kept things close in the smoke. Pika goes, but will end up staying within it. Glowbex! The last 2 kills go in his lap, and there you have it. A quad piece all together that round, and Koi Fenix are really starting to gain momentum.
Yeah, fighting in silence for most of this round. They get out onto site. I still don't understand how that Aftershock managed to catch Closure, but it doesn't matter if Glowbex just comes out with that.
He barely had any bullets remaining in his rifle, I think. He probably had like 1 or 2 left. Thin margins.
Especially if someone's just jumping straight into your face out of a smoke. You've already dealt with the first. But now feeling a little bit of the stress of the gap closing, because remember, this was an 8-4 half. And now it's gotten to the point where Koi Fenix are within touching distance of equalization with Balls. Especially given the money situation, they haven't got the investment that they need, but they seemingly want to do another sort of hero rifle play. You're looking towards Troisy with that Vandal out. Maybe they can use the ultimate Rolling Thunder, something that they gained in the previous. Just hit the scales here, because neither team are shying away from 1 winning Thrifty rounds or 2 losing to Thrifty rounds. So it's still cards on the table, it's just maybe the odds necessarily aren't in favor of the Ukrainian side.
Yeah, and something that can be quite dangerous for the Koi Fenix side is that their attack can be just as strong as their defense, and this time around it seems it might just be a little bit stronger. Troisy needs to be careful, he wants to stick around. Paranoia's exchanged. And Troisy finally makes the decision to walk out. In the process, Demic has a sweet 1v1 with Kalosha. He's able to win it. And even though Balls have got a hefty defensive lineup here, Koi Fenix, if they move in with all of their forces, still could be daunting.
Yeah, Javelin still has a stun available. Thing that Avia could play off. Just needs to be given the opportunity.
Stun out. Would you get off of the back of it? Stun onto Netherfear though, so no capitalization for the fault line. Rolling Thunder. Oh dear, that's a bit of a delay. Again, I feel you can't get a pick off of it though.
But there's, yeah, and there's still 40 seconds, so it's not as if it's a all in for Koi Fenix that they have to make a work. They can just rotate over to a seat, and that's exactly what they're doing. They do have reinforcements on their way for Balls though.
Yeah, Balls have a great read. 2 players available to this. One with a Vandal, one with a Ghost. But it's the Ghost player that does the damage, at least for now, in the cage. Javelin joins. Oh dear. Guardy holds his ground. 17 seconds. You need to start thinking about spike planting here. Globex knows he's in a difficult spot, knows that if he falls, this round could go up in flames, but they do what is required. And Koi Phoenix are staring Boars into the eyes right now. This is head-to-head.
My arms are good. We can go.
And I just love that they don't even commit towards the spike plant. Know that it is 10 seconds left to work with. But there's only one player. Don't want to give the opportunity of isolating 1v1s. Go for this 1 up, 1 down.
One enemy remaining.
Here, Never Fear on the way out of the smoke doesn't necessarily have a chance. 2 players to contend with on different elevations. Now, Rifle's back out, but you have to be looking towards Koi Phoenix as this is the opportunity to equalize and even an operator out.
This is Derek again.
Position
Getting his hands on the operator. Indeed. It's huge when he feels the confidence to just go for plays like this. Comfort zone.
Here.
Space gained over towards C, but still a couple of trips over towards site. Plus, this reveal can be nasty for dealing with the spike planter. They haven't dealt with this camera. It's going to be so much info for Rear to deal with.
You can sense Koi Phoenix aren't that comfortable to get the spike planted just yet. But eventually are able to pop that onto the ground. 4v4 anyone's game. Couple of flashes available for Guardy as well. This could act as deterrence. Kalosha showing up. Guardy not on flashing duty, instead has his gun out. Doesn't work out. Globex interrupted. All down to Zach Kappa. Can he make this clutch work? No, he cannot. Kalosha overdrive duties. Boars break the silence, break their opponent's streak, and 2 rounds away of potentially giving a map in the series to themselves.
Able to put a round on board, finally breaking the streak that Koi Phoenix were putting together. And look at that shot from Kalosha. That was the catalyst for this retake.
Last player standing.
Getting past an operator isn't easy to do, especially when posted up in a comfortable position. That also means it's a free investment for Kalosha coming into this one now. He's got the operator in hand. Possibly looking to get the door open, taking a deep peek.
Our drone broken, but Kalosha's stuck in place. Oh no! Would have loved to connect that shot, but somehow still alive and gets given a second opportunity. Won't be able to get away with that though. And
at least he doesn't go down with nothing. At least he doesn't go down with nothing. And then that means the shot that Javelin is able to get means so much more, because it at least puts the number advantage in their favor, and it's not just losing the initial engagement completely.
Trip broken in B. They don't know Zach Kappa's alone here. Troy Z stuck within the nanoswarm, knowing how to play that one aggressive. Oh, 22 points of health. That got close.
A lot of damage done.
Indeed. 2 rifles against the 4. Paranoia to catch the player on sight. Let's see you move, Koi Phoenix. Let's see you try to figure this one out. It is a puzzle and a half, that. Oh, aligning the stars. Troy Z makes this round his galaxy. And boy, does that hurt for Koi Phoenix. They thought they had a comeback brewing, but Boars has just put them in the dirt.
Just a little bit of combat being needed from Kalosha there towards the start. Now back to against the wall. Koi Phoenix don't want to go down without a fight on towards Lotus. We saw the Ryle back up into the game once they switched over towards sides. The rifle rounds were looking clean, but the 2 back-to-back rounds and retakes for Boars gives them the opportunity to force a corrode.
Thinking time. No margin for error if you want Lotus to go your way. Corrode, things can go astray. It can become quite the puggy map, and especially as a decider, as the day gets late, as the day becomes night.
Yeah, just in the timeout, you really just... Sure, you're gonna have to fully invest into this one anyway because it is 12 for Boars. You don't have the opportunity to go for a lower buy because they don't have the money to go for a full one either. Again, shot comes out for the Neon players. Overdrive available, and it looks like they're teeing up for a fast B hit. Might have opportunities to catch Kalosha off guard.
Oh yeah, very feisty, very quick. Aftershock denying Kalosha's chance to swing out and deter the spike plant.
Great
Overdrive
flash.
off the back of a Paranoia. That blind is massive. Glowback's trying to close up the distance, which means you no longer have rifles as he's fallen. Boars might be in trouble. But Koi Phoenix have to slow down a bit. And you can see how much patience Boars have, but their utility usage has been sublime! Back-to-back flashes puts Koi Phoenix right on top. And Toysy is in a world of hurt with 3 players looking in his direction, and they make the call just to stand still. The wise thing to do, the smart thing at this moment in time. Choizy looking to isolate, but Zach Kappa is the only one you need to finish this one off. Nothing's decided just yet.
Oh, look at this flash. It's not only the Paranoia, but there was also a flash coming in from Guardi. And this was something I was praising them for so much, is just the utility usage, not only to self-initiate for when you're looking towards Guardi and that breach, but also to set up their teammates and put them in such a great position, knowing what's needed of them in the moment. At least making it a little bit more believable that overtime's on the cards.
Yeah.
Kalosha on the chase.
No trade.
Balls taking matters to their own hands. Finally the trades come through, but Never Fear has also arrived. Oh no. Oh no, if you're Koi Phoenix, you're shaking right now. Sure, you've got spike control. Sure, you've got a couple of players with full of their health, but Balls have got double the amount of players available to them.
Especially with this position that Never Fear is taking up. The crossfire between him and Javelin is going to be a little bit disgusting to try and break.
It's cheeky. It's sneaky. Guarding. Aware, and so is Glowbex. Back to a 2v2. Nothing's over.
Maybe not that disgusting to try and break. Even a smoke mid-site spotted out Kalosha, and this is the low HP player from the beginning.
This break
not
could be
for
massive.
the spam.
It doesn't quite connect for the kill. It gets some damage across, which makes things a little bit easier. But both sides are low in HP.
Stun and Paranoia are available for the Koi Phoenix players. They have a lot to work with from this main position. And there's a lack of that for Balls.
Balls wanting to make sure Koi Phoenix swing out. Get them on a peak timing. As soon as the spike is touched, Paranoia through. You know where Glowbex is. Stuns out. Oh dear, now it's the lowest of the 2 players. This could be it for Balls. This could be it indeed. Rare does what is required, puts his big boy pants on, and it's enough for 13 on the board for Balls. And so is Lotus. Corrode is forced out, and this series still has yet to decide its victor.
Yeah, and you almost wanted to believe in towards that comeback, just how much Koi were fighting tooth and nail with the eco rounds back to back, or being able to perfectly dismantle a complete crossfire and get into a position where they should have had the upper hand in the price plan. But yeah, Boars are not going down without a fight. Sure, they lose their map pick, but they can give an absolute answer back onto the second. We're going to throw it back to the analyst desk to figure out why is Corrode needed. What did Boars change up in towards the second map?
Thank you, Pavos and Winter. Actually, we were, I mean, a few rounds into that when we were thinking maybe Koi have just given up. What happened there? But no, I think that was just Boars playing really well there. I do think the aggression was really exemplary from this team this time around.
Yeah, I think also just on an individual level, we saw some of their players step up. Like Javelin had a super impressive performance in this map. I think they won a lot of crucial rounds. They always kept the economy incredibly low of Movistar Koi Phoenix. But the other thing as well was just the slow start. Like when things are just going swimmingly for them in those early rounds, even when we started to see like a pretty hefty comeback, it still wasn't enough to get them fully back into the game, and all it took was, again, some of that individual brilliance to come through on the other side for them to be able to close out the map. But again, you look across the board, and I think every single member of Boars stepped up from the prior map. I guess maybe other than Kalosha, because there wasn't an ace in this one, so, you know, not quite as good as the last. But credit where it's due, Globex has been having one hell of a series. The fact that he is still right at the top of the board across both maps is very impressive.
Yeah, for sure. I do think that was really a clash of titans on that one, which is great to see. Obviously, I think that's what we were hoping for coming into this series. Again, the weight has been lifted off of these two teams' shoulders. They know that no matter what happens here, it's not really going to affect the way this group lays out. So, well,
it's not going to affect them. It might affect the other teams.
No, exactly. Well, yeah, maybe there's some.
They could save Mouse, even though Mouse seemed to have already given up.
Mouse, what's your PayPal? Anyway, look, I mean, like, let's take a look at a round from there, because I think there was a clutch that you really like the look of.
Yeah, I think all the way through the match, I was just massively impressed with how Javelin was playing. Like, I think having both the individual ability, but then pulling out just this clutch with the Odin. I think that it's a gun that at times it can be very useful when just spamming through walls, but his sort of ability to isolate battles here, like taking a first angle on the contact, swinging into the low HP player, and then just a complete reposition. Like, again, for some of these youngsters, some of these sort of players that are only just coming into the league for Boars, to have that sort of ability to go, okay, I'm going to reposition to where this gun is more powerful, take the initial fight close contact so that I can maybe reduce the deficit that I'm currently at. But also then you go back to other rounds, and I think his aftershock placement was fantastic. I think his stuns were very, very good. So for someone that we've not been talking about for like a long time as like a vastly experienced player, the fact that his utility looked on point all the way through that game, and he was clutching rounds, like, honestly, I think Boars have got to be very happy with his performance.
Yeah, I do think that's something you've got to bring out as well, right? I mean, obviously, this isn't the same Movistar Koi Phoenix that got to the semi-finals last stage, but it is still a team to contend with. It's a team with a lot of experience at this level, which Boars very much aren't. So bringing that fire to the series so far is really great. We've actually got a great series on our hands, and we're moving to a third map in Corrode. So that will be there for us very shortly. We're going to go to a quick break before we get there.
And
All right, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA, everybody. One more map to go for today. It's been, well, we thought it was going to be a relatively short day there when things started out after the first map, but Boz really had some fight left in them here for Lotus. Started out really well for them. It got a little close towards the end, but that's absolutely fine. They still get the chance to head on to Corrode. And at the very least, look, I mean, neither of these teams are getting out of the groups, but they can very much affect what happens in the rest of the group. So Corrode, there is still things to play for, just not for the players in the server.
Yeah, and it's like, obviously, I think for Boars, they can still put themselves into a decent looking position. I think for both sides, there's a lot of experience to be gained, and I think especially for the young Ukrainians, obviously a couple of 18-year-olds, a 17-year-old in that team. So I think all valuable experience to be had. I am quite excited, to be honest, going into this Corrode, because I'm just looking at, like, at least the composition that we've seen recently coming out of the side of Koi Phoenix, and running a Chamber, Vice, Fade, Neon, and then Omen is a bit peculiar. Like, just having that sort of double Sentinel, but one of them being super aggro, one of them being super passive, I think will be quite interesting to watch. And it's actually something similar to what was being run on the other side, but in the past, they were running it with a Yoru as well. They've now switched up to put Viper in, and I think Viper, especially over on that defensive side, I think is going to be a mainstay on this map in the future. So I think that they've switched to a composition I would prefer. But ultimately, a lot of this game so far has come down to the individuals, like who's able to win a lot of those clutch rounds, who's able to sort of step up to the plate. So although Agent Select is obviously going to be very important, I do think that it is going to be intriguing to see whose composition ends up working out, and if Zach Kappa can prove why they've picked up that chamber as well.
Yeah, well, we have ended up on a map here where Boars have a 0% win rate this stage, and Movistar Koi Phoenix have a 100% win rate this stage. So, on paper, we should be looking at a bit of a drubbing here. Look, I mean, attack win rate for Boars, 20%. So, you know, they've never had a good time here on Corrode, but hopefully there's some adaptation that comes through from them here.
Yeah, I believe that's where the changes come in. Like, once they've been playing some of the more recent tournaments outside of the league, where they moved away and brought in that Viper and brought in that addition of the Vice as well. So I don't necessarily think that the way they're going to run things will be exactly the same, but I'm looking forward to seeing, who's going to be the better Vice, but also if that Viper versus Chamber is going to end up being a big selling point, because it basically means that Zach Kappa has got to play well individually to show why that agent is valuable enough to replace a Viper.
Yeah, and I think, look, we've had highlight plays, of course, over the course of this series so far. We've highlighted them. But for the most part, I think that last map especially, everyone was getting involved. So it really could be anybody who stands out from the pack this time around. We're just going to have to wait and see. And time is up. We are getting going with our third map, our final map of the day. So I hope you enjoy, everybody. It's Pavlos and Winter to cast it.
Both teams definitely giving it their all as of this moment in time. In this series, it's look exciting, but this map could change it all. Corrode is where both teams get to show what they've got, potentially for the last time in this year.
Yeah, and I love that they were talking about it on the desk of the benefits of the Viper versus Zach Kappa on the Chamber, and how you can't really get away with not shooting back on that agent, because Javelin can have a lot of impact in other ways. Zach Kappa has to stand tall, and so far in this series hasn't necessarily had the best showing, but an opportunity on the third and final map to prove why this pick is important to them.
Already a quick fight into mid. It goes both ways. But Troisy having the alternative angle here proves to be feisty. Double kill for Troisy. And as Guardy trades it right back up, You need to be careful of Rare's push. Oh dear, that's destructive. You don't expect Rare to appear where his teammate was once before, for that position to be bolstered by 2 players. And therefore, Spike left in no man's land. Zach Kappa with a minimal amount of health, running for his life.
Yeah, minimal amount of health, 0 headhunters. Nothing but time, really, to work with. And even the pings already coming out from Boars, alerting them to the issues that they may face of positions that he's going to come from. But instead of that, he wants to go from top mid, it seems.
Around the world.
Yeah, and like I said, with having time to work with, he might be able to get an unsuspecting kill onto Ray. It's just the follow-up onto Javelin.
Now, Rare's got cover now.
30 seconds
So maybe
left.
not.
I think Ray knows.
Yeah, there's so much time has elapsed where you've got to expect this to be a possibility, and indeed that is the case. Boars get away with round number 1 of Corrode.
Just thinking, what has been the pistol sort of win rate? So it's been Boars winning majority of them, so
okay,
maybe I don't necessarily have the best track record for the pistols, at least in this series. They've had a decent track record at making the second round either very costly or being able to win it outright. There's no sort of force coming into this one, but it does look like it's going to be a heavy and fast push over towards B, trying to utilize Demic on towards this Neon with that shorty.
But this 5-man push now through the smoke. Never fear, gets walked over. But then again, there's just too many reinforcements around for Boars to make this even a close one for Koi Phoenix. They'll just be happy with the 1. So far, Zach Kappa, again, last man standing. Unlucky.
And this is the timing as well to possibly catch a pickup onto Ray.
Ah, there you go. Oh, okay, sure. Gets a couple tags onto Troisy as well to make him shake. But there you have it. It's still Boars with a round.
This has always been a good way for Boars to get a good start to the maps with the win rate on pistols. We saw what it did for them on Lotus, and the fact that it was such a dominant lead, and even the devs were saying it just looked like Koi Phoenix gave up at a certain point because of how flat the start of Lotus was becoming. You see an answer back earlier on, we might not have even needed Corrode because it ended up at that 13-10 scoreline. We think about answers back now in towards this one. With the rifles back out. Faking and prodding over towards A.
What can you get done here? Koi Phoenix definitely got the A site as their target. But it's a push and pull. They've double backed. That's not where they're heading.
They've at least been able to base out a little bit of utility over towards that A side, but that's the thing when you have Viper as that sort of second controller. There's so much delay that you can have with these smokes. So instead, they try to bypass it. Once you go through mid instead,
oh dear, this position from Troisy could be sneaky. Oh, the timing, but he gets the paranoia across, so it doesn't even matter. Gets the pick. Boars have got the lead here, and you know where Koi Phoenix are, so everybody's focusing in this direction. Koi Phoenix is stuck in a chokehold now, and they need to move into this A site quick because there's not much time, and you still have a lot of players to deal with. Troisy repositioning, and he's still finding damage. At least Rare's been dealt with, but Troisy is so damn annoying. Can never be extinguished. And right when it's done, the round's already over. 3-0 for Boars.
I think this is going to be the harder side for Koi Phoenix in the sense of being able to get past so much of the defensive setup that Boars are going to be able to offer. Because we saw how much delay not only the Viper but the Vice utility and wall over towards A main had. And then off the back of them, rotating from Troy to the paranoia off it, and then it's just also bodies that you have to get past. Unless even you can get past the utility scot-free, but hello, Closure.
How does that even happen? We've seen so many of these today. But this just makes matters worse for Koi Fenix. Boars looking to start map number 2 the way Lotus began. And Zach Kappa in an all too familiar position, being last man standing.
Have a couple of opportunities for some exit kills. With only a Bucky recycled from his teammates' deaths. Might not necessarily be the most convenient way to close out this round, but if he believes, he does have the tour de force. If he can get into a pose plant situation, he might believe in himself, might back himself.
Yeah.
But the only issue is he doesn't know where everybody is. He might have a good idea. Bucky might help in this close quarter engagement as well.
Yeah, the testament of you've always got to believe.
Enemy remaining.
Maybe this is why. Wait! That could have gone wrong, and it nearly did. Never Fear was just one Bucky shot away from death.
I mean,
how about that?
He could have just been one pumped by it as well, but fortunately he hadn't sustained too much damage, and the shot went to his toes. Here you go, first, second.
I mean, he connected it. If it was just a little bit higher, maybe it would have been the headshot.
All I'm saying, if the tour de force was used, maybe, nah. But having that coming into this round is going to be something important to see, and it's nice to see that Zach Kappa is, even though they were the sort of exit fact that he is having a good game already. But Troyzy, hang on,
boy.
you haven't seen a single person.
That's not even fair.
That is Koi Fenix seemingly dropping limp and flat again on their rifle round. Just off the back of Troyzy deciding, you know, I'm going to hold my one. Maybe with a little bit of help from the reveal from Never Fear, but he was paranoid back. Everything was working against him. How is that Kappa being spotted out in mid with that jump peak? You know, Bulls don't necessarily want to give him a way back into this round. Delicious positioning.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Could be impactful.
With the smoke down, it seems they just want to cross over towards top mid.
And they've done that. Still guarded now. Globex gets the pick. And now they've got the jump into the B site from 2 different directions. Rare without cover. This is trouble. This is big trouble. Kalosha answers back. Overdrive. He knows he's got to put the carry pants on. But the fact that Troyzy's there might not even have needed it. Guardy's angle is telegraphed and Boars. The early advantage was enough, but you've got to respect the fight back from Koi.
Yeah, just watch this replay, man. Like, what has Troyzy had for breakfast? The fact that he's getting away with stuff like that over towards main, and it's not as if it's just corrode that he's deciding to do this, because, yeah, look, he's not only crowlered, he's not only paranoid, he is also inside a smoke. He didn't see any of his enemies, and is even able to pick up the cleanup duty over towards the end, gets the trade over towards connector, then deals with Guardy. It's only just about making his way out of sight.
Yeah, you can't blame Koi Fenix for taking a time out here to try and recuperate after all of that. It's been quite the drought. And Boars always have had the answers. And when you've got players like Troyzy popping off like that, boy, that's hard to deal with.
Yeah, definitely a player to watch. And this is why I was hoping, as much as it was a copium, and maybe I didn't necessarily completely believe it, but it was something that I was hoping would happen, of Boars going all the way towards making a gambit in towards Challengers EMEA, racking up enough points that we could possibly see them in Ascension, to try and hope that these 5 are going to be sticking together going in towards next year, because you kind of can't take that for granted with how well some of these players have shown that they can play, not only on their way up in towards Northeast, but now on towards the inter-regional stage. Definitely spotlights on certain players.
And now spotlight on Rare and Troy-Z. As they're about to be approached, that flash, the arc rose. Come on, not giving him a chance. And Rare's going in for another bite because he knows Troy-Z's turned their attention towards him. It's ridiculous. They play off of each other so wonderfully, whether that's the flash and the push from the Troy-Z, whether that's the paranoia and the push from Rare. It's so damn clean.
It's so nice. It's not even flashing for yourself. It's sort of taking your turns. Like you said, it's Ray flashing to help Troy-Z get a pick, and then Troy-Z using the paranoia to allow Ray to have some sort of answer back from the other side. You can see it in the replay. It's absolutely perfectly played from the side of Boars. And sure, it wasn't a full investment from Koi Phoenix, but they did have Vandals in the mix. And all I keep getting flashbacks to when I last remember watching a full match of Bulls on this map against the against Enterprise regionally, and I think they got like 13-2'd or something, so it wasn't a good showing for them there. And seemingly they want to answer in kind and do the same to Koi Phoenix, because right now it doesn't look like they have any intention of slowing down. No, they're definitely on track for a brilliant performance here.
Bring them down.
But again, we've seen leads like this extinguished in a moment's notice, so got to pay attention to what Koi Phoenix can provide. And now that they have 5 players alive, and Zach Kappa on the operator, got to be careful. Can they break the code here as mid is being approached? It's Javelin that's paying attention towards their position.
An opportunity to isolate, and that's exactly what happens. Javelin gets overwhelmed by the players. Now that's going to be pressure coming on towards the players on site. They split up Heaven and Main, still in control of Boars.
Oh, but Kalosha under trouble with Overdrive enabling some extra damage to flow through. Demek continues to thrive, zapping everyone to the ground. And Boars on the back foot for the first time, I feel, this entire map.
And Ray now coming up over towards Main, but Zach Kappa's posted on this angle with the operator. It's going to have to be a wildy of a shot that he's going to have to hit just for Boars to have a... Wait, back into the timing!
No way! He knows Raw's back, so he's going in for another fight, but oh my word, doesn't quite get it going. Again, though, Rare's got to be careful because the position can be retaken by Zach Kappa. Never fear. Knows where one of his opponents is. Oh, pre-fire, that is insane. On the spike he goes, but he's got to stick it at least halfway. Otherwise, this is a done deal, and Demek knows it, putting this one behind them. Finally, Koi Phoenix around on the board, attributed to Demek's quad piece.
But it could have gone the other way. It got a little bit too scary. All the time, I feel for Zach Kappa on that timing over towards Main. Just as he came around the corner, thankfully he was able to eventually reset for the kill. But it is only one round for the Koi Phoenix side. Hoping to build on that in towards this one.
Marked one.
But knowing the issues economically for Koi Phoenix, Closure's decided to invest into an outlaw.
There.
Again, they want to pressure over towards this A side. They want to deal with the Vice utility as much as possible.
Oh,
doesn't trip the wall. It's deeper this time. You can't just have a jump in and out with the neon.
So completely deterred from this A site, now turning their attention into mid, where Boars have got so many players ready and waiting.
And
This is
they have
treacherous.
Closure with this outlaw.
Smoked off for now. Nightfall. So it does reveal positions of a couple of players. Odin sprays, Demek is down. That is anticlimactic for Demek. But never fear, eventually falls. Picker, finding a couple of picks already. Javelin cannot hold to his ground. Picker is doing so damn much. B-site being approached, and Boars with 2 players on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, Picker had enough. He wanted to get on through to site. Had enough of the ordeals over towards mid. Nightfall invested. Instead, it's the fights afterwards against the Odins, against the Outlaws. Koi Phoenix into a good position to close out towards this round, and how slow Boars are being in the back off of Troy-Z from Respawn doesn't look like they have any intentions of fighting towards this. They have the money to reinvest even should they go down, but might be more playing for those exits.
Yeah, not even that, really, right?
Yeah, Chloe can't even exit out of main because he's so low off the thorns being popped.
Well, full survival for the Koi Phoenix roster, apart from Demek, who fell early on. Sacrificial lamb. The rest cleaned up. Look at that. Pico went berserk this round.
Yeah, just storming through mids. They're able to scale up towards that top section, which is something that we saw a couple of rounds ago as well. They weren't able to convert it in towards the post plan. It's when we saw Guardy use his ultimate coming out of B main, and it was after the incredible double entry that Troyzy had, if you can remember that, on towards B main. It's
sure
something that they've been able to take advantage of a couple of times, because more often than not, the initial kill as they come into that bracket and connect a position, it's going in favor of Koi Phoenix. Maybe that's something they might want to address during this timeout. Ball's already with a 6-round lead. Maybe comfortable closing out the rest of this half, but as many rounds as you can get on the boards, you a better chance of closing out the map going into the second. But Koi Phoenix do have an opportunity to answer back.
They do indeed. But nothing's over just yet. Boar's streak no longer prevalent. So Koi Phoenix looking to see if they can create one of their own, lining up very closely to this right-hand side.
Now we wait. Rip and tear. I'll find you.
It's something that they've loved doing, of making sure they have some presence over towards A main at the start, wanting to try and take Viswall out of contention, but we saw how costly it was in the last.
Swapping into mid, and the Boars again have got 3 players. Didn't matter too much last time. Smoke, and Demek again goes deep. Nightfall in retaliation. Boars this time want to play aggressive, but one smoke will make sure they're not able to catch up into these players.
But Koi Phoenix didn't even really commit into that. They sent Demek as this sort of, we're taking mid with off the back of the smoke. And you saw what kind of response it got from Boars. Gave the hand away that there are many players here wanting to fight.
This could get so tricky so quickly. Demek leading the charge again. Paranoia could be crucial. Prowler thrown, and now you've got the information needed. Spike dropping. Kalosha finding the first pick, but there is some fight back. Koi Phoenix, though, realize there is heavy presence here, and without the spike being near them, they need to figure out another way in. Guardy loses his life, and you're hoping that Globix's read around the map can be quick enough to make this one work. From the shadows, and the spike has been stolen off their hands.
And Zach Kappa's been able to kill the flank push coming in from B, but the only issue is Globek is hit by that ultimate, and he is the only one close by right now, and he has to defend against this spike.
Oh dear, and the right clicks aren't connecting. Kalosha knows he can afford to stick onto the defuse while the rest of the team keeps him alive. Boars on 7. This time, their mid collapse works like intended.
This Paranoia hitting 3 is absolutely perfect, and then dealing with a player stuck in towards the corner. Overwhelming the player. TP'd in. Globek's hoping that he could defend the spike long enough. The only issue is Steel Garden makes it a little bit difficult to defend against 3. Reinforcements far out. It's an answer back of Balls. Back again for this mid pressure. They love having these 1-3-1 setups.
Because Koi Phoenix like going for this as well, like having this mid control. It's just a full-on counter of what their opponents are trying to do.
Here.
And they're not taking the fight against Zach Kappa either on the operator. A nice push and pull again towards that right-hand side. The combo of Troyzy and Javelin really being the kryptonite of Koi Phoenix today. That's cheeky. Kalosha realizing the overstay is welcome, and back into safety he goes.
That's all they have to do is poke and prod, be a nuisance, because you have all this utility, not only from Troisy to cycle out the smokes over towards bottom mid, but even as they fall, you have close javelins, but over the top of the smoke, a glimmer of hope.
Could be the silver lining they need.
30 seconds left.
But while the Troisy and Javelin duo are still here, you've got to be careful. Troisy gets shut down. Zach Kappa posted up on the angle. And now Rare, well, yeah, Rare is the only one left to do anything on this A-side defense. Not much time remaining, but Pika is great on these aggressive maneuvers. Peeking every single angle with success, and it's clean work from the Koi Fenix players, getting something right, and quite one-sidedly this time.
Yeah, and that's what happens when Koi Fenix are given the opportunity to isolate these 1vx's, because you see the first one there. Same goes on towards Ray, Kalosha walks into the cross hit, and Javelin's stuck in a situation where Zach has already posted up with the operator. And what balls were really thriving on in the string of rounds they were able to put together and make competitive was that mid control, like you were mentioning. It's something that Koi Fenix like to go for, especially popping Zach Kappa in the near vicinity. Where's this angle where they got the entry last time? Kappa hoping he's afforded the same luxury.
I think the wall has been popped there this time around. Yeah, it has. So Koi Fenix need to be a little bit more aware of how they want to be dealing with this A-site hold, but they're not rotating away. As much as Koi Fenix wanted to sell, they're moving into this B-site or even mid. They are ending up on A, and it has baited two of the players out of the A-site defense.
Yeah, they're putting in numbers over towards that midsection, which is going to allow them help when they're coming in for this reinforcement. Ray's managed to get onto site and might go overlooked in towards elbow.
Whoa! That was explosive from Rare, and I don't think he even knew he could have gotten away with something like that. Put a full stop to this push by Koi Fenix. Guardy hoping he can turn the tides around, but he needs help. Glowbeck's on his heels. But Zach Kappa a little too far back. Rare sees the gun, realizes the fate of this round is not on his shoulders. Instead, he's got Never Fear there for assistance. This is looking clean. Balls. A great answer to Koi Fenix's attack. The saving grace being Rare, starting as fast as humanly possible to the site A defense. As soon as you
And
apologies for the inconvenience of the stream going down there, but we didn't miss too much. Just a singular round. 9-3 being the score as Boars currently have the lead. A solid defensive side.
Yeah, and when you're looking at the comp, you can kind of understand why, right? You have Javelin and Ray being that main factor on the extremities, or when they're working together over towards A. It was a complete lockout from Koi Phoenix, and a lot of aggression being given towards mid, which looks like they're teeing up to do something similar on their attacking half. Oh my gosh.
It's just pure bravado and aggression from Boars. Early double kill going their way. What's the plan? B is indeed the target. And Zach Kappa caught between two different fronts, unable to do a thing. This is as clean as it could be for Boars as beginning into the attacking side.
Yeah, look how far away the Koi Phoenix players are. I don't know if they're going to expect closure here.
Oh, lazy peek. Oh, lazy swing. So, a one-on-one. And now you know where Globex is.
Nah, maybe Globex is flanking. They might not know. He could be, an attacker spawn. They don't know.
Copium. Copious amounts of copium.
Might get an opportunity to get a shot onto Ray. The low HP player, but yeah, an immediate trade back coming in from Javelin, who's just on the other side of the wall. Double digits now for Boars, and I don't know about you, Pavlos, but if you're a Mana fan, or a Twisted Minds fan to be exact,
sure.
Right now, you've got to be rooting for Koi Phoenix to have some sort of a comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to go out with the loudest of bangs in a tournament like this, right? You know this is your last game, especially for Koi Phoenix here, of this season. You want it to be a successful one, so if you're able to get a comeback here, great. Beautiful. Bulls, on the other hand, fighting for their dear lives. Mal's probably thanking them for it.
Still opportunities for both Peace of Mind and Mouse to make it out, but at the moment, Bulls are limiting those. There is a bit of an investment coming in from Koi Phoenix. You have a couple of Buckies, a Stinger, but it's nothing amazing, especially since it seems Bulls are teeing up to do the repeat of the pistol, splitting over in towards B. Solo defender of Zach Kappa is armed to the teeth with Headhunter bullets. About it. Ooh.
Spike down mid.
Just the one.
Paranoia, it's closure. But it doesn't really affect anything in the round because Koi Phoenix are grouped up elsewhere.
30
I wonder if
seconds
Javelin
left.
can get away with something here. If he can get a pick. And he is posted up correctly. 2 shots of the Outlaw. But it's just the 1 kill. And information relayed to the rest of the Ball squad to know where to look towards.
Guardian picked up by Guardi though, so they're a little bit more armed coming into this retake than they were previously.
Still at a deficit with 2 Vandals here for Balls. That's a great Paranoia base. The grand conversion, is this it? Yes, it is indeed. Koi Phoenix. How about that? Great retake. Win their fights. And it's all because of, I think, Globex's Paranoia.
Yeah, off the back of the Paranoia and also catching the player trying to descend from heaven before he was able to make any sort of mess. And yeah, here it is. Closure drops down. Globex is a defender, and this is the second time now that we've had when we saw Koi Phoenix eco force kind of buy coming into that second round, and that they've been able to convert, because it's been pistols have been balls all day with this series. But now, only one Phantom to hand, and Zach Kappa with the Outlaw, knowing the economic troubles of the attacking side. But they've managed to find some space over towards site.
And Troisy has done the most in regards to taking up that space, pulling his team now with him, but his life will not be destined
I have the spike.
for glory, at least towards the end of the round. Bulls get the spike plan, but at a numbers deficit, the way Koi Phoenix have been approaching these, it's not going to be easy, especially with only Rare on a Phantom.
Yeah, and they're not actually rushing to go for this retake. You saw Guardi clearing deeper down in towards mid to make sure they haven't overlooked any sort of look.
Paranoia is not going to be affecting anyone on that side of the site, but at least it clears things out. Javelin affected by the smoke, breaking out.
Not planted from.
Rare looking for that damage, but Guardi is just going to be pre-firing here. I thought with Borge winning the pistol round at that 9-3 score, we'd be seeing Corrode finish quite quickly, but instead, Koi Phoenix, quite the upsetting round in the previous, and now looking to continue that streak.
Yeah. I'm not sure how Troisy managed to get that far in towards backside. I think it was a couple of TPs in, but if you see similar stuff like that, similar to what we were seeing on Haven of breaking players' ankles.
Launching thorns, retrieving thorns.
Definitely having a impressive game, but opportunity now on towards the rifle rounds. Koi Phoenix start to close up the gap.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage taken up by Kalosha. Still gets the pick. Oh, he gets two through the smoke. Criminal. Criminal, I tell you. Should not be allowed. This Ukrainian side has some feist in them.
Yeah, and rediverting their attentions. Javelin's already made it up close and personal towards Ave to get the angle into connector. Globex is able to get one for his troubles, but it's immediately traded back out. Same goes for Zach Kappa over towards Defender Spawn. Just 3 players more to deal with.
Some of these rounds are just utterly ridiculous, aren't they, Summer? You just can't make sense of them. You've just got a player going berserk, and this time it was Kalosha's turn.
Yeah, what, before it was Troisy?
Sure.
The amount of kills these players are able to get through smokes with just a little bit of a help from Never Fear. Ooh.
Blinding prepped. Thorns activated.
I'm dwindling. No chance back into this one, decides to call it a day. We were talking about an opportunity for Koi Phoenix to close up the gap, make it a little bit more believable. Instead, Bulls just want to extend it. Look at this little set piece over towards mids.
The first one was a reveal. The second, I think the barrel was spotted towards the end, but the kill would have connected whether that was the case or not. So it wasn't a complete blind situation there. Glad we got to see the replay and the context.
But it's the same thing when we were talking about Troisy's fight over towards B main. It's always Never Fear being able to back up with those reveals and being able to enable not only Kalosha as his duelist, but also some of the other players on the team. Because Troisy's been having a whale of a game. Kalosha's just been an absolute menace on the mid fights in particular. It's not something that you would be able to necessarily have without the combination of the Viper and the Fade.
I will be honest though, these timeouts have been pretty spot on for Movistar Koi Phoenix, often getting this team out of trouble. And Yaba has had quite the impact, I'd say, in moments like this. I mean, it's hard to know what's been said, and maybe we'll get to hear from the timeouts, but I wonder if it will have impact again.
Need a drop.
So rebuy into this one. Zach Kappa will have the operator. Dropping a weapon over to Guardi, which also has his ultimate online. So there's things for Koi Phoenix to work with in towards this one, and it seems leaving Guardi alone towards B, wanting to fight more towards his aim main is what they decide, but it's a committed force.
And there's a commitment to the play as well from Globex. He knew he got away with a lovely piece of utility, so goes in for a bite and gets rewarded with lunch.
Pika also noting on the jump peak. Bulls are still sticking around. They still want to give A look in. Even though Javelin might not be nearby, they're starting to scale up. Starting to find some place.
Oh, Globex, stop it! Oh, single-handedly destroying this attack from Bulls. What's left now? What is left to try and deal with this? Hoping that you get the timing on Zach happen. Indeed you do, so that is something going your way. And maybe a 2v3 is not unrecoverable. Thing is, you need to read Guardi's position. That is the most dangerous aspect to this rare. Oh, he was ready for it. Draws out the secondary, but it's just not good enough. Javelin?
Another one.
Show me what you've got.
I don't know if he's going to expect him towards this corner, and he has no interest anyway.
Sure.
Viper's Pit available, so you could make a play over towards this B site. The only issue is there's still a lot of utility up from Guardi. Not only the Thorns, but there's also a flash and a wall. So there's a lot of information that they can work around with this.
This would be brilliant if he clutches it. Clearing out mid, he can hear commotion from spawn. And looking to get high ground. Oh, no time, is there? There is no time. You can't get to that position soon enough.
And it wouldn't be planted from anyway, but right now it's the convergence of the Koi Phoenix players on towards site. They know exactly where this player has to be coming from.
Stuns don't connect either, so he's got time to drop back here. Snakebite, I don't think it's enough to do damage here. Demek has got enough health to tank that without any issues. 1 point of health, by the way, left on him, barely holding on after that. But the defuse is successful, and so is the end pick as well.
It's just these engagements over towards connector from both teams. Just a bit awkward of the timings back and forth. And players picking up and trying to recycle the operator. But it is a retake and successful one for Koi Phoenix off the back of the double entry from Globex.
I mean, kudos to Koi Phoenix to remain with the hope that they can get back into this one. They know that until curtains, nothing is decided. Never fear with first blood, and that's through a bulldog shot into a smoke. Nuts.
The only thing is, they haven't been able to find too much extra space. And talking about space, looking at Javelin over towards B, he stood just behind the wall, hoping he can get some sort of angle towards the mid play.
Face your fear.
Guardi able to trade his life out, but this reveal is massive. Equips Demek nicely for this, but just gets to the one because balls aren't slowing down. Pika knows he has to step up to the plate there, and Spike dropping into the ground. This is still anyone's game with a 2v2.
No, but look at the position of Javelin as well, and especially with Trice being able to recover and pick up this Spike, it seems it's almost a formality for Bulls to close this one out, but Zach Kappa might be able to catch Trice off guard with timing.
So cheeky. And indeed does get the jump onto Troisy. Onto the Spike, but he's off of it. And Javelin showing himself. He also knows that Kappa's no longer on it, and this time the snakebite lands exactly where he wants it. Knows there's no way Zach Kappa is sticking to the defuse, but now he could be. Full stick, no, halfway. Javelin did just enough damage on that snakebite to only need a bullet or two to close out the deal with the Guardian. Boy, was this round close though.
Yeah, they're just lucky that they still had Troity's ultimate from the shadows to recover that Spike. Because so much space that Javelin was able to gain, but losing Pika deep down mid with the Spike could have been the unraveling, the undoing of Bulls into that one, but recovered with the sake of the ultimates. And talking about ultimates, couple online for Koi Phoenix. Use them now or lose them because Bulls are on 12.
Rough one. Really rough one. Hoping that they fall into Zach Kappa's arms, but misses the first chance to have impact. You don't really want to be approaching a tour de force, though. Could slow you down substantially. Demic creates himself, though. Some pressure onto the left flank, and instantly balls on the back foot in numbers. Not slowing down. They want to keep fighting. They want to keep it going. This paranoia is strong, though, and it acts as a great deterrent here. The Bulls players have found themselves in the opposing spawn, and you've also got B main being infiltrated. You might just be able to take over. Never Fear wins this fight. This is doable, and he knows that Guardian might have a timing here. Sheriff shot is all that's required.
Oh, that's the spike down as well. Oh, Zach Kappa.
Jump scare.
Yeah, a little bit of a jump scare there, but what's a little bit more worrying for Bulls is, again, the spike going down in no man's lands. This time they're not afforded the grace of having Troy's ultimate to work with. It's just going to be a cycling of smokes. You have Zach Kappa holding the A flank. Nothing can come through mid without Guardy knowing. And they have to concede this one. 20 seconds left, no way of going for it. Want to keep these weapons going into the nose because money is not looking too
10 seconds left.
Too cozy right now, especially when you're looking at Neverfear and Troyzy. They're not going to be able to reinvest.
Yeah, they've looked into their pockets. Nothing has come out apart from a couple of buttons here and there.
Dust.
Dust
has come out of their pockets when you're talking about money. Javelin should be able to buy, maybe drop something over to a teammate. They should be able to field something competitive, but it's not going to be ideal. And it's this shot from Guardy is the one that was least armed in this round, by the way. Coming in with a Sheriff. It's one of the more impactful kills in towards that one. Okay, yeah, there you go. Neverfear is going to be going down onto the Ghost. Javelin's got a Judge, which a fast play over towards B. Viper spit down.
Could get dangerous.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that seize.
Oh.
It's caught 4, but it doesn't matter because Kolosha's been able to escape it, gets a double for himself. This could be where it all ends.
Nasty.
And it's just Kolosha stepping up again.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with the Bulls team. It was a new addition coming into Northeast and being able to see realistically their growth coming through.
Sure.
From lower Swiss, upper Swiss, playoffs, and even in the off-season tournaments, these guys just want to play and improve. They've dealt with Kolosha, who is one of the main issues, but Javelin sat at the smoke with the Judge.
And Zach Kappa in a world of hurt here. Sure, we'll take one down with them. But that's about it. 13-7 being the score. Bulls have done it. The reverse sweep goes their way. A 2-1 situation when it comes to this series. At least if they end up, well, they are knocked out. So at least they'll be closing out their venture in the 2025 season with a tick, a green box right next to their name. So that is beautiful to see. Koi Phoenix on the other side. Not the result they would have liked, but then again, they already exceeded expectations to this year's end. So I feel like it's a lukewarm situation for both teams, don't you think, Summer?
Yeah, absolutely. I just hope we're going to see the same names and faces from these two teams going into the next year. But for now, Analyst, break that down because that was some showing from the Bulls.
Yeah, thank you very much for your work today, Pavlos and Winter. And yeah, I mean, look, there's no other way to put it. This result was always going to feel a bit marred by the fact that both teams cannot get into that first position to make it into playoffs. But look, you got 14 teams in the group stages and only 4 can get through. It's not exactly the end of the world that you cannot get into playoffs as these two teams here. I think Bulls are going to be incredibly happy with that result. Nope. Oh, you can't hit on.
I've muted myself.
Fine.
I've made a mistake right at the end.
You're back. Okay.
There we go. I should be on now. But yeah, I think for Bulls, it's going to be a different story. Like, they come in as a roster basically over the last stage or so. They grind through the lower tier to get into Northeast in the first place. Then they make it to EMEA. And now they have a win in EMEA. And you're talking about a group that has... what, Mal's in it, it's got Koi Phoenix in it, like it's got Twisted Minds. These are all huge organizations, and for Bulls with a lot of young Ukrainians who I'm sure at times wouldn't have even been able to have the opportunity to practice when others could, it's massive that they've been able to sort of go leaps and bounds in such a short amount of time, and even then show resilience. Like, I think it's very easy for, when you watch more experienced players, to have those moments where you go, oh, well, they lost a map, they can just come back from it. They had a really troublesome first map and their own map choice, and then managed to recover into a 2-1 victory. Like, I think they'll be able to take a lot away from this match, and just showed, again, some impressive resilience in a match that I think many would have just expected Koi Phoenix to win.
Yeah, we'll be able to get some thoughts on that one from a Boars player as well, because we have an interview ready with Affinity.
Thank you so much. And I'm here with Troisy. Now, off the back of your first Challengers EMEA victory, how are you feeling in this moment?
Hello, like, I don't know, like, it's not that happy or something, like, you know, we already not qualify, but I don't know, we just enjoy from the game, you know, we don't have pressure, we just play the game and try to enjoy it. But,
now, as you said there, sadly playoffs are not on the cards, but the journey isn't done for you guys just yet. You still have a match tomorrow. What does that mean for you guys? What does preparation look like? What's the mentality with one more game to go?
I mean, for me, like, it's every game is, like, you know, personal, because, like, 8 months ago, like, no one know about us, says that we are playing bad or something. Like, for me, every game is, like, personal, you know. I want to perform good, win with my team, and, like, to show people that we can fight, you know. About preparation,
and quite a series.
Not much. Yeah.
Now, quite a series from you, really standout moments in the midst of that. But as you said, it's been a crazy journey for you guys, coming in through the qualifiers and then all the way through straight into Challengers EMEA and now your first victory. Can you tell me a little bit about some of the biggest changes that you've seen personally and for the team from that beginning opening match and up until now?
You mean like first match versus Mouse, or?
No, just first match across, you know, coming into the qualifiers for, you know, Northeast. Just from the very beginning of the team to now, what have been the biggest changes for you?
I mean, we trained a lot, like 6 months before qualifier, and then, you know, it was exciting to start playing. You know, you can just do what you do in practice, show yourself. Like, I don't know what changed. Like, I really don't know. Like, we just have confidence, you know, match by match, we winning, we enjoy it, you know, we just try to enjoy from game. But actually, not that much changed. Maybe
that's
it's not
good,
that pressure as it was. Yeah, sorry.
So yeah, the confidence is something that we've definitely seen come out more and more from you guys, and that sort of leads me on to my last question. Is you guys have been upwards and upwards, and you've really surprised so many people out there. What is in the future for you guys? What comes next?
Actually, I don't know. Like, we will see. I don't know really.
Always good. Take it game by game, but we will let you go and celebrate with your team and get ready for tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us, Troisy.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And you heard it here first. A team that has, you know, done numbers. I know the desk is maybe a little bit partial towards them as well. They've made some fans along the way, but still humble and still just taking it match by match, tournament by tournament, and we hope to see plenty more from them. But that is all from me. I'm going to let the desk wrap this up for the day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Affinity.
I think you are bias. What gave her that idea?
You are right. We do love balls. We do love balls.
What gave her that idea?
Yeah, nothing at
the
all.
Ukrainian dress shirt? No.
We do love balls. They've made fans all over the place. So look, they're not even done yet. You know, we're not even done for the group stage either. They've still got a game to go against Twisted Minds. Exactly. Now they've got to take down the big dogs, right? Because Twisted Minds is their next game. That will be tomorrow, and that's going to be a really difficult matchup, right? That's a massive test, more of a test even than I think Mouse, right? Twisted Minds took Mouse down today 2-1, so it's going to be a real test. Like, if Boars only manage to get 4 rounds against a team like Mouse, then you can imagine it's going to be something similar against Twisted Minds. But I think today must have given them some confidence.
Yeah, I think confidence, but also as they were talking about in the interview, pressure as well. Like, I think that's one of the things that Troyzy sort of mentioned is like you go into that first game, you have the pressure of like, okay, we can make it to playoffs. We're up against big teams for like one of the first times. Obviously, I played a few in Northeast here and there as well, but it's like this is like the chance to actually go towards Ascension, and they basically had to win the whole thing. Likelihood very low, but now they've got that first victory versus, again, you look at a franchise org and their sort of academy team, like it's a big deal to take that victory. And then you kind of, I think, shaken off the initial pressure because, as it was said, that they now can no longer qualify. So I think it makes it a little bit worrying for Twisted because ultimately, sure, I think if they win a map, that might even be enough. But realistically, at this stage, the Boars have got nothing left to play for other than just the love of the game. And I think they've proven today that love of the game is definitely still there.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing. Obviously, the fate of the rest of the group is in Boar's hands. What they can do in the rest of this group will dictate things that it may not be likely that they are able to make Twisted Minds lose to Mouse overall in terms of the standings, but it is possible. Yeah. And that is what matters in the minds of Twisted Minds. They're gonna have to think about that one. Yeah, I don't know that one. Whatever. Anyway, we'll move on because I mean, look, it was a great day today, I think. And look, we're getting towards that point in the group stages where the games are starting to either mean a lot or nothing at all, really. And I think despite the fact that we had a game with two teams that could not make it through the groups, we still got some real value out of it.
Yeah, for sure. And as said, I think huge learning curves for a lot of the players. I think Koi Phoenix obviously had to go through some pretty hectic changes over the last few months. And I think for Boars, as we've sort of been mentioning, like you've got a couple of 18-year-olds, a 17-year-old, and some players that haven't necessarily been at this level before. They've taken a win versus a fairly big organization and now have the chance to have major impact on the group. I think it's going to be huge for them going forward. I'm definitely very excited to see them next year, and also quite happy. I wasn't meant to be here today. I get to come in. I get to wear my beautiful Ukrainian dress shirt, and I got to watch them win at the same time their first ever match in EMEA. So you know,
maybe
I'm gonna have to come back for all of them.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna have to bring you up on the desk.
I'll be lurking in the background somewhere every night.
Right, wonderful. Well, I mean, look, we keep looking forward to next year and all that, but there's still a game left to come tomorrow. There's still several games left to come up tomorrow. So let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. These are our final two games to get done in Group C and Group D, and ones with lots of implications. Right, that is the big point for tomorrow. There is still lots to play for every single team here, and especially for Twisted Minds and Ulf. These are two really, really big games with lots of implications, so important that they get those wins. And look, maybe they are on paper the favorites for both of those games, but that does not mean that either of these teams are going to roll over and lose without a fight. So I am looking forward to those, and I hope you are too, Tom. Obviously you won't be here to join me, unfortunately, but I want to get your thoughts on the rest of the groups as it stands.
Yeah, I think that a lot of it, like Job Life, is going to be praying right now because we obviously have another match currently going on at the same time with Ulf. So I think Ulf are currently in a pretty good position with that one. I'm excited to see that Mandatory have already made it. I think Enzo looking to make his way back to the top is very exciting. And yeah, Twisted Minds, they've looked very, very good. I don't think we've seen necessarily a team from like the MENA region, or in their case from Saudi Arabia, really look like they could go to Ascension and compete. So if they're going to win this group in almost flawless fashion while taking down Mouse as they do it, I think it makes them a contender, maybe even for the whole title, especially with BBL Pacific and Enterprise already being out.
Yeah, very possible. I mean, we will find out. Lots left to come, guys. We're not done yet with the groups. We'll finish those off tomorrow, but then after that, we've got so much more with the playoffs as well. So thank you, everybody, for watching today. I've been your host, Twiggy. I've been joined by Tom Biz, and we have loved bringing this one to you. So goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow at the same time.
scotch on that top notch on the block. Slimming slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop, bop, bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop, 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 yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop. Call ya up like what you doing? Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the Reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it. Bring it up, can you keep up? Play follow the leader, big queso. I'm born with the ether, but I still take a heater. No halo, I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong, come payload. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slimming slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slimming slide like me, nah. Chillin' with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said.